All right, guys, welcome back from the shorter break. It was actually shorter than 7 minutes. So we're happy to hear it. I think things got situated and everybody is ready to go. Again, I'm Naisu, joined here with Mirko. And like you mentioned earlier, he also dealt with what the team from Indonesia is dealing with.
Yeah.
But we're happy to have you here once again. And we can't wait to get this match started. It is, if you guys missed it, it's between Myanmar and Indonesia. This is a battle for the first slot to the WEC in Riyadh later this year. So that's to catch you guys up. If you also want to keep an eye on what's going on here or what has happened in the past throughout the group stage and everything else, you can go to iesf.gg, check out the brackets if you want and all the statistics we got to see. Because again, Myanmar, undefeated in their matches. They had one loss to Cambodia in a game anyway. They went 8-1 basically in the group stage. And Indonesia had one loss to Malaysia on their way through here. So for Myanmar's lineup, we're going to look at it once again. It's Ken, Justin, Ruby DD, Juno, and Zide. And these guys are very, a lot of us are very familiar with them by now. And I could say, Mirko, they have been performing out of their minds so far for this entire tournament.
They've definitely practiced their minds out, right? And technically, when we're taking a look at this roster, it's a roster full of veterans. Well, at least for Ken, Justin, and Ruby DD, especially Ruby DD. This guy's been, at the forefront for Myanmar esports, for Mlbb in Myanmar for the longest time. I think M2 was really when he shined, right? That Ruby DD combo as well. That's what we call it now. The Lunox combo, when you go in with the Chaos Flicker into the Brilliance, that's a Ruby DD combo. He's kind of immortalized his name in Mlbb, and it's great to see that he's still here playing at the highest level of Mlbb. Now going up against Indonesia, I would say for the lineup of Indonesia, compared to Ruby DD at least, right? They're actually inexperienced compared to Ruby DD. Ruby DD's been through so many different international tournaments, has been playing the game for so long. Meanwhile, for this team, we've seen them a lot. Like for Indonesia, later on we'll get to see the roster to see exactly who's playing. But again, Ruby DD, what we've seen from the previous matches as well, he just understands the timing. He has that kind of crazy old player instinct, Naisu? It's something with the old players, it's something with the veterans that we have in MLBB, where they just see the game a bit differently to everybody else. I think in Indonesia, it's got to be Lemon, he goes for some wild engages, he has that vision for himself, but we're going to take a look at Indonesia's roster as well.
Yep, Boots, Albert, CW, Sands, and Kibo. And I know this Boots has been popping up here, but it has been Mlbb playing for the lineup, and either way, honestly, if it was Boots, I'm sure, they would find some of the successes they've already had through this. And even taking it back yesterday, man, Indonesia had very strong games, very dominant games. And again, when we looked at it, it was Albert. I forgot what KDA he had. It was 30 and something. I don't think he died, if I remember. He didn't die. He played the Nolan. And then what did he play the first game?
13 kills on Ling, 16 kills on Nolan, right?
Yeah, it was just insane. It was nasty. So I'm wondering if this happens here. We are jumping into the draft here, and if I could hit the clapping button, I would. I'm not streaming my own stream. So we're finally in the draft, game number 1. And this is once again a match to qualify for WEC. You can see this. Myanmar is going to go ahead and take out the Ling. And I'm sure either they kind of build the composition around possibly picking up a Nolan, or at least one of the assassins we've seen pop up time and time again. But just taking out the Ling is good enough. Because, man, have we seen Ken do pretty much the same, I would say almost the same performance that we saw with Albert yesterday.
I think especially for Myanmar, right, it's about trying to force Indonesia into those utility picks for Albert, because it does feel like, even though Albert does pretty well as well on the utility, it's not as good as his assassins. And we got to see those assassins pulled off by Albert just yesterday. You mentioned it, the Ling and also the Nolan. Well played to him. So now with the chip and the Ling ban, that's actually an interesting first phase ban for blue side. Usually we see the chip banned out by red side, but for Indonesia, they're already really adjusting to the meta. They let the Roger go against Malaysia, and I think that will be the first and the last time Indonesia will let the Roger go if they're not on blue side. They can pick it up for themselves, obviously. Albert plays a mean Roger. Same goes for CW, but leaving it open, I don't know about that. The Sky Piercer is still a bit too crazy. I've been spamming Roger as well. If you take a look at my rank games, my match history, it's just been Roger Brody, Roger Brody. I'm an SPA, certified SPA.
You played him in the gold lane?
Yeah. I still play him in the gold lane. I just wanted to see, right? Because personally, I still think he is stronger in the jungle. But in the gold lane, he's actually still pretty strong. He's an absolute lane bully. You go for the Master Assassin emblem setup as well. And it's still very, very good to dominate in lane. It's going to be the Fairness man, though. So Lo Yi is up for grabs. Nolan as well, like you said earlier. Myanmar have the chance to take it away from Indonesia.
If they take this away, Lo Yi being open, but I feel like so far throughout the entirety of IESF, we've seen the struggle. We've seen teams make it work, and we see Diversion still be pretty good, but so far I feel like Lo Yi is in a weird position where she was so dominant for so long, and then now it really seems like it takes a lot of effort for it to work in some of the teams' lineups that I've been drafting it. So with a lot of these, I'm just wondering, Myanmar, they have a lot of opportunity to pick up a valuable first pick here, but trading it over to Indonesia as well, you know, some of the XP lane comes to mind, like the Terizlas, the Yuzhongs, but this is going to be a Fredrin first pick for Myanmar. So this, to me now, Fredrin is more so of like, he's still a safe option. It's just I'm wondering too, like, how do you build this up? Because we have seen now Fredrin even struggle against these lord dances, and even early on. So response right now from Indonesia is going to be the Claude and the Farsa. What do you think Myanmar needs?
Oh, I think right now they can go for something like a Yuzhong or a Terizla, right? The Terizla would be a good pickup to deny that strong side for Indonesia to play with, because technically with that Claude pick, they're already setting up for the weak side for Claude. They're setting up to go for the trio mid setup into the neutral objective battles, as usual, from what we've seen from most teams to take control of the early game. But another way to deal with this Farsa and the Claude could be the Yuzhong, right? You can go for Terizla to deny it and maybe set yourself up for an even better neutral objective take, or you can take the Yuzhong to bully the Farsa. But the thing is, it almost seems like Indonesia wants that to happen. With the Farsa first pick, super easy to counter it, super easy for you to go for the Yuzhong. And for Myanmar, they won't take that bait. They won't actually, you know, play into what Indonesia are trying to force them or force out from Myanmar. It's going to be the Lo Yi, like we mentioned earlier, still, even though it's not as prio as it used to be. It's not as crazy as it used to be. Teams and players who understand how to utilize the diversion will still be able to get a whole lot of value with it. We've seen it multiple times, even from Sans himself. 1 loss, 1 win. For Justin, have we seen a Lo Yi game for Justin?
For Justin, I don't think so. I'm not sure if we have. I was going to pull it up while you were,
might be his first.
Talking about that. Might be his first that they bring it to play. I'm going to look here. It looks like no. I mean, he's mostly playing like the Kaditas, the Farsas, the games they've swept. Okay, he did play Lo Yi once. So he did play it once. They played it against an off-stream game that we didn't have on the live stream. It was against Timor-Leste, that nation. So they went 2-0 with that. So they used the when they used the Lo Yi, it was with a Harith and a Ruby, and their jungler was a Baksha instead of the Fredrin. And then they had the Dyroth in the XP lane. So I'm not sure if they're kind of going with that same kind of game plan, but they also ended that game in under 12 minutes. So now, you know, this is Indonesia that they're going against here. So obviously some of this coordination that they need with this Lo Yi have to be on point, I think, but this is kind of the same concept already. And we wait for these, you know, second phases of the bans to go through here. I think too, because of the fact that they're going against the Claude, like the option is, do you actually go with a traditional marksman? Because the Harith is taken out, we have seen some testing, I say experimentation, I should say, for the gold laners to bring something new to there. But I think if you're going against the Claude, you could just pick something a little more safe if you really wanted to.
The Natan would be the safe option to go for, right? You can go for the Purify, you can go for the Flicker. I think any hero in the gold lane that can have that flexibility option to go for, you know, a lot of different spells would be great in this current meta, with so much dive being placed onto you, with so much damage already as well from Poke coming in from that Farsa too. But they will actually ban out the Arlet last. So again, maybe setting up for I think, what do you think about that Arlet ban? Because me personally, looking at the Arlet, he's kind of a hero that isn't really that strong in lane, right? Like up against the Yuzhong, up against the Terizla, it's a Terizla's lane to win. It's a Yuzhong's lane to win as well. But when you pair in the Arlet together with this kind of composition, it makes sense. So it's more of a synergy ban, synergy deny ban, more than, you know, setting Lutpi up for success in that lane, because if the Arlet gets to be picked up by Myanmar with the CC coming in from the Ruby, with the angles created by the diversion as well, and obviously the CC from the Loyi and the Fredrin, yeah, you're gonna get quite a bit of vengeances there, man. You know, almost
a lot.
Infinity amount of vengeances. But it is going to be the Edith pickup. Still a very, very big comfort pick here coming in for Keyboy. And what's great about this, the fact that they picked it up in the first phase, or in the first pick of the second phase, is because it's a good flex pick over to Lutpi. Keyboy can play it, Lutpi can play it. Both of them do really well on it, and it sets up for now them to get a counter matchup when they get to see what Myanmar go for.
And also, just as a note, I think this Yuzhong ban is still the portrait. This new portrait is for CC. I'm assuming. Okay, interesting, because as I was saying and looking at their old lineup from one of the games that they swept here, the Dairoth was a part of this lineup. You know, the Dairoth they played last time was picked up there with the Ruby and the Loyi. The difference, of course, this time is they have a Moskov. Like I was saying, what is going to be that good matchup for the Claude in lane? At least with the Moskov, you should be relatively okay to farm up pretty well, and you know that Claude overall presence in the game farms lanes really quickly, like later on using the Blazing Duet, and can join fights. So why not pick Moskov? So at least you have the Spear of Destruction. You can hang out in the lane a little bit longer if you want to, and hopefully you land the Spear of Destruction. You can follow up with it. I think part of that too is, if they follow up with the Moskov, they set up really well with the armor penetration from a Dairoth. But look at this. The Masha comes through, and we've seen teams, I think even Malaysia banned the Masha
twice
against Indonesia, because they know that it is devastating here in the hands of Lutpi.
Especially with the Sky Piercer. We were talking about abusing the Sky Piercer on the Roger, on the Brody, but I think if you think Sky Piercer, right? Thunder Pierce definitely comes to mind. You know, there's already a Sky built there. You know, they are the Sky Kings. That's what we call them in Indonesia. And, you know, you get the Thunderclap with your ultimate. Masha fits to that, you know, Sky Piercer category so well. And I'm really interested to see how Lutpi plays this Masha, because it's so weird for Lutpi. We didn't get to see it for the most part in the regular season of MPL Indonesia, and we didn't even get to see it for the most part in the playoffs. He started picking it up after losing to Luke, you know, an opponent of his who plays the Masha a whole lot. So the fact that Lutpi, now he's added a hero that he wasn't comfortable on to his arsenal and making it a prio pick for himself, making it a power pick. It's really impressive.
Well, we're going to find out here, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the match. It's a best of 3 between Myanmar and Indonesia to secure a slot, the first one to the grand final, of course, later on, but more so for the WEC in Rerun for 2024. It starts here in this best of 3. We saw both lineups. We talked about it quite extensively, and once we get a look also at the emblems, I'm not sure if anything stuck out just yet. It is Ken rolling with the Impure Rage. I like the fact that Fredrin is still versatile enough to pick like 3 different emblem sets, maybe 4, you know, and kind of play around with that. Also, there's a whole lot of lethal ignitions here. Zidez is also using the Brave Smite. We've seen this plenty of times with the Ruby, and even on the other side, nothing too crazy from this. Lutpi does have the lethal ignition himself, so we'll see how this kind of new signature pick, I guess you could say, it's like a new pick in his repertoire to make work, because he's dealt with it so many times over in Indonesia against his other opponents. So it makes me really wonder too how this is going to work in the grander scheme of things, these later team fights, when we're talking about especially the Sky Piercer being built and online. And so for now, neither teams are really going to be pushing the momentum just yet. I think with these lineups for both of them, you just want to wait for the turtle. But it looks like Albert already going to go in, but just visiting, you know. I mean, really, you can't get this kill that you're looking for, but everybody needs to get these level 4s before this fight does become, before it does break out for that first turtle. So right now, we're still waiting for this last Endominion to go ahead, and just look at the attention here. They might try to go for something, you know, try to pull like a cheeky move up top, but Turtle's up. And with that, Ruby DD doesn't have the level 4 just yet, so they'll wait. Sans also waiting, so it's up to Ken. Go ahead and stall out that Turtle, start it up. But look at Indonesia also getting in position here.
for Myanmar so far. Ken holding on to that turtle. Albert pops in a shield unity. Keyboy looking for an angle now of that onward. You can see that Albert will go for the shield unity onto Zide. It's gonna be the feather airstrike as well as the onward to get a claim for his blood. Albert winning on the retreat battle, but in the back it's gonna be Ruby DD who claims the kill on the Sans. But Lupi flickers forward now and just goes in for the last 2 scratches to get the trade in favor of Indonesia. Keyboy continuing with the onward and the Earth Shatter, knocking Ken up, doing some damage, and he does have the Primal Wrath, so he can try to go for a little bit more damage here. It is going to be the Appraiser's Wrath forcing him out. He will be able to onward backwards again, just buying some time. Finally gets that Primal Wrath off. But yeah, early on, a win for Indo.
Yep, Keyboy knew. You know, he's like, I can stay here and just be annoying for a while because I have Primal Wrath. And yeah, they came out on top of that whole exchange. Oh, mid lane.
Great pickup on the Sans by Zide with the flicker into the I'm Offended, straight into the follow-up coming in from Myanmar. Well played to equalize the kills. On the board, diversion into the bottom lane. Doesn't have the I'm Offended though, so really no threat of taking CW down, not just yet.
Yeah, it was a good idea, like send the package, you know, type thing. Here we go. I was going to talk about the items because that whole exchange, how it happened. We might not get a chance though.
Earth Shatter. Onward not connecting earlier. Shield unity locking her down. Dozide to be able to pop into I'm Offended, but will fall to the Puissance as Juno in the bottom lane will still be able to use the Abyss Walker and the Spear of Destruction as well to try to defend and clear out these minion waves from pushing into that turret.
Okay. You know, I wanted to get a chance to talk about the items, but it looks like Indonesia just wants to keep fighting.
Another feather airstrike, no thunderclap just yet. Litpi decides to use it to try to go for that execute, and Sans will still be able to claim that kill up top.
All right, so Indonesia finding picks where they can. They might just go for another. Juno gonna be fine. Gets out of there with a walker. But so this is the thing, man. Like with the lead that Indonesia has gotten themselves. Oh no, Albert, is he gonna be in trouble?
Taking a whole lot of damage. A chain CC as well, but a good Earth Shatter from Keyboy now to go for the re-engage. Sans follows up as well. That's going to be a blazing duet from CW as he pops in a Purify to get out of the Dispersion CC and now goes back to the Battle Mirror image onto the turtle. Second turtle of the game, Albert on a diversion. Trying to give Ken a little bit of an angle. Spirit of Destruction, but Albert just secures it with a Retribution. CW, no Purify, going to be caught on the flanks, and Myanmar will be able to get a trade off for that turtle. It's a kill onto the gold lane.
Okay, maybe we get a chance now. Let's look at it real quick before Ken starts a fight. But first items kind of falling into place already. You got a Corrosion Scythe here for Juno. He's going to need a little more time to build up because the same thing is there for CW, and he's on to his second item. With that too, Sky Piercer already being locked in for Lupi. That first item, that rush, is exactly what we were thinking about for the Masha, and that can be quite devastating. You got the wings already picked up by Sans, helps with that little bit of shielding and a little bit more mobility that already Farsa has a ton of. So with this, you know, this early game kind of advantage that Indonesia was able to get themselves gives them this upper hand, plus the defensive items they've already locked in, still looking to get some of these first ones locked in. Oh, Albert, this is what I'm saying. He's quite tanky, even with the Baksha. So the classic matchup between the Fredrin.
What?
Oh, wow, Lupi. That's the Thunderclap Pierce.
We were talking about the Sky Piercer, the Thunder Pierce, we might as well call it now, with how he's able to utilize the Masha. But remember, during the rosters, you know, when we're talking, looking at the lineups, we were talking about how Ruby DD has so much more experience compared to some of the members from Indonesia, and especially his lane opponent. Lutpi's a rookie in MPL ID in Indonesia, and he just got a solo kill against a legend.
Man, right now, they're just playing with these timings that they have on you know, especially the different lanes, but Lupi, especially with that Sky Piercer, like we were talking about, you know, and we know, hold on, Keyboy diversion?
Okay, it's going to be Keyboy caught in, and that's going to be everything in the kitchen sink. Keyboy still able to flicker out to safety, but the Spirit of Destruction and the follow-up from Ruby DD as he flickers in will be able to catch Keyboy and take him down in the 6th minute of the game. Straight for the turtle, the final one of this game to spawn back into the Land of Dawn. Straight onto it, though, it's going to be Ken and Ruby DD. Albert is looking for an angle to perhaps go for it. Pops into Poissons, hovers over the turtle, goes in for the Retribution, but it's still going to be Ken who wins it out in the end, and that's the first Turtle on the board for Myanmar, technically. Shield Unity, Feather Airstrike, catching Zide as he flickers out with the Don't Run Wolf King. CW jumps in with the lazy into it, gets caught by Ammo Fended, but will be able to take him down as he goes back towards that battle mirror image. Looking with the flicker only onto the wall, though, loses that 1 HP bar and gets to reset on the Thunderclap, but is not in range to go for that Thunderclap. Now another diversion. Mlbb gonna be caught by the taunt again. Mlbb taunted up and locked down by the Spear of Misery. Justin gets rid of him. That's gonna be a good dodge by Keyboy, sidestepping away from the Appraiser's Rattles. Now it's gonna be the re-engage coming down onto Myanmar. Ken looking for the damage, but Keyboy will out-sustain the Fredrin, and the Feather Airstrike gets popped in. The last one doesn't connect, but the flicker does. Gila Sans continuing on the Farsa.
Oh my goodness. I think that's all it's going to be is just clash after clash and team fights, because so far that's what both these teams have wanted to do. And actually, when you watch them through the group stage, and we talked about exactly how this new patch, these new items, has changed the course of the game, this is the highlight. Like, these are the ways, the play styles that these teams have. They've been known for before, and now it's even more so. Albert going to battle out with Ken, and it looks like they're going to go for it.
Yeah, Albert did actually steal that away. Another Feather Airstrike as well. RubyDD going to be knocked up by Keyboy, and just with those shields thrown out, Albert will be able to take him down. In the mid lane, Team Mlbb wanted to go for that turret. CW will be able to get the tier 2 up top for free. However, no, not for free. Juno, good maneuvers to look for trades on the map.
Wow. Okay. So again, Indonesia will still hold on to the lead that they've got themselves up to this point. They are furthering it a little bit more. And even when Myanmar, they've been making actually pretty good positioning plays with Justin utilizing that diversion. It's just unfortunate because they're kind of, the item disparity or the economy lack here is really what's showing in some of these skirmishes and team fights. And so as they get ready for this Lord here, I think it's still a little tough for Myanmar to actually approach this fight because they're outgunned and out-itemed. Even with a good diversion play, if they can catch out a key target, which could be Sans, could be CW, then they might have the upper hand. Then they have to deal with Mlbb, especially on this Masha, like we said, with the Skypiercer already and other items locked in. So with that, Myanmar will actually go ahead and try to dance this off, it looks like. But even with Keyboy, early immortality picked up. He has the Primal Wrath still available as well. The placement and positioning here for Indonesia is really what's going to kind of set this apart. And that with the lead they have, look how front forward they can be. They can actually dominate this side of this Lord, zoning out the members of Myanmar. You have to wait, because RubyDD, where is he going to enter from? But fourth in the health.
Ken's all alone. Chain CC'd. Albert going to be able to pick up the Lord for free. Ken be melted down. Mlbb walking forward. CW with a battle mirror image aggressively as well to the fronts. But Indonesia will just be happy with that trade. No contest for Myanmar.
Okay, no contest for that one. Again, this is what I was saying. I think it'd be difficult for them to really contest that first Lord or even fight that fight. But the way that they come back into this game, even given the fact that 4,000 lead for Indonesia is really utilizing diversion like they have. They've had some pretty good plays, but also Juno. Great thing, Juno hasn't died yet. He hasn't gone down. He's been able to farm up pretty well. He's got the 3 items. He's got the DHS, Corrosive Scythe. He's got the Golden Staff. So he should be able to pump out pretty good damage. Might work on that Wind of Nature next for a little defense. And he's going to be a key component in winning some of these fights. Not only that, but if RubyDD can get the setup that he's looking for with this Dyroth pick, penetrate that armor and set things up here, what do you see?
Wait, did Albert just accidentally get 2 Sky Guardian helmets? I think he did, and he just sold the Sky Guardian helmet to buy another Ares belt. I think that might have been a mistake, man, and that's actually quite a costly one. I don't know if it's a visual bug or if it actually is true that he sold the Sky Guardian helmet, because I saw him pick it up, and there was 2 in the inventory. Juno doing a good job at clearing up top lane now. CW gets rid of the tier 2 in the mid lane as Mlbb as well tries to do the same thing, but towards the tier 2 in the bottom lane. CW with a battle mirror image towards the fronts, trying to go for some damage onto Ken, but he will still be able to utilize that turret splash to clear out the waves. And it seems for Indonesia, they want to get rid of all the turrets, all the base turret splashes with the First Lord.
Yeah, that's probably the best that they can do for now. Even with the lead that they have, they still have to respect the fact that, like I said, setup potential from Myanmar is actually pretty good, and Juno hasn't died, and because he has the 3 items that he really needs to lock in, he doesn't have to worry so much about having the Wind of Nature just yet, as long as they're on the defense. Once they start kind of pressing forward a little bit, obviously Juno's going to want some of that defensive, but right now oh, hold on, Ken should be fine, gets thrown up into the air. This is all the battle for the orange, though.
Okay, that's a shield unity as well. Now into the Earth Shatter as he gets the stun down. Ken will be knocked back again with the Onward. They go for a flying on the sound, but he's still able to survive right now. The Feather Airstrike popped in, but gets caught by the Petrify as they look for Justin now, who's going to be completely isolated. Lippy with another Thunderclap, and you might as well call it the Thunder Piercer, because that's what it is on the Masha. Your HP bar just disappears whenever he goes for that Thunderclap. Albert and Keyboy zoning Zide and Ruby DD. None of the backliners alive for Myanmar. Indonesia can go for the end right now. Battle Mirror Image, that's giving the Onward to cancel out any sort of re-engage from Zide. Ruby DD all alone. They're gonna go straight for it. Lupi again with the Thunderclap and the Sky Piercer to assassinate Ruby DD to claim game number 1 for Indonesia.
Man, oh man. I jokingly called it the Thunder Pierce in the draft.
Turns out you're right.
That was exactly what it was, bro. Like, my goodness, does that combination work out so well? This was great to see. It was very enjoying to see that on the Masha. I just don't know how long we're going to be able to enjoy this. Like, I feel like there's some changes coming up for the Sky Pierce.
I feel there's going to be a hot fix.
I feel like there's going to be a hot fix, too. There has to be, because so
maybe
far...
even just tomorrow.
Maybe, because my goodness. And at the same time, when this was locked in, I think even you, for yourself, like, you know this very well. You know, you knew that this was going to be a good game here for Lutby on this Masha pick, and it proved it. And it was very difficult for Ruby DD to do anything on the Dairoth. You know, we're going to look at the highlights here in just a second, but you'll see what I'm talking about. Indonesia also did a really good job at just starting a little bit slow in the early game, but once they got to the objectives and they controlled this portion of the game, they never let go. I mean, even with this exchange, you're already seeing Loopy start this road to domination on the Masha, and you know, it was good attempts, good plays from Myanmar in the early game, trying to utilize the diversion, utilize the fact that they have a ton of CC with Zidez on this Ruby pick. But I think overall, just the amount of plays that Indonesia was able to make quickly across the map and not have a Lui on their side was a really telling tell for them. I mean, even this, like I said, burst damage, whenever you have the Farsa locked in, is crazy already early game, because you don't really have the defensive magic items that you need to deal with the Feathered Airstrike. You throw in the Masha on top of it, and it gets super tough to deal with in terms of surviving that. This was a great diversion, by the way. I like to see that use, but then again, even with it, they do get CW, but still the fight, that's it. That's all they could. That's all they could do. They get one body. Look at this. Look at the damage. This is what we're talking about. Ruby DD gets chased down. Here's Loopy. Boom. 9999. Sky Piercer Thunderclap, right? So with that, like I said, diversions were pretty good for Myanmar, but once that's gone, then what is your next play if you're Myanmar? Are you able to go toe-to-toe with the lead that Indonesia was having? Because even at this point in the game, 7 minutes in, it was nothing crazy. The lead wasn't anything out of control just yet, but with punishing plays like this and good just timing from, you know, ultimates like the Blazing Duet, the Feathered Airstrike, and even just the setup potential from Indonesia's lineup really helped them out. Myanmar was in this game, I would say, even at this point in the game, but slowly but surely it slipped out of their hands. And when we get to eventually that first Lord, that's really where it got just kind of snowballed in favor of Indonesia. Great flicker play from Sans, very, you know, key style of him to do on this Farsa. Like I said, he's picked it up a couple times to the group stages and has had phenomenal performances so far. And even Albert on this Baksha almost played like an assassin. He was everywhere. Whether he got 2 Guardian helmets or not, he was everywhere he needed to be on the Baksha, played it very well. And this is what you want to do when you see a Fredrin across from you. The Fredrin was first pick for Myanmar, and they played into it really well by just picking up a Baksha. Nothing too fancy. Honestly, when you look at this game, Indonesia didn't do anything too fancy. It was very foundational skills. The Masha was probably the most fancy thing about it, just because it's such a glass cannon, you know, with the Sky Piercer Rush. But everything was very fundamental here from Indonesia, and it got them that win in a very quick fashion, 12-30 on this, and with a pretty big lead too. And things kind of, like I said, with the draft they had, it just fell into place for them really well here. The damage that you got to see just pumped out from Lutby, an XP laner on a Masha, is what makes it so scary. Like, Lutby out-damaged the gold lane and the mid lane. that's probably why, you know, some people are like, hey, take out this Masha, especially when you're facing against Indonesia. Very, very strong performance here from Mlbb, and just overall from Indonesia as a team. Myanmar is really going to have to kind of get things situated and figure it out for the next draft, as, you know, we're most likely going to see them get those 2 picks they're looking for based off the priority pick for Indonesia when they flip sides and everything. And they can really start from there, because I don't know, the Dairoth just ended up not working, I feel like, the way they wanted to, or Masha was just the perfect answer to kind of deal with it. The rest of the lineup from Myanmar I actually really liked. It's just, by the time the game got to this point, 12 minutes in, Juno couldn't shine the way he has before, like we've seen on a Nathan. That's why I think the Nathan ban was also very good and it was on point.
Yeah, respect, right? I think the Natan was just, it makes a whole lot of sense, you know, the fact that, at least for Myanmar, they've been able to get all of their wins with the Natan, even up against Cambodia. If it wasn't a Natan in game number 1, game number 3, when they actually went for a Claude in game number 2 against Cambodia, that was the game that they actually lost. So maybe that is a bit of maybe for the side of Myanmar that Indonesia were able to exploit. They forced the marksman to be picked up in the second phase, and then they banned out the Natan, banning out that signature pick. And like you said, Albert, he's a tank. He's a Baksha, but the Baksha can deal a whole lot of damage. We've already been talking about this all the way from the African region of qualifiers, how broken this hero is. And even, you know, some pro players deciding, even though he's the only magic damage dealer on the opposing team, sometimes they would even still go for the Radiant armor, for the Athena shield as well. You know, some of these just to try to take in and soak in the damage that comes in from the Poisons, from his constant skill 2s, and even from the shield unity. The base damage alone, with the help of the concussive blast, it lets you become a fighter and a tank at the same time. And I again wanna see if he actually did go for the 2 Skyrim Guardian helmets, if that was actually a mistake that he made, because it looked like, you know, for a dominating game for Indonesia, it looked like he shouldn't have just 3 items. He should have way more, or at least 1 more item. So I think that might have been like a real mistake that he did.
I was trying to actually go back in the stream and see like what it was that he did, but I think the fact that, I mean, it was a 12.5-minute game. Yeah, because he only had like a couple items there on the box and they were like pretty massively ahead. I think it was a mistake because you know, then once you buy it and then you have to sell it, you lose quite a bit of gold, you know, in that exchange. So, but either way, like I said, for Albert specifically here, what we've seen from the group stage is just, again, a very dynamic player. Not only is he dynamic in game, but he spoke pure English yesterday in the interview, which still I was like, man, that's dynamics right there. So, you know, he's played these assassin picks where he's gone like 16-0. And now he plays the Baksha like this too. And I think it was the perfect fit for this lineup because you're just letting the other lanes really shine with this. Like, they're the ones to do the damage. You're not the assassin anymore. And that showed because Mlbb shining on the damage department, you know, in terms of like, even against a Claude and a Claude, okay, because Claude takes a little more time to build up and get the Blazing Duet off. But like, even to out damage a Farsa, like that was a surprise to me. And I think it just shows how dominant Mlbb was on the Masha pick. So I'm almost expecting, as we wait for the draft for game 2, Myanmar will ban out the Masha. They don't want to deal with it. Maybe this is the time too, like, and they'll probably respect ban Ling still. But I could also just see Indonesia putting an assassin this time if they want to on Albert. Let him have his game now that he's had this Baksha, you know, this Baksha game in the game number 1, and then kind of build from that because I feel like too, depending on how the bans go, priority wise could still be up in the air. So far, man. And it's like, even when I watch the Lo Yi, she's struggling, and I don't know why. The diversions were good, but why is Lo Yi not winning games? Not just here for Myanmar, but like multiple teams. I feel like she's really struggling, and so I don't know if it's just the diversion alone. There's something has happened here, America. I'm not sure what it is, but I think she's still good, and teams will still pick her up. There's definitely something happening with the Lo Yi.
She's definitely been capped. I think she's definitely just been limited down, right? Because the fact that her ultimate now, the diversion, has been increased, I think it's to like you know, it's quite long actually, especially for stage 1, right? When you've just leveled it up level 1, it just, oh man, that duration for the cooldown is a bit too long. And you can see that for Lo Yi, at least, what made her really strong, on top of obviously having crazy base damage, like you mentioned, that is still why she can actually still be picked in the first phase. That's the only reason. Because if it's purely just for the diversion, if let's say she's a late game pick, she's not going to be picked up at all right? She already has that snowballing potential, and even with the diversion getting nerfed, you can still deal a lot of damage. But when the opposing team is able to just weather the storm of that early game damage and also read out the diversions, that's when you have a big problem. For most of the teams that have been, even trying out the Luo Yis, it's still been coming back to hurt them. Indonesia tried to play that against Malaysia, and again, Malaysia were able to weather out the storm in the early game up against that Luo Yi, and also they were able to catch all of the diversions. The diversions won't be as creative as they used to be because now you can't take those crazy risks anymore. I think we saw I think in that game as well, Justin used the diversion in towards like the bush right in front of the purple ball. You remember that? And right as they saw that, they were like, all right, let's go for the Lord. They knew that there was no way for the diversion to be up again within the time span of them taking the Lord. So that in itself is already a big weakness that a lot of teams can exploit for the Luo Yi. You can't even feint anymore. You can't do that anymore because it's just so readable now. And back to your point where you actually were talking about the Masha, I would love to see the Masha banned out too, especially against Mlbb. But the thing is, they're going to have to ban it out in the second phase, I feel. Because in the first phase, it's a Ling, Chip, and Angela. Those are the three bans that Myanmar went for. And now, especially considering Indonesia will most likely be on blue. Not sure, again, if this is actually going to be the case, right? But even if they stay red, I think it'll still be the same bans. It'll still be Ling, it'll still be Chip, and Angela. Those three heroes are just so good for Indonesia, and you really, really can't afford to give it away to them. One way I see it, like the Masha fit in the first phase is through Ken picking up the Ling or through them going for the Chip. They need to pick what they banned out in the first game if they want to go and, let go of one slot to go and replace it for a Masha ban. But the safe choice would be, hey, Mlbb picked it up in the second phase. He's never picked it up in the first phase, at least not yet. You can play that gamble, hope that it doesn't get picked in the first phase, and maybe ban it out in the second phase. But then if it does get picked up in the first phase, we got to start thinking about counters here. The Dairoth was not it. The Dairoth was not a lane that does well against the Masha, at least not there. I don't know if it was the execution or if it just fundamentally loses up in the matchup.
I was trying to think because after you mentioned it, I was like, I think there was a point when Masha was, for some teams, like in different professional leagues, like it was picked up first pick. Like there was a time when it did happen when she started to rise again through the ranks, and it was either she was flexed as even a roam or she was put in the XP lane. This time around, though, it is going to be Indonesia on this blue side, and then you'll have Myanmar on the red side. And I know, for Indonesia, like you said, these bans are quite similar. Angela is actually going to be taken out by them, the Fairness as well. There's the Ling, the Respect. So, I think it's really up to Myanmar. Like, how do they want to go about that first phase for themselves, depending on what's given up here? And Indonesia, they can really go a couple different ways. Like, they could go and priority an assassin pick early off the bat. They don't have to. They could also, something that's happened with a lot of the games for Indonesia, and I think is a big part of the drafting phase, is the fact that you have quite a bit of flexibility with Keyboy. Keyboy, if you look at the heroes that he's played so far, even through the group stage, like he's phenomenal on the Edith. Like we've already seen that. But yesterday he even picked up the Guinevere roam. And how many massive plays did he make on the Guinevere roam? So, when you have roamers like this on certain teams, it's difficult to go through the draft and really, you kind of just have to pick your poison when it comes to, these bans and what you're willing to give up, because you can only have so many bans. And that's the R lot that is going to be taken out here for the last ban for the first phase from Indonesia. Myanmar, we'll see what they answer with. Again, there's a whole lot on the table. I think even lately, we've seen so many contests for the Edith pickup from men's and women's. And Edith alone as a hero is probably one of the more successful roams right now, setting up for team. I would say, for Indonesia at least, the Grok. We saw this ban out before, but it's the Luo Yi. So Myanmar took the task of banning out the Chip and the Luo Yi, and so the response is a Harith over here.
They let the Harith go, and technically they also leave the Roger go. So I honestly, with the Luo Yi ban, it makes sense. I was about to say, before they actually banned the Luo Yi, that the Harith and Roger will definitely be something in their minds. But letting go of both will be great for them, because then they can actually just decide to react to the pick, whichever Indonesia go for. If they go for the Roger first, Myanmar will react with a Harith. If Harith gets picked up, they'll go with the Roger. So vice versa. We'll see now. Myanmar, I think one slot will definitely be used for the Roger. But now that the Fredrin gets picked up, if they do go for the Roger, but now technically it already kind of deletes that flex potential from the game. Roger won't be going into the jungle unless the Fredrin goes XP. And I gotta be honest with you, Naisu, I am a Fredrin XP hater. I am the #1 Fredrin XP hater, right?
Why?
I just hate how, like, in the XP you want to go for brawls. The Fredrin's like, nah, I don't want to. Nah. Yeah, he just wants us to say it.
Nah, I'd
Good
win.
Nolan pick, though. Nah, I'd win, but, he eventually he never wins, but he never loses. He's just a non-lane.
It's a
the
dead
Turizla
lane.
gets picked as well. And the Nolan's going to be a great pick here. If the Fredrin does go for the towards the jungle, this is what Indonesia have been able to utilize, I think, yesterday as well. The multiple layers of damage and the versatility that you get with the Nolan and the Harith. You can go back and forth. You can also still kite, but obviously the #1 way to win with this composition is go for the initial burst, lock them down, and burst them down on the spot.
Man, I'm glad you pointed that out too, because I'm also wondering, like, if Myanmar picked up the Fredrin like a little bit early here, but because you already know where things are going into place. Okay, Tigreal is what they grab up. I would like to see them ban out Guinevere. I don't know if it's actually worth a ban for Myanmar, but this lineup, when we saw at least the Harith and Nolan, the Guinevere was for Keyboy. And that was what helped, like, the setups with just having a Guinevere for those two heroes alone. And now you have a penalty zone. It was nasty, man. So I feel like for Myanmar, I might think about banning out the Guinevere, letting that be one of the bans here. But, at least they answer it. Hey, they have a Tigreal, pretty good implosion setups that can happen with this lineup, especially when you're fighting into a possible penalty zone, being the initiation. That happens a lot of times so far from when we see Turizla's locked in. It's just, you want to be able to fight into that, because that's going to be a Zaman Force also being dropped down. So they do go with a Roam ban, but it's going to be a Grok instead. And so far, like I was saying before, I think, Keyboy's versatility as a player and his hero pool is kind of what makes this lineup so strong, or just Keyboy so strong in general, is the fact that you can ban out some of the key heroes he picks, but then he kind of just like curveballs and picks a Guinevere, who there are not many roams that are actually confident enough to pick a Guinevere and then play it to the way that he did, like especially yesterday. So now for Indonesia, on the other hand, what do they want to ban out here? Some more mages maybe they could take out, for the mid lane being an option. Wow, a Paquito. Not expecting that, because, man, we have not seen much Paquito throughout this entire IESF run.
Not at all. I don't think we've seen a single Paquito game in the entire ISF for African regional qualifiers combined with the Asian regional qualifiers. So
he popped up in women's today. I remember watching a tournament Rashi. He just popped up once. So that's like, I think, the first time, man.
Yeah, the fact that it's only popped out once, right, means that I don't know about the Paquito. Maybe in these matchups up against the Yuzong, the Turizlas, the two super prio heroes, it just doesn't do too well. Or maybe it's just because now you're kind of forced to commit into these team fights, not so much play the Lord dance anymore, right? But for Myanmar, like you said, I completely agree with you, by the way. The Guinevere makes perfect sense for Indonesia. There's so much value here. #1, you get the Viral Requiem. That in itself is already an anti-CC that you can utilize to get out of these engages coming in from the Tigreal. They actually go for the Masha ban as well. So 2 XP bans towards Ruby DD. A lot of respect placed down, as they've already revealed their own XP lane with the Turizla. But another reason why the other 2 reasons why it's great is because, #1, or #2 actually, the #1 we already got earlier, is it is a great lockdown hero, a good setter to set up for the Nolan and the Harith damage to come through, and to even set up for the penalty zone to just find a more reliable hit.
Yeah.
But then the final reason has got to be the Fredrin. I think back then when Fredrin was ultra meta, the way that you would actually try to counter it in the jungle would be the Guinevere. The Guinevere will be a solid answer to go for the retreat battles, because you could actually just go away with the spatial migration, get the stun, and it kind of works in a way similar to the Akai. You CC your opponent to get 100-0 retreat, to win out in the retreat battle. And because of the range changes, now the Guinevere we don't see too much in the jungle, but I think for Keyboy, you can still make it work. It's a good Novaria pick, though. I think that will kind of stop and give the Guinevere a hurdle if they do still decide to go for the Guinevere. Because on the Guinevere, you're very reliant on these ambushing attacks. You need to play outside of the vision, right? You have to play within the pockets there, back and forth. Because if you get read out, it's pretty easy to predict, a spatial migration coming in from a Guinevere. You can see it in their eyes almost.
You can see it in their eyes if you were in the first-person view in the Land of Dawn, There it is. I was saying, we saw this iteration already, these combination of heroes with some minor changes. Instead of the Terizla yesterday, it was an Arlott. And instead of the Valentina, yes, it was a Loi Yi. Loi Yi was actually picked up. So, the core three there, though, that made it so deadly was the Guinevere, the Nolan, for the most part. Like, early game snowball potential is really there. So I think for Myanmar, as they go in for their last pick, they really need to have a kind of a plan in mind. It's going to be the XP lane, unless this is a crazy flex with the Fredrin. Not sure if that's going to happen, though. But the Yuzhong is open. Not sure if they actually want to do that, or maybe possibly go with something we haven't seen yet. I'm just assuming, they go Yuzhong because that's Yuzhong and Terizla matchup we've seen so many times throughout the IESF groups, and they go Cho. Okay, so they go the Cho pick, which you're going to put in the XP lane. What do you think? You think that's good? Do you think this is a good choice?
We did see the Cho yesterday, right? I believe Myanmar versus Thailand. RubyDD actually did play the Cho in the XP. Yeah. So technically, we've already seen that before. He was also able to win, but I was against Thailand. And now against this composition, there's so much anti-CC, so many dashes. I guess the one member you can go for the pickoffs on would be the Nolan. Right now, with the Fracture also, no more, CC immunity, no more kind of built-in Purify with the Fracture. So technically, I see the idea. And especially now that the Cho has been buffed in a way where in the lane, he actually does a lot more damage. That passive has the physical defense shreds. It'll work towards the Roger as well later on in the game. And if you go for these pickoffs, and with Jeet Kune Do, it allows you to go for the trades a bit more reliably now compared to before when it was a bit shorter. But I'm not a big fan of the Cho in the XP. I think you all know why.
Well, let's find out here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 2. Match point for Indonesia to move forward and advance to qualifying for the WEC in Rerun. All they need is this one win to move forward. Myanmar, can they extend the series to get to the 3 game? We're going to have to take a look at this exactly because, yeah, like we said, there's a whole lot of Purifies here to deal with a lot of the CC that Myanmar has available to them. And look at this, already early rotations happening here for Juno. But, one thing too, I'm not sure if anyone's going to get a kill with this early on with this lineup, but with RubyDD running, like you said, this kind of new Cho, having that passive, I think it's like 180% is what you get with that bonus attack. But then you have a concussive blast. So I'm wondering how the lineup or how the matchup with even going against a Terizla performs in terms of like the numbers and being able to stay, or is it just purely I'm going to go and try to get some pickoffs, because right now they're just duking it out. And you can see Lutby also went up with the Brave Smite. So once he goes with War Axe, most likely he'll be able to just kind of stay in the lane as long as he wants to. So on mid lane, still Albert trying to find early pickoffs, but I just don't think it's going to happen here until these level 4s, especially that Turtle still 30 seconds away. But look at this, Ken fighting for his own XP, and Albert will go ahead and just continue on with this.
I think, with Brave Smite, hold on. Down below, Lycan Pounce, Juno going to be caught in the spatial migration as well. Does have the Purify to get out, but the damage is certainly there. Juno will have to respect it by backing away. But back to the Brave Smite. So most Terizlas that we've seen, especially with the War Axe change, they go for the Impure Rage to get more mana, and then they just go and rely on the sustainability of the War Axe. So the fact that he's doubling down means he's ready for Myanmar's full-on team fight and the longer team fights. As Albert starts his turtle, Keyboy's hovering over, doesn't have that level 4 just yet, but has already been able to shove in that bottom lane, or that mid lane actually. Good Astral Echo, and that's giving the spatial migration. Albert with the Fracture, not even, actually, will be able to go for it. Now Penalty Zone locking him down with the Violent Requiem. Albert picking up the first blood, as Zide will be forced to run away, but even then, the Retribution slows him down, gives Albert the movement speed to catch back up and to take him out. A 2-0 start for Indonesia.
Man, this is what I was saying even yesterday, Mirko. Like, once Albert gets snowballing on any of the assassins that he picks up, he's going to continue to just be very aggressive. So you got to be, if you're Myanmar, you got to be able to answer this. And that might just be also protecting Ken a little bit more, because that pressure could get a little overwhelming. You're seeing nothing locked in first item-wise yet for both teams, but Indonesia getting themselves already 2K ahead against Myanmar with all those exchanges is where they usually start their games. It starts a little bit slower, they get the advantage going, and then it snowballs out of control. We saw this the last time, like I said, continuously with this lineup, these three heroes, the Keyboy on that Guinevere, you have Albert on the Nolan, and of course the CW on the Harith. There's a ton of damage potential that can happen here early on. And for Myanmar, they have tanky enough heroes. But, you know, that's kind of what they're hoping for, that we're just tanky and durable enough to deal with the burst damage that can come through. I mean, even look at this. Ken.
Facial migration again with a Violent Requiem straight into the Fracture, and Zide will be able to get the implosion down. Sans, an implosion as well, not connecting to anyone, but Zide will still be melted down slowly but surely for Albert to pick up a killing spree in the first 3 minutes of the game. Deja vu to game 1 yesterday, or game 2.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying though? Like Myanmar, they drafted this because they're like, I hope we're tanky enough to go and deal with this burst, but it's just showing that they're not. And a lot of that has to do with the way Indonesia is cycling through their CC. And that's whether, and we talked about this extensively in the draft, that Keyboy was probably going to pick up the Guinevere, and I'm surprised that it actually wasn't banned out for the last ban from Myanmar, because it works wonders with this lineup. So now that this turtle's up here, Myanmar, despite them being down already, you know, 3,000-4,000 gold, they do still want to fight for this objective. And as long as they at least, you know, watch out for Keyboy setting up just like that, that's good. They don't get set up, so at least, you know, they avoid it for now, but still they have to win this battle. Echo going to be dropped down too. They get the vision, but still both teams are ready to go for it. It's going to be a full-on fight.
The penalty zone onto Ken now with the implosion as well, locking him down. Loopy dealing a lot of damage. Ken will be taken out with just with the hammer swings as CW jumps with the synchro vision, and Albert gets rid of the frontliners. Juno completely zoned away. They're being overwhelmed by damage. Another spatial migration into the Violent Requiem. Keyboy finding an angle to attack again, and Justin doesn't have mana to play with. Oh no, Astral Recall means that Albert can just walk up Fracture, and now the Lethal Ignition taking down slowly but surely. Albert fadeaway kill under the tier 2 as he now goes for the steal. I don't think he'll be able to do so. Ken has the retribution, but man, Albert's already 3 levels ahead.
Oh, awesome. We're going to take a look at this replay here on how this kind of unfolded. And like I was saying, you know, Myanmar, I'm surprised they really do want to go and fight for this, because, wow, that's all in reverse, by the way. So it's all in reverse, I think. But
dynamics, bro.
The dynamics. But, you know, as we saw that unfold, it was Myanmar just choosing to fight for that. And honestly, it didn't work out for them the way they wanted it to. And Albert also, with that whole exchange, now picks up the Sky Piercer. And look at Keyboy. Like, this is just how confident Keyboy is with this Guinevere. Given the information, he's the walking ward.
Facial migration only onto the orange buff. Albert decides to just take it away from Ken. Being 4 levels ahead, it does, you know, look quite easy to go for these steals. But man, the fact that he was... What is up with Albert on the Assassins? It just... Do you remember last game? You know, he played the Baksha. It looked like, okay, he's good. But on the Assassins, it's a different level entirely. Ruby DD. Vijay, I don't think you can really even go for this. Loopy going to be able to outdamage Ruby DD. And that's right, Keyboy! Again with a Violent Requiem, locking Justin up as Loopy goes in for the hammer swing, and Keyboy gets out. Albert with Fracture now. CW goes over the spot for Sans again with the implosion steal to corral them together for that collapse. 11-0. Cool. And now it's going to be Ruby DD who gets slain by CW.
My goodness, just like yesterday. The same thing is happening with this lineup that just has a few changes, but what the heck? Indonesia just pulling forward again. Myanmar, you guys have to understand, Myanmar was basically undefeated in the group stage. They just dominated time and time again, and now Indonesia, even though they lost in the group stage, at this point it looks like they are playing perfectly with this lineup, with this composition of heroes even. And Albert, yet to be killed, yet to be stopped, picks up a Malefic Roar. I don't even know what Myanmar can do at this point. They have to somehow, some way allow Juno to get online. And this is exactly why I say man, I don't like Roger in the gold lane. I'd rather have him in the jungle because it's just so difficult for him to farm up at this point to get the space that he needs to work with. And I mean, you're looking at the disparity in terms of the gold. He's also just very far behind CW right now. He hasn't died, which is great, but look at all the setup potential you have with these heroes, and you have no follow-up. If he enters, if Juno tries to go in, even Lycan pounce in, he's probably going to get blown up before he gets a chance to get a hit off. You know, that's the troubling part about having this Roger in the gold lane. And so now you're forced, hold on.
We're going to be locked down. By the way, the Dragon as well, and Keyboy will be locked down by everything in the kitchen sink to get Myanmar their first kill in the game. CW going for the chase though. Options Zaman Force will not be able to fully go for that kill onto Juno, who still has the Purify, but Indonesia wanna utilize this resource advantage now. As RubyDD walks up again with the Shun Poo, it's gonna be Albert walking up, dealing some damage back onto Ken, forcing him to half HP as Sans deals with them in the back as well, isolating and zoning them away from this tier 2 in the mid lane.
Oh, Sans also picks up the implosion, so we might have to keep an eye on a possible play. Doesn't have a flicker, it went with the Purify instead, but can still possibly use that in a quite a surprising way. You'll have to see it unfold. Taking a look at the items real quick too, you can see them coming into place already. CW has those 3 items working on the next here. Could be a Holy Crystal next, or just going into even some more penetration, because right now there's just too much damage overloading Myanmar. When they get a pick off with RubyDD, it's great, but he has to do so much work to get it through. So as they try to defend this tier 2 turret, look at this. Albert's just going to go ahead and start up the Lord. He doesn't need the rest of the team to come here. They can just keep this, Myanmar at bay from even entering their jungle. RubyDD, like, just trying to make something happen will just get poked down, and that's just Sans. Sans is 0-0 and 10. It's nearly impossible to get the kill on this Valentina. So with that, Myanmar is going to find themselves once again on the defensive, trying to hold on the best they can. For Indonesia, with the tools they have and the fact that Sans has an implosion, they could possibly force this situation in here. And shields are going to be popped already before that Lord even gets there. Holy Crystal just picked up by CW, so the damage is now even further ahead for Indonesia in terms of potential. Myanmar on the defense.
A lot of battle spells already back up. It's going to be just almost decimated there by the fracture penalty zone on the 3 Lepay. Again with the engage, and now he's going to make Zaman Force onto the back, doing a lot of damage. RubyDD will lose his life, and Side as well just gets melted down, completely obliterated under the base turret as Indonesia continue the siege. Now into the top lane. That's going to be base turret number 2 taken down as Lippy zones them again with some damage on that hammer, swinging it by. Ken going to take a little bit of that. Sans again also goes for the splash. Albert looking for the play. Keyboy again with the spatial migration into the winter crown as he pops into Battle Requiem, and look at Justin, who can't even defend. Juno forced back all the way to the fountain. RubyDD spawns back in, but Indonesia 16-1 have just dominated Myanmar in a clean sweep.
Oh man, a clean sweep. My goodness, the ending there, like, I knew that they were very far ahead, Mirko. I knew that, it was highly likely that Indonesia was going to punch it in there, but usually we see teams being able to clear out the first Lord possibly, and, at least buy a little more time. But Keyboy again on this Guinevere. He did it in the same fashion that they did yesterday in the game too. Exactly, the Winter Crown. And not only that, but he did the same thing yesterday with hitting 3 targets. But this time it was key because as they got more members off the list, they could punch it in and end the game here. And they get the sweep. And, we don't know exactly what's going to set up for the grand final, but maybe Indonesia is on their route to deal with some revenge towards Malaysia. If Malaysia moves forward, we don't know that just yet because that's the match later on. But right now, they have secured their spot to the WEC in Riyadh later this year. But we'll take a look at the highlights here once again for Indonesia. Very much a highlight reel for them. And it just looked like, straight from the draft, we already knew kind of the game plan from Indonesia because we saw this yesterday and how dominant it was. And you're thinking, Myanmar being undefeated and a great team themselves, they would be able to handle it. And I think when you look at the draft, that was the idea. Let's try to be tanky enough to survive the burst possibility that could happen like we saw from Albert yesterday on this Nolan pick plus the Guinevere. But I think it's just too much. You're CC'd for so long with the spatial migration, with the Violent Requiem, and then, you know, you have that burst potential, and that's just the two that we're talking about. Even with this fight here in the mid lane, you can just see how overloaded things were for Myanmar so early in the game. I mean, you know, in a similar fashion, Indonesia, they knew their power spikes. They knew how to get control in the early part. They knew how to punish. And that's tough. You see that from RubyDD. This is a good pickoff. But earlier, the amount of effort that has to happen here for RubyDD, yeah, to get close to a target, to pick them off, is so difficult. Great penalty zone into the base, under the Zaman Force once again. And that's what makes this so devastating of a combination. Penalty zone, Zaman Force, you're forced to fight in it. There's Keyboy getting that set up to get Ken out, and then they just end the game here. And even CW there on the back just getting those extra kills, of course. And it was too late. I mean, 16-1, under 11 minutes from Indonesia. Like, I don't know if this is actually their fastest game in account to some of the off-stream games that they have, but this is dominant.
Fastest stream game for sure.
Fastest stream game for sure, you know. And my goodness, Indonesia just had this game plan in mind from the draft. They executed it perfectly, and they got them the snowball that they needed here. Myanmar really didn't have room to breathe, because again, when you look at a Roger in the gold lane, it's difficult. You know, it's really difficult to farm up the way that you need to. You can see the huge gold difference between Juno and CW. The Roger just didn't work out the way that they wanted it, and it couldn't get online fast enough. And even if it did, I feel like even if Juno had more gold, more items that he needed, the team fighting would have been very difficult. Even with a good implosion and everything, you know, maybe you could have turned that around, made something happen. But I just think with a Roger gold lane against this Harith, it was not going to work out in the end. So unfortunately for the lineup, even though it was tanky, it had good vision with the, you know, having the Novaria there. But it was difficult. It was difficult to watch because of just how strong Indonesia played this lineup. And it was very reminiscent of yesterday.
It really is. It definitely feels like deja vu. It's almost like they replayed the exact same game they played against Thailand. It also happened in game number 2. My question, right, is what is Myanmar? What happened to Myanmar? Myanmar were also so good. You were mentioning it already. In their groups, undefeated. They didn't even drop a single. No, they dropped one game against Cambodia, and then after that, they just steamrolled through everyone else in their groups. To see them go out in this way is kind of sad, you know, especially, you know, after that interview with Justin. He kind of promised us that he would meet us later on in Riyadh for IESF for the main stage. It's unfortunate for Myanmar. I really hope they come back stronger with this performance, because definitely there were a lot of things to dissect, to go back and review again, to come back stronger. But got to give it over to the player of the match, man. The man that has been getting the most hate out of every single member. Maybe most hate in Indonesia for the last 2 days, especially after the loss against Malaysia. After the 2-0, everybody was just, you know, trying to find a scapegoat. And who better than Albert, the guy who is replacing the main jungler usually for Fnatic Onyx. And he just comes in yesterday as well, on these assassins and shuts everybody up. He shuts everybody up real good with another 0 death performance on the assassin. So for Albert, this I think is his stat right now, his record right now. In all of the assassin games that were at least streamed, he hasn't died a single time.
Poof! What is his KDA is my question. Right? Like
10-0 today. Yesterday it was 16-0 on the Nolan, and it was 13-0 with the Ling. So someone calculate that, right? I'm not that good at maths. Quick maths. But for you guys out there, go ahead and calculate it, man.
We're just wannabe analysts.
Insane number, bro. I think, all right, 13 plus 16, that's 29, right? And plus 10, so it's 39-0. KD. The A, I'm not going to count the A, all right?
You know, I get it. Like, I think Albert really stepped up because we know how like the fan base can be. We know how, you know, fervorous they can be. We know how dedicated this fan base can be. And I feel like anytime you are, let's say any team that you are the jungler for, you have the most eyes on you. Because like for the longest time,
especially on assassins.
Yeah, especially on assassins, but also even before we had this kind of shift happen where it was so much of this, how good is this jungler for retributions? How fast can they retribution? Because it was all about the retribution dance. And then now it's kind of shifted where it's like, okay, you have these assassins once again shining, and you still have the eyes on you. You know, you still have them on you because of the fact that they want to see you make the plays. But again, I think a big part of Albert's success and any of the junglers out there is obviously the team, but also Keyboy, a key component, whether it's Albert, you know, whether it's whoever it may be. The point is this lineup works really well with what they draft, whether it's a utility jungler, whether it's an assassin jungler, and they make it work. And just the teamwork that you see kind of unfold here from the Indonesian team is something that I think a lot of teams will look up to, and they probably have for a long time. I know the fan base, like I said, can be very heated on what they want to say or what they feel, but at the end of the day, this Indonesian team right here has proven that even when they go and face adversity, which was the loss that they faced, they can step back up. And we heard too, you know, like, you have to think all these teams are preparing for multiple events, and they get only so many hours in a day for scrimmage.
That's true.
And you know, so for them, this is part of it. Like the adjustments that they made just from, you know, that one loss that they had. And then they came out swinging yesterday and today to the point where is the weak point for them? You know, like this is just a very strong showing from Indonesia's ability to rise up against adversity.
All right.
And that's what we saw from them. So
you know what the weak point is usually?
What is the weak point?
For this Indonesian team, particularly for this roster?
What is it?
Usually their interviews. They give very basic answers usually. So we'll test them with the interview.
Let's test them. All right, let's call up. Let's go ahead and call up everybody. I'm going to make sure my VMix is ready. And we're going to call up the entire Indonesian team, by the way. So let's go ahead and welcome up the Indonesian team. Call them up here for the interview with me and Mirko. Of course,
Hello.
Let's see. Hello.
See, man. Hello.
Hello, guys. Congratulations. Very strong win. Oh, wait. They just got the blanket. I thought it was something else, man. Again, congratulations, guys. You have locked in your slot to WEC 2024, and also you still have a grand final match later on, which is just it's a best of one. Who are you looking to see? Are you guys looking to see some revenge? Are you looking forward to Malaysia winning their next match to go face off in the grand final?
Balik enam nggak Malaysia?
Di final lawan Malaysia.
Jawab.
Gilang. Kalau dari aku sebenarnya siapa aja? Nggak ada.
Pakai bahasa Sunda.
Enggak, bahasa Indonesia.
I need a translator, Mirko. I need a translator.
Don't worry, I got you.
Ya kita
Alright.
tinggal tunggu sampai jadi yang itu kita lawan.
All right, so according to Sans, he really, it doesn't matter as long as he gets to face off against the best team, I guess. You know, like whoever qualifies, he's fine with it. No problem for him. All right, so I got a question as well.
Gotcha.
You know, I think I have to throw this at Albert, you know, the guy who's been getting all the hate after that loss against Malaysia. How are you feeling right now, Albert, after having a solid performance? Solid is an understatement. You were performing like a madman on these assassins. 0 deaths on the assassins. The stream matches at least, right? So yesterday, Albert, you had a great performance on the Nolan. You said that, you know, the opponents aren't that strong. Thailand weren't that strong. Today you faced off against number 1 in Group A, and you did the same thing. What was the idea behind that? How are you so good on the Nolan, bro?
Kenapa Nolannya keren banget? Kerja musik. Asik. All good.
Okay. English.
Biasa aja.
That's the phrase, nice. We just answered with biasa aja. It's like it's normal. It's normal. Yeah, it's a classic
It's
one.
normal?
This is why it's the weakness point of them, you know, for the interviews. You have any other questions?
The
Nice?
interviews. I was gonna say I think Albert spoke more in his solo interview yesterday, you know, with the English. But so I guess last question for you guys, for me anyway. Are you enjoying the patch? Is this a refreshing change to the meta game? Are you guys enjoying it? Do you like this change from, you know, everything being utility junglers?
Keyboy. Keyboy want to answer. Enjoy nggak patch barunya, boy? Let's go. Asik. In English.
Go, Keyboy.
In English, boy. I'm not translating. English.
Okay, we try. For me, yeah, that's so good. Like we enjoy to learn something new, and we can try so many hero, gameplay, and Coach Yep very like the best.
Coach Yep's happy.
Coach Yep's very happy.
Thank you, Keyboy. Thank you, guys. Mirko, you good?
I got one last question. Yeah, I got one last question here, and it has to be to the CEO. So, question to CEO, Captain Boots, Mr. Boots, CEO Boots. When will you play?
I'm coach right now.
All right, so he's the boss right now. That's it. Okay. Do you want to tease us? You know, Coach Boots. What do you want to pick for your team next time? Anything in the drafts?
Gua nggak bisa kasih tahu sekarang sih.
English.
English. I'm not translating, Boots.
Coach Boots.
I'm not translating, bro. You gotta do it.
Jaketnya udah keren banget tuh.
Let's see.
Let's see. Okay,
Guys, thank you. Thank you guys so much. Congratulations again. And we'll see you guys in the grand finals.
Okay.
See you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Congrats.
Thank you.
There you go, man. CEO Boots.
There we go, bro. Yeah. Coach Boots. We got Keyboy speaking English. It's all a bunch of new things happening here. I'm actually surprised.
They're evolving, man.
I don't know.
They're no longer boring in interviews, man.
Hey, what's up with Albert, though? He's way in the back, and he spoke more English to us yesterday. Today, he was shy.
All right. Note to self, right? For every caster that wants to interview, for any caster who wants to interview this roster, get them one by one to do interviews, especially Albert. If Albert is with his friends, he just becomes a shy boy. I don't know why that happens, but we gotta get him alone. He was actually answering with some really good answers yesterday to our questions.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, actually, he really did. But again, it was great to have the whole team there, and after this big victory for them, because again, they secured their spot going to WEC, and that was the main thing for them. And now you heard it there. They don't, for Sans and the rest of the team, I'm sure, they don't mind who they go up against. Either it's Malaysia, they get to go for a revenge match, or they go against Cambodia, another team they know very well from the international stages. They just want to go against the best team. And so this next matchup that you guys get to watch, is it going to be Malaysia? Is it going to be Cambodia? Which team will be the second team to secure their spot for the WEC in Riyadh later this year? Where then everybody gets to battle it out, So I don't know, man. When I look at this matchup right here, Malaysia is the team that beat Indonesia in the group stage, right? But Cambodia has looked pretty darn good too. I'm gonna say though, Malaysia, I feel like they've been cooking. They've got something going on here, and I think they could possibly end up taking the series. But I would love to see this, Mirko, because we only have a best of one later for a grand final. Because at that point, both those teams that are there, they've already locked their slots in, right? It's just almost for bragging rights. I want to see this go 3 games. How about you?
I really hope so, man, because Cambodia, even though they haven't been able to beat Myanmar, they haven't been able to beat at least the top dogs that we're expecting coming into this tournament, they've been able to pull off some big shockers too. And you can never, write off Cambodia. They're always able to pull off some shockers. I think even in IESF 2022, when I got to cast them, a lot of teams, a lot of countries were actually, thinking, okay, Cambodia, they're not really going to be this strong. And they came out swinging. They came out with a crazy meta, with a crazy performance, and they were able to, I think they got top 3 in 2022. Top 4. Yeah.
They did. Yeah. Both the teams have a lot of good history. Yeah, 3-game series. That's what we're hoping for. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking a short break, about a 10-minute break for you guys watching with us online. And we're going to go ahead and get our refreshments. Hope you guys get yours as well. We'll be back after this. I'm Naisu. That's Mirko. We'll be back after the 10-minute break. What is up, guys? Welcome back to us. Day number 3 here for the IESF Asians Championships. It's the road to the WEC. And now, once again, it's me, Naisu, joined here with Mirko to bring you the action. We'll have another caster with us later today, but we're kicking it off here with an exciting matchup. It is going to be Vietnam versus Indonesia. As you guys saw, some of you are already piling into the stream. So real quick, before we talk about the matchup, I want to invite you guys as well to check out the official website to stay updated to the standings. You can go to iesf.gg. You'll probably see Nightbot putting it in the chat and the YouTube, and you guys can check out all the standings and the groupings and stay up to date. Now, with that being said, Mirko, it's been 2 days, man. 2 days of a bunch of action already. I feel like some surprises as well. So for this matchup, how are you feeling? As people like to ask you, how are you feeling, Mirko?
It should be okay. I should be feeling good. It really depends on the result later, right? If Indonesia can get it done or not. But it looks like for Indonesia and Vietnam, they're kind of tied in the standings now. It's 1-1, 1-1. So they both have, 3 points to play with now. So both teams very desperately need a win to get to the next stage. In Group B, it's already kind of a tough group already. You know, we got Malaysia, we got Indonesia, Vietnam as well, and Laos. So the fact that Indonesia lost yesterday means that they cannot just, take a chill pill today. They got to go all out here up against Vietnam. They cannot hold out for
too
long. They can't wait. Yeah, they cannot wait. They can't be too patient with the moves. They got to take that momentum.
They definitely do. So this is today's schedule, and as you guys see, we are going to be opening up. There's these 10 a.m. matches are all happening, right? But we are streaming Vietnam versus Indonesia, and like I said, you guys can all check out the standings for the off-stream matches that are happening. As you guys see, there's a plenty of them. And then later on, of course, we're going to see Cambodia and Thailand, and then later on Myanmar and also Thailand, and some more matches. Of course, the ending match for today, though, we go back to MLBB women's. So these first 3 matches for you guys in store for you are all these men's matches. But again, a lot is happening off stream. So if you really want to stay updated and see where everybody's kind of falling into place, then you have to head over to the website. Now, with that too, they're all best of 3s. I know we had, kind of some mixes of best of 5s yesterday, and some people asked, why was there a best of 5? Again, they're all divided into a subcategory as well. And yesterday, when you saw the best of 5s, there was only 2 teams in that region, that sub-region, for example, Guam and New Zealand. So they just had a best of 5 and they moved to the WEC directly. So for this one, again, I think there's nine nations for this category. That's why you have all those games happening at once. Vietnam and Indonesia is that first match for the day. And, I think some people would be rather surprised, maybe, depending where you're from, on what happened with yesterday in Malaysia versus Indonesia. Mirko, anything that stood out to you the most on why Malaysia was able to go and get the 2-0 against Indonesia?
I think for the first thing that I want to talk a little about when it comes down to that matchup, right, how Malaysia was able to take control of the game all the way from the start as well, I think has got to be in the drafts. It does feel like Malaysia had a better grasp on the meta compared to Indonesia after the patch that we got. And Indonesia, they really tried to implement some of the new stuff, right? They tried to go for the Brody pick as well. They tried going for still the Fredgen, but with a temporal ring. And I actually just figured that out. Shout out to Arashi, by the way. He went into a custom game to test that out, how that actually works out. So you don't actually need to use your ult to get your other abilities, your skill 1 and skill 2 cooldown for the temporal rain. All you need to do is use the taunt. Because apparently the taunt, you level up the taunt together with your ult, right? So technically it kind of counts as an ult somewhere.
Got it.
So that's why it was used. But yeah, they tried their best to, implement some of these new strats, some of these new items, emblems as well into their gameplay, but maybe they just haven't really gotten the the full understanding of it just yet. They're still in the experimental phase, it feels. And maybe with that experience now, with a loss to Malaysia, now coming in against Vietnam, they should be able to adjust accordingly. They should also understand that maybe the prio picks, maybe the Ling, the Rogers that we saw from Malaysia might be prioritized here for both Vietnam and Indonesia.
Okay, we'll see exactly how they want to start that draft, because we've seen a lot of different things, but we're going to take a look at the lineup here for Vietnam. First, we got Zhao Miao. Love the combination there. He. Whole lot of he's there. Nart and then Fugo. So Zhao and Miao, Nart and Fugo, these guys from Vietnam. Again, we have to see exactly what their playstyle is going to be, because already on the off-stream game that we saw, or that we didn't see, but we saw on the website, they are tied 1-1 right now with Indonesia. Indonesia. So there's a lot of weight to this match. If I would say the least, there's a lot to wait here, a lot weighted here to going to the playoffs spot, of course, and then moving on to the WEC. For Vietnam, I'm going to just assume that they play a very, very fast, because so far from what we've seen, aside from our first 32-minute game that we saw yesterday between Bahrain and Jordan, for this region, this area, man, we know that they like to clash it out and battle it out, and we saw too how big the changes are with the Lord now. So I feel like this really highlights some of these play styles for these nations, and we're going to take a look at the Indonesian roster as well in just a second. But similarly, like what we saw yesterday, they want to battle it out. They want to test things out. And of course, for Indonesia, very familiar names here. We have Boots, Albert, CW, Sands, and Keyboy. And, at least from my perspective, I was just watching the game yesterday because you and Arashi were casting this. Yep. And I was surprised with the result, but I was also like, I can see that there's some experimentation going on, because I think all these teams really are doing that. At the same time, I would say that, it feels like Malaysia, for some reason, the meta, and I don't know, because I can't say that we have established a meta just yet, but we know that Malaysia is known for that certain strategy and that Lungar type gameplay, where they want to just battle it out. Indonesia is as well, I would say, coming here in comparison to some of the teams here from the Philippines. But I would say Malaysia just really profited in the fact that what they drafted in those games, both those games, and the way that they executed it worked out really well for their play style and highlighted the fact that they were very confident with what they brought to the table. And I think Indonesia, I'm sure they learned a lot from the matchup there versus Malaysia. And I'm sure that we'll see some of those key changes here happen for this matchup against Vietnam.
I think I gotta agree, right? For Indonesia and Malaysia, both of them have a very, very aggressive style. And yeah, for Vietnam as well. By the way, just a fun fact for you guys, Vietnam is also the record holder when it comes to the fastest game. And it was also at IESF, just in 2022 in Bali, up against Namibia. 6 minutes,
they were the
11 seconds.
Oh,
6:11. It was even less than 15, right? Yeah, so Vietnam, they're known to go for the aggressive style, especially now considering the meta is kind of pushing them towards that way too. I think Vietnam are going to go start, shooting all the way from the start of the game. They're going to try to get an early game snowball as fast as possible. But also, I don't know if this lineup is deceiving again, because we did see Boots in that lineup as the XP lane, but yesterday we saw Lutpi play. Same thing as well. On the lineups, it was Boots, but in-game, it was Lutpi. So I think it is going to be Lutpi that actually comes down and plays for Team Indonesia. That has been the main XP for Fnatic Onyx for the longest time for this team. But honestly, I think the other parts that I want to talk about from that loss yesterday, Indonesia versus Malaysia, has got to be the jungle. I think for Albert, there's still a lot of improvements that he needs to make, and I think it should be because he's a little bit rusty there, right? I think for the team as well, they're preparing for multiple tournaments here and there. Maybe Albert didn't get as much training, but with that experience yesterday and now with a reality check that they can't just take this group lightly, they can't just go and go through this group as easy as they expected. They're going to have to dig deep again and play with that meta. They have to try to experiment again, and they have to try to rebuild the confidence, because it's really strange, Naisu, to see someone like Albert, a guy that is known to play Ling, to play these assassins, to not go for the Ling when it's up for grabs, and giving it over to Malaysia. That choice to not deny the Ling or not to pick it up for themselves proved to be costly there against Malaysia, because Malaysia have a phenomenal Ling player as well in Skies, and I think it should be the same here against Vietnam. If Indonesia hesitate to pick these prio picks up, Vietnam are going to take it, and Vietnam will understand how to play it in the early game, how to utilize that big pick to snowball and take control of the game.
It's funny because I'm looking here at their matches that were off stream, because I just wanted to get a peek at what was drafted and how long they went. So like both Indonesia and Vietnam swept Laos, and they were rather quick games. So there was no game that I think that was over 13 minutes. It's looking like Indonesia did it faster with a 10:36. Like they had a 10:36 game here. And it's funny that you mentioned the Ling, because in that game that was 10:36, the Ling was picked up. So that was locked in. And then it looks like Vietnam plays the Ling as well. So it almost makes you wonder, like, with that information being out here, if they're going to contest the Ling, for example, or some of the other assassin heroes that we've seen banned out. Even yesterday, right? There was so many banned out. There was the Ling, the Hayabusa. Here in Asia, we haven't seen the Hanzo being banned out yet, like we did in
Not
Africa,
yet.
you know, but that could possibly even pop up still. And I think just overall, you see a lot of Valentina from both of them. Interesting lineup from Vietnam, though, yesterday. They had a Valentina Zask combination, and it looks like that Zask went into the gold lane. It seems like it did. So Vietnam might have something up their sleeves, you know, in terms of their experimentation and whatever heroes they bring to the table here. And I think, you know, for both of them, we can just kind of expect, let's see if they go the assassin route. If they do, if it's, for example, Albert that gets his hands on this Ling, or Vietnam that gets it, they could also go ahead and play around the fact that we have seen pretty good utility junglers still. It's just they're used differently. Like you mentioned with the Fredrin, I'm glad you guys tested that out, because I was kind of wondering, like, how does that temporal rain work? But now it makes sense. You know, you get to do it with the energy eruption, right? You mentioned it was the energy eruption, so they have that. And then Baksha has been another, I feel like, mainstay. Like he's almost coming up more than obviously the Fredrin and the Barretts before. So I feel like Baksha is doing a better time at like fitting in currently. And maybe part of that too is just the fact that he moves around the map so much, and usually when it's paired up with Baksha, you have an Angela usually. So if it's the Angeling, great. Maybe it's the Baling. I don't know if that Boxling. I don't know if that works, but that could work. And Jaxia could work too, you know, whichever way you want to do it, man. You know, it's up to you. But that's the thing. I think it's either the Bakshas that's contested, the Rogers we've seen constantly pop up. And for both of these playstyles, now that I've looked at the stats here from their off-stream games, they both had dominating sweeps against Laos. Now it's their time to go ahead and go against each other. And I'm hoping we kick off today with a 3-game series, because we had it yesterday. And now, you know, today, as we get a little bit closer to the playoffs and, you know, the seedings start to happen here, this is where I want those 3 games. You know, those 3 games, hopefully they're not all 32 minutes, you know, but it was good to see finally a long game yesterday.
Day number 1, we started off with a series that didn't go for full clean sweep, right? It was 3-1 to Kazakhstan. Day 2, we did it again with Indonesia. Actually, no, with Cambodia versus Myanmar, going 2-1. So it'll only fit the pattern. We've been a big fan of patterns here all throughout the African regional qualifiers and now even the Asian regional qualifiers. So let's see if that pattern can continue. For Indonesia and Vietnam, 2 teams that really want to fight for that early game, 2 teams that really want to fight for the early to mid-game control. It does make sense that they are going to be a little bit more of a risk taker in these games, right? Especially in the early stage. So whoever takes control of the early game, they should be able to take control of the game. They should be able to develop the snowball. But my concern right now, or you know, one of my questions right now for the meta game is, where does Lo Yi fit in in this meta? Where does she fit in? Because it's kind of different now with the diversion being nerfed. We saw even Sans try to utilize it yesterday, and we did see some of these creative ways that you can still use a diversion, but it just feels like you're kind of limited. You're already kind of denied from going for, you know, all these spams to reveal vision, because back in the day with the Lo Yi, with the diversion being on such a short cooldown, you can just keep on spamming that. Spamming into the bottom lane, just getting vision. If someone's there, all right, don't take it. And if you do want to take it, it still makes sense. But now, because the window is a bit smaller, I think it's a lot smaller, especially in the early game when it's, you know, when you just leveled it up, it just makes it kind of difficult to utilize. Like, they go to the bottom lane, once they see the Lo Yi and bot, they know that for the next 2 minutes maybe it's not really going to be up, it's not really going to be a threat. And maybe later on in the game, if it does go to the super late game, then we can get to see the normal creative Lo Yi diversions. But even the chip, these global presence heroes like the chip, the Lo Yi, we haven't seen a whole lot of success on these 2 picks. Lo Yi is a bit more 50-50, I'll give him that. But for the chip,
this has been good.
He's been the top prio pick in every MPL for the longest time before the patch, and now as the patch drops, he just disappears. Gone, completely gone. And we thought, you know, with the chip, you would actually be able to push in that early game even harder, because there's already a Sky Piercer, there are already these big items for those early game picks. So if you want to go for early game brawls, it makes sense, in theory at least, that the chip would do good, right? He brings everyone into the fight, brings everyone to go and get that snowball early, but we've seen it once, I think, in the Asian regional qualifiers, and
Yeah.
it was from New Zealand, and it didn't work too well. They weren't able to get the win on that chip. So the two global presence heroes that are still relevant, I guess, should be just the Moscow and the Angela. Those are the two picks that have still been working out.
Is that, and I would say, like, is this a welcomed change? Like, did people have enough of Lo Yi and Chip already? Because it was, like you said, and especially in the professional leagues, it was picked up all the time, or it had to be banned. And it was in a weird kind of state where it's like, if one of the teams does get it, it's such a huge upper hand that brings to the table, which is so weird because Lo Yi was not, I mean, she was slept on for so long. Like, think how long Lo Yi's been out. I'm not even recall like when she was released in the game, but at one point she just got a little bit of a buff, and then boom, here she's every single match. So for me to see that change kind of unfold here for the past couple of days, I'm like, you know what, I like it. I like that she's not as strong, and to an extent we saw some teams do crazy things with diversion, you know, and I feel like at the same time, with the current state of the game, let's say the cooldown didn't change. Let's say it was like still the same for the most part. But all the items and the changes that with the Lord and stuff came through, I think you still have to be very calculated in the usage of the ultimate, because just like I said yesterday, I was like, man, you get to the even 32-minute Lord was already kind of crazy, but it was happening before that. Like even around the mid 20 mark, you know, you're having some of these Lord fights break out and you're seeing it, and some teams can't fully commit to like just holding the Lord there. But with a Lo Yi, a lot of times before the changes came out, they just be popping diversion after diversion, not even taking it though. Like sometimes it was just to juke them out, to think that they were going to go on this portion of the bush, or, you know, in one of those hidden bushes and then come through the Lord that way. But now it's a lot more calculated. And overall, I just feel like Chip, I don't know. Like Chip is great. I think he's still, the shortcut can still be utilized. It's just for some reason we have not seen it work out too well. I don't know what exactly changed or made it so difficult for Chip to be able to work in a lot of these compositions. I think he still fits. Maybe it's like more now, instead of him just being banned or picked up, it's like he's a niche pick. He's still very valuable when it's picked up in a certain lineup, but you know, leave it at that. So interestingly enough, we'll see if these pop up here. But like I said, I think the Ling is going to be in contention for both these teams, as now we jump into the draft here for game number 1 in this best of 3 between Vietnam and Indonesia. Again, for you guys joining us just now while we wait for the draft here, check out the official website for the updated standings and brackets at iesf.gg. And you guys can get a peek at what's been going on. These two teams both swept their opponents in the previous off-stream games, and they're sitting at 1-1 in the standings. So they both have tied points. Now they need to pull through ahead. And interesting, as we were talking about it, there's the chip. It's going to be banned out by Indonesia first.
All right, so they're going to be respected here, and it seems, you know, it makes sense this time around with the chip ban because of the fairness ban. Vietnam really wanted to set up for that chip, really wanted to set up for the early ganks and to try to take away the maybe second HP bar that you can get with the Nether Realm. They go straight for the fairness ban. That's already very, very unique of a start, right? We don't really see a lot of fairness first ban. We usually see that for a lot of different heroes, but not the fairness. Maybe even the Roger at this point of the game, right? We've been talking about how Roger has been super prio because he's been able to be used as a flex pick into jungle, into gold, and it works in both lanes really, really well. Both roles really, really well. But it seems, again, for Indonesia, it's still going to be the same bans. Chip and Harith. They're still prioritizing that Harith ban over some of the others like the Roger as well. Meanwhile, for Vietnam, this is what we've come to expect really on the blue side. On blue side, you get so much more room to actually go for respect bans over the prio bans, because red side's automatically going to be the one forced to go for the red for the prio bans because of that first pick. And that's why I think across all the different regions, blue side has been getting way more successful, right? They've been getting so much more value in the meta game, and it seems it is going to be the Angela as well. Finally, we get to see a prio ban from the side of Vietnam, but I guess it's a bit of respect as well for Indonesia. They could just go for the Angeline combo if Vietnam leave it open and go for a different first pick. But now for Indonesia, the big question is that Lo Yi still super prio? Or will they go for the Roger? And it is going to be the Roger. That's the adjustment made by Indonesia. The Roger that kind of terrorized them as well yesterday, all the way in the early phase of the game. even in the jungle, I think it was, yeah, it was Skies on the Roger, right, yesterday, and then it was Lolio on the Moskov.
Where there is light, there are also shadows.
So interestingly enough that they go this way and they make it work. So Loyi's locked in.
Loyi does get locked in here by Vietnam. Still a first pick prio, despite, you know, all of our doubts that we were talking about earlier, that we raised earlier about the Loyi, how limited you are to make those kind of like feints happen. Back in the day, very easy to do those feints, just pop in a diversion, make them think that you're going to be rotating back and then maybe look for a different angle of attack, or even just utilizing it to clear waves like we saw usually, right, with the Claude. You get a Claude and the Loyi, you should be able to clear out these waves together with that Loyi, but it's going to be the Ling and the Farsa. There you go, Indonesia finding a little bit of confidence to pull off that Ling, but it does give Vietnam an opportunity now to go for maybe even a Baxia, to try to stop the Ling from snowballing all the way from the start. Maybe if they want to go for additional CC, the Fredrin could still work. I'm not a big fan of the Temporal Rain, though, still. Even though, now it makes sense, you know, why you would go for the Temporal Rain and get the cooldowns off of the taunt. Me and Arashi, we kind of agree that for Fredrin, at least, it's still the 3 best picks on the emblems, at least for Fredrin, has got to be the Impure Rage, the Concussive Blast, or the Brave Smite, either one of those 3. And it is going to be the Claude and the Fredrin locked in, that combo that we've been talking about with the Loyi. You can go for the clears, but it works a bit differently now. You do that and you're open to a lot of attacks, and you technically have a time restraint as to how long you can't make creative plays happen.
I like the, this is almost going back to pretty much what we had before, like meta-wise, you know, Claude, Fredrin, Loyi locked in from Vietnam. I'm wondering if there's going to be that much of a change, though, for the last 2 picks, but you can see that Terizla locked in, so I'm assuming Indonesia might want to go ahead and ban out the Yuzhong, at least to force a different pick in the XP lane to deal with this Terizla. Also, another hero we've seen pop up constantly and do really well is the Exborg, Mirko. So, you know, that might be an option too, because main thing here is really allowing this Ling to shine. Like I said, in their matches off stream, Albert obviously loved playing it. They had a very quick game. We're talking about 10 and a half minute game when he played the Ling against Laos. So, you know, with that, I want to see how they kind of complement it. They already have a ton of damage with the Farsa too. Great lockdown with the penalty zone. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and lock down the Arlot, not being able to be picked up. So we'll see if that is going to be another XP lane ban, or possibly even roam, because right now you still have to see where that wants to fit in. Looks like a Nathan ban, a late game potential security there. So this also might mean Indonesia wants to pick up possibly, I'm wondering if they go Brody. That was the other hero they picked up in their game against Laos. They picked up Brody. You mentioned you were a fan of it currently in the meta. Look at this Masha. Here's the Masha ban. So interesting last bans. XP lane for Vietnam. I'm almost just assuming, like I said, the Yuzhong does get picked up, but they'll probably go for one more gold lane ban. I'm wondering if they actually want to go and ban out the Brody. I'm not sure if it's worth the ban, but it's definitely a solid pick.
I think the safer choice might just be to go for a roam ban here. I'm not too sure what roamer, though, would actually fit in for Indonesia, right? Maybe Minotaur could be a good option as well to go for the neutral objective contest, but they end up going for the Moscow ban. That was a big pick that we saw picked up instantly in that Indonesia versus Malaysia match yesterday in the first phase, even with the Roger for Malaysia. So not even utilizing the flex pick of the Roger, but going for that. But the Grok will be left open. This is a signature pick for Keyboy. He gets himself on that Grok. And I guess they're really just trying to see if they can actually utilize the Brody in lane, right? Because There's one thing about the Brody, even though it's great with the Sky Piercer and all these new items, that's a glue pickup by the way from Vietnam, but if you're up against a lot of CC, if you're up against people who can actually dive you, it'll be very, very hard as a Brody who cannot really utilize the flexible battle spell choice that we are used to seeing from Natan, Moskov, Roger, even the Claude. All the meta gold laners right now, they have an option to actually go for Purify or even Sprint to some of these like Claude over the Flicker. So that adds a lot more flexibility to how they can actually play out that hero in lane and in these team fights. And that's something that Brody can't have. So maybe for Indonesia, they're really just trying to see. That's going to be the Kaja as well for Team Vietnam. This is an interesting draft from Vietnam, right? The Loyi Kaja combo as well. So they're going to be very reliant on using a diversion together with the Kaja to get him into different angles. But even then, Indonesia should still be able to read it out in the early game at least, when the cooldown is still, massive on that diversion. So Indonesia, big decision to make now. Do they want to go for the safe choice, which is probably the carry, or they want to go for that Brody? Go straight for the early game with the snowballing of the Pharsa and the Link. Take the game under their control and start. That's what they go for. That's a Brody.
I was gonna say, man, when you asked, I was gonna say I was leaning towards the Brody especially when we saw the glue and the Kaja locked in, because you want to play with the range, like you want to play with that advantage, having that range available to you, and you get that too because honestly, whenever that tempts to blades or wherever Albert goes to set things up, and even the feathered airstrike, like think about how much overloaded damage that is against Vietnam. The Brody should be able to easily just get the shots off, get the marks, and then hopefully, fade away torn apart memory. That's the best part about Brody. It's very, very finesse-like. And so for the lineup for Vietnam, they have a great way to kind of cause chaos with diversion alone. But I think this is a huge game for Nart on the Kaja, because if he's able to lock down the right targets, it doesn't have to be Albert, man. Like, it could actually just even be CW or Sands. If he's able to get the lockdowns with the Divine Judgment and they lose one of those major sources of damage, then the extended team fight will be great here for Vietnam. So let's jump into the game here. Game number 1. Again, it's a best of 3 between Vietnam and Indonesia, both tied for points currently in the standings. And whichever team will get off to a good start. Oh, Nart. Okay, he's going to be fine, actually. So let's jump into the Land of Dawn here. First team to get first blood in the series is going to be off to a good start, securing that slot into the playoffs here as we get a look at both teams starting up. For Zhao on this Fredrin, he's rolling the Concussive Blast. So he's at least on one of those emblems. Oh, look at this. Focus on the top. So they already BMI's out, but has that Concussive Blast. I think this is better for this. The interesting that I want to point out, man, is Nart is on Concussive Blast as well. Usually we see Kajas roll with Focusing Mark because it gives that little extra oomph, to get the damage and get these early kills on. So I'm wondering, they just want to kind of push some of the lanes in, have a little bit of that extra damage, I suppose, and tankiness, dealing with the amount of burst damage that's going to be thrown at this lineup from Vietnam. And you can already see it, right? Both teams kind of just getting their rotations down, setting up. It is going to be the Lithwander already taken here by Albert. He's almost level 4. Zhao should be as well. First items, interesting too, fall into place. You can see some of the difference there. Already does go ahead. Oh, hold on.
All right, Albert trying to go for the dive here. Goes for the Retribution as well and will be able to pick up first blood in the bottom lane. Good job by Lutpi to give Albert that free way into the kill. Meanwhile, up top, Keyboy's going to be traded down, though. Zhao going to get that kill down, and it is going to be equal on the board in the early game. The XP for the roam. But I would say, if we're talking about the Concussive Blast, right, I really feel like for Nart, the idea is he wants to match the clear speed of the Grok plus the Pharsa in the mid lane. Try to give the Loyi a little bit more pressure to play with, and also, as we can see here, just get the better clear against Keyboy.
Yeah. So Turtle's up here. Actually, they're both teams getting in position.
Penalty zone. Gonna be able to lock 2 members down. Zhao, though, will be able to get a taunt down onto Albert. Now with the Tempest of Blades, still able to get out, gets the Blades, and will be able to just dash towards the Turtle once again. Nart, no Divine Judgment just yet. Still level 3, as that's gonna be Keyboy with the Power of Nature, just holding it down. Wild Charge as well. Albert securing Turtle number 1 for Indonesia. Suns deals a bit of damage to Nart. We'll have to respect Nart here. He's about to get that level 4. It turns out, no, he's actually still quite far.
Yeah, he's got a little more time to go here. You saw that too in that exchange. That CW first item was the Sky Piercer. He picked that up. So definitely want to play around at this first item. Yeah, there it is right there. It does get the level 1 boots as well. So with this, I mean, what we just saw too, Albert being able to go in and get that kill, swoop on out, get the turtle, is good for them because he's sitting on a double kill on a Ling. Like, this is the best case scenario you can be on with a hero like Ling, and we know it's a signature on that. So it's up for Vietnam to kind of stop this from getting out of hand, and that's where Nart comes in at this point. You know, and I think it's going to be a little bit tricky on being able to catch Albert. So it might just be finding the target that you can. Oh, here they go.
But wall charge on the Nart right into the Defiant Blades, and that's going to be a killing spree that Albert picks up. Now on the signature Ling, jumps in with the Finch Poise onto Fugo with the Tempest of Blades as well. Gets the knock up, and that's the damage coming in from the Feathered Airstrike from Sans in the mid lane to take Fugo down. Indonesia 4-1.
4-1. 3 kills on Albert. He picked up the Berserker's Fury as well, so he's in full snowball material right now, snowball mode. They're already, what, 3,000 gold ahead with that, and so this early portion of the game, 4 minutes in, they're setting their eyes on possibly a quick game. You can see the idea from Vietnam here on the top lane trying to make a play, but Keyboy's going to spot that out perfectly fine, there to help CW in this exchange if it does break out. And that's what I'm saying. It's so hard because for Vietnam, really the play this entire time is just on Nart. There's not much else that they can do, really, if you think about the initiations, because even with Fugo, he has to, once again, decide on where he wants to put that diversion. It is crucial. He's got good, good damage, especially with the passive with Lui Yi, drops down a rotation, that second skill, but it's still difficult for them because even that, Yandere needs time on the Claude. In comparison to Brody, he just picks up the Corrosive Scythe for the Claude. And when you're going against a CW here, it's tough to deal with that damage. So now with this turtle up here, Vietnam gets in position once again.
The penalty zone again, lock Joe down. Meanwhile, on the back, it's going to be the slam, pass on Albert, but he gets the Tempest of Blades now, goes straight for the turtle, but actually misses out on the Retribution, still able to get the last tick in, as Mlbb does some damage to the Joe, able to dodge away from the Appraisers, Rat dealing some damage back, and actually taking a kill without actually dying as well here. In the bot side of the map, Mlbb outplaying Zhao and the other 2 members, and it seems for Sans, he's really just going to be staying there in the vicinity. Fugo pops into diversion now with the dispersion as well. Up top, CW getting a lot of those stacks down. Last hit turn of our memory, and no, the Sky Piercer cannot take him down just yet, but Albert will, right with the Finch Poise and the Defiant Blade. Fugo going to be caught under the turret with the Feather Airstrike, dodging with the Flicker as Nart walks up together now. Doesn't have the Divine Judgment to really lock anyone down, and Mlbb will just be munching on these stacks from Glue, getting all the sustain he needs, and pushing Hehe back again. He just respawned, he just rotated back towards that bot side of the map, and he's already forced down to so low.
My goodness, what a fight. Albert go in to clean up another kill. 5-0-1 already here. Indonesia very dominant.
Again with the Tempest of Blaze, Nart will not be able to survive that one, and now with the Finch Poise, he gets out as well. Yandere trying to go for the Blazing Duet, but a Feather Airstrike deals with Fugo with one last shot from CW2. Indonesia on a roll in this match against Vietnam.
Hey man, like I said, it's tough to catch Albert. He's 6-0-2. He did pick up that Sky Piercer just last item, so we didn't get to see it proc for CW, but for Albert now they have to watch out for both. Vietnam in a very tough situation to be in because you're just seeing them really struggling because everything is being thrown at them at different directions, and that's the tough part about it. And like you mentioned earlier in that turtle fight, Mlbb has been on point with these penalty zones, man. Whether it's with the Flicker or not, the combination is there. Yandere,
whoa,
in trouble.
Good prediction, too, on the battle mirror image there by Sans. Flies in, throws it at the battle mirror image. That's the Sans we know.
Yeah, again, kind of dealing with this whole 360 lineup, I would say, from Indonesia, from Vietnam. Their head has to constantly be on a swivel, trying to find out where Indonesia is coming from. And even with this, they're going to use the diversion. So they find their own placements. Let's see if they can do it.
Nart with the flicker of Divine Judgment, but now cancel out with the Wild Charge. CW going to be taken down, but they're all going to be stuck in the clump zone, and now the Feather Airstrike deals enough damage with together as Albert and Mlbb swing their hammer. Albert will be able to walk in towards the turtle, getting it down. The Finch poised to re-engage on the Joe, who gets a 3-man taunt, but they're all hitting, they're all taking him down, and his HP bar will not be able to handle that much pressure. Now with one member left standing, running towards the wrong side of the map, it seems for Indonesia, they'll be able to pick up this kill as they say to
so they get him there, and this is just devastating, Mirka. I mean, we're talking 8 minutes in, 10,000 gold ahead for Indonesia, and it looks like Albert just so confident that he's gonna go ahead and take this purple away.
Almost getting Fugo, now getting knocked up, so there's a cancel there. Good save by Joe in the bottom lane. Wild Charge right into CW with the smooch now, and he doesn't even need to commit a torn apart memory. Just a few basic attacks is enough with the help of that Wild Charge.
Okay, like I was saying, this is a massive lead right now for Indonesia, and looks like they actually want to just possibly start knocking down these base turrets even before that Lord comes up. It was not a good usage of the diversion. You called it. They used it, they went to the bush in the mid lane, and then they were left to their devices for the rest of the team, and it all just got collapsed on. Like I was saying, man, it's a 360 lineup. You don't know where Indonesia's coming from. So now that they get this Lord here, that could possibly be the Lord. I know it is only the first one, but this could be the Lord that Indonesia uses to end the game early on. We saw both these teams go for 10 to 13-minute games in their previous matchup off stream. Sans?
Gonna be caught, doesn't have the flicker, and will be taken down. Sans with the signature overextension as well, right as they get the Lord. And it will be Sans gets taken out here. Albert picks up a BOD, 12-0-4.
Jeez. That's also just war cry. Like, I don't know. Are you sold on the war cry now? Like, do you think it's a pretty good emblem to pick up here?
Yeah, I've got to say that the war cry is really good, especially considering, on the Ling, when you use the Tempest of Blades. Even before that, I think, just when you use the Finch Poise and then Divine Blades into the front, you already get the proc. So it's very easy on Ling.
Oh, man.
Sans,
three members. SPA, 3 members having the Sky Piercer. Even Sans wants a part of this, and so they're going to deal with that. This is very tough for Vietnam, not only being down nearly 13,000 gold, now working against the SPA, the Sky Pierce abuse. And so Lord makes its way top side. Vietnam on the defense. Indonesia looks to go in with Conceal.
Penalty zone, locking 2 members down. Keyboy still holding on to that Wild Charge right now. Sans is able to pop the wings by wings. The Divine Judgment, the lock Mlbb down to the back line right now. That's going to be the base turret taken out. Indonesia still going for this fight. With the slam and the pass combo to the front. And Joe will be able to get the taunt down onto Albert, but now is very, very low. Will still be able to escape with the split as Vietnam get rid of the Lord. But now another wave comes into that mid lane with the bottom lane as well. It seems for Indonesia, they'll just have to be satisfied with 1 base turret.
That's all they get. I'm actually surprised that is all they get in the exchange, given how far ahead Indonesia is right now, and even with the 3 Sky Piercers. But I think it's also just a form of discipline that they're showing for Indonesia right now. With the lead that they have, they probably could have punched it in even further. Hold on. Wild Charge.
W with the Winter Crown actually gets up to Divine Judgment. The Torn Apart Memory takes him out with the help of the Feather Airstrike. Now as Albert goes in towards the back, is very, very low. Needs to be careful. Goes out, escapes. Joe goes in, and that's going to be the double kill secured by Sans. As now it's going to be running away with the split. Another chase down up top with the Finch Poise, and Albert will be able to get rid of Joe up top. Now another 1v1 as it's going to be Yandere who tries his best to take Albert down, but he's a bit too slippery. Still with the Finch Poise, escaping. Another Feather Airstrike onto Yandere. One last shot should do it with the Sky Piercer, but he's unable to get that final hit. Still, Yandere trying to go against the defense of 5 members sieging down their base. Albert will just dash towards the back, go for it right now, and they're gonna go for a few more kills, a few more hits onto the Vietnam members before they ultimately secure game number 1.
Decisive game here from Indonesia, man. 12,000 gold ahead. It took them a little bit longer than what I thought, because with that first Lord push, I was actually expecting Indonesia to end it there with how far ahead they were, and then 3 Sky Piercers. But, for Vietnam, there's a lot. I feel like that their lineup just was not able to hang with the pressure, the speed that Indonesia was at for this one. And like I was saying before we went into the matchup here, Mirko, I was like, you know what? There is, like, Vietnam's play style looks like it would be able to be similar, at least match up against Indonesia. This game was different, though, because the lineup is a little bit slower, you know? And, like, when you look at Indonesia's lineup, and even if you just see a Ling, like, you know, the idea is to snowball, and I mean, anytime an assassin gets picked up, like, that's the general idea. But then they paired it up with Sands on the Farsa, and they had a Brody. So, I mean, the Brody takes a little bit longer, but traditionally I would say Brody is like, he's like a 2-item marksman. Like, once you have probably 2 items, you're already actually quite a bit of a threat in comparison to the Claude, for example, where you need many more items, you need a lot more time. But, you know, late game, it's again, it's not up to CW just to pump out all the damage, because of the fact that you have a Ling and a Farsa already that covers so much damage potential from start to mid game. And that's what we saw here as we take a look at the highlights, right? Albert came out swinging is an understatement. The guy was just everywhere that he needed to be. He ends up eventually just snowballing out of control on this Ling. So for all you Albert fans that wanted to see him play this Ling, now you get to see it on stream, and man, was it a dominating game. And also, that was just in part to the amazing setup potential from Mlbb and Keyboy as usual. These guys got all the sets, as you see from the wild charge, that they needed. Really good usage of just even the Guardian's Barrier a lot of times to make it even more difficult like that to get out of, you know, any of these aggressive plays from Indonesia early on. Again, this is only 3 minutes to the 5-minute mark. And this, you know, the setups that Keyboy and Mlbb were doing, like, look at Mlbb. He's going 1v3 for the most part, takes out a kill and stays alive. That's why Terizla right now, I feel like, is probably going to be maybe the #1 pick for the XP lane, if not the second pick, because he's just massive right now. And I don't know if it's just, you know, some of the changes with the items, but just Terizla was great before, and now he's even better. And so teams are definitely going to have to look out for that. With this, again, like I said, it just took too long for Vietnam's lineup to really, like, pull together in a game that is against its time that they're both after, but with different timings and power spikes. Indonesia just knew theirs, which was really in the early game. And even this fight, man, they just get smashed here, and great placements time and time again from Sans with the feathered airstrike, able to find the right targets, even on the BMI. Really well placed on finding that. And, you know, at this point, like I said, it's in full snowball territory. He really just trying to run away, but he gets taken out here, and there wasn't much he could do on the glue. I didn't feel the impact of the glue at all in this game, just because of the fact that it got way too out of control, where you're the tanky guy. You know, you and Fredrin are the ones that are supposed to go and start some of these fights or get to the back line, but how can you when you're getting blown up like this? And we're talking about Sky Piercer as well. It wasn't Sky Piercer was a first item for CW, but that was pretty much it. You know, it took Albert picked it up, I think, second or third item, and then Sans gets it later on. So for the most part, these tanky heroes, you couldn't really use them the way they needed to be in comparison to Mlbb and Keyboy. You know, they had way more value out of the tanks they had because they just scaled up better too, and quicker with the snowball that they had. So for Vietnam, with a lineup like this, they definitely need to cover more grounds in terms of that early game. There was a lot here for them for that late game. And we see this once again. This was interesting because they forced this fight, and a good response from Keyboy to go ahead and collapse down and start this all up. But, you know, in the mid lane, this is, where they diversion out of here? No, that was earlier. So, you know, again, team fight after team fight, you can already see massive leads for Indonesia, and for Vietnam not able to withstand that pressure, that momentum that was built up here. You still got to go, you know, you got to see all the team fights that unfolded between them, but MVP is probably going to be Albert, you know, on this Ling. I don't know if you agree with that or change it, but here, let's go ahead and look at it. Yep, player of the match, MVP for match #1, Albert, 13-0-5. This is a nearly, I would say, every Ling player's dream to have a game like this, especially when you get to snowball like crazy.
For sure. I think, you know, Albert being the MVP here is a no-brainer. He was 13-0-5. He took the game to his own hands. I think after the first 3 kills that he got in the game, and around the turtles as well, he was perfect, securing every single neutral objective on the Ling. You'd expect him to get 3 kills early, but I don't think you would expect him to out-retrade, to outtake the Fredrin on the neutral objectives, especially considering there's a Kaja on the enemy team. But I do want to talk a little bit about that Kaja pick, Naisu. It definitely did feel like there were too many targets to go for. Kinda.
Yeah.
Like you said, right, in the draft, the Kaja could go for Sans, could go for CW over Albert. And again, maybe the fact that, you could go for all these members makes it so that it's just very, very confusing for him. He doesn't know who to go for in the end, and they have had those countermeasures. I think after a while of trying to go for Albert but not being able to catch Albert, after a while of going for Sans and not being able to go for Sans, he decided to go for CW. And he was able to get that, I think, in the second turtle, around the second turtle. Good Divine Judgment with a flicker to catch CW, but then that's why we saw the adjustment from CW. Instead of the normal Wind of Nature or a Rose Gold Meteor, he decided to go for the Winter Crown. That is now Adaptive Attack. So yeah, he can still get the value out of that Adaptive Attack to go for physical, and while simultaneously also getting that suppression down, getting an untargetable item used up so that he can actually escape from the Divine Judgment. And that's actually what we get to see, because he popped into Winter Crown and Nard popped, tapped on the Divine Judgment. The Divine Judgment went to Lutfi, I think it was. And very, very good baits, very good adjustment from Team Indonesia in this game throughout, up against that Kaja. After some of the successes that we saw from the Kaja, it responded to it almost instantaneously, right? So maybe something like a Kaja with the Loyi, it doesn't work as well anymore, because we were already talking about, how we are doubting the Loyi pick. We're doubting how prio Loyi is in this meta, with the chip too, to be fair. But the chip did get banned, the Loyi didn't, and maybe that's why they didn't ban it. Maybe that's why now they're actually banning the Roger over the Loyi. You're so limited now on the Loyi. It just feels like that creative diversion is no longer creative. It becomes super easy to read. And even if you pull off 1-2 good diversion plays, send the Kaja back, once you do that, and if you don't get the big play, you're done, right? The diversion is going to be out for such a long time. And I think for the Loyi as well, at this point, maybe we might see like a fleeting time Loyi. Maybe they might try to go for some additional cooldown on that big ultimate. But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem like the Loyi has been getting a lot of success. Sans tried to pull it off yesterday, didn't work out. Now today, it's Vietnam would try to pull off the Loyi, and it still didn't work out.
Times are changing, and like I said, it's
for the better.
Good.
I hate Loyi.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's good. For me, I'm happy with the way things have shifted. I'm glad that at least the mid lane, for the most part too, even looking at some of the off-stream games, there's still good variations for mid lane. I mean, like yesterday we even saw the mid Terizla, which threw me off, right? But yeah, I think there's still a lot of good variation and flexibility that can happen in the mid lane. And for the longest time, it was just, Loyi Novaria, and maybe, a different hero here and there. But so far, I think even from the African qualifiers, now here for Asian, we've seen a good mix of different heroes in the mid lane, and it's refreshing. I think Loyi had her moments in her time, and she can definitely still fit in some compositions. It's just she's not as OP now because of the way that diversion works, and you really have to be careful in using that. So, and I think it's a good thing you pointed it out, like the combination of Loyi with the Kaja. In this, you lack the damage because for one, Loyi, we know she can actually do pretty decent damage early with her passive and everything, and dropping rotations and getting those the yin and yang combinations off. But the problem with this is, like you said, at some point, especially when the radiant armor started to come online, you lose so much damage in comparison to a Farsa combination. Like Farsa alone, her damage is pretty good throughout the entirety of the game. And I couldn't recall on exactly the build path that Sans went, but I love the magic items right now. Like I love the fact too that even with the glowing wand, it has that built-in Necklace of Durance passive now in it. You have the Wishing Lantern, which we got a glimpse of yesterday. But there's still a lot of the same paths that some of these heroes are taking, and it's just, for Loyi to be most effective, you need to be utilizing the utility she brings to a team. And so far, it seems like that was the biggest hit she took. was the fact that she could use that diversion that way. So I think teams will slowly start to feel this. They'll really like adjust to it. And this opens up more room for diversity in the mid lane anyways. I know we also still see a lot of Lilia pop up, which still is a great hero to put there. We actually saw some Gourds pop up here throughout the tournament. So I think, you know, overall, the next shakeup we need to see happen is also the XP lane. I was saying before the patch that I love the XP lane because we did see quite a diverse range of heroes picked up, but man, to be honest, so far for IESF, it's been the Yuzhongs and the Terizlas, and that's about it. There's been a couple maybe here or there changes, but I think, you know, you're seeing just how strong the XP lane heroes are that are commonly picked up, which is Yuzhong and Terizla, and it's still the same though. Like Miracle, I would still say it's still XP lane is probably still the most impactful lane for me right now, unless we get to a situation where it's like the assassin jungles just kind of get out of control with like this new patch. I'm not sure if it'll get to that point though.
I think there's a case to be made for the jungle though, right? Because I mean, looking at the Lings that we've been seeing, the Rogers as well, even to a certain point, to a certain extent, the Bakshas as well. The fact that you're able to dictate the game so early on, maybe, you know, the jungle could take the role back of the most impactful role in Mlbb. Because for the longest time, it has always. I think it's got to be like what, M3, maybe M3, around M3, and then M4 we still saw like a few junglers taking the game into their own hands, but I mean, like, you know, Kyrie. But after that, really, the jungle became a retry only kind of lane, you know, retry only kind of role, where you're there specifically to go for retries, to Lord dance, and that's it. And I love the change.
Get that retry.
Exactly. Hold that Lord, LDE, they enjoy those Lord dances, right? And a bit too much, I feel, you know, they enjoy those Lord dances a bit too much. But now with the assassins coming down with the damage dealers as well, I'm very, very curious to see how the meta actually shifts again, because so far it seems like we're only seeing the Lings, the Rogers in the jungle as assassins. You know, we have seen Lancelot from here, like, time to time. I think Ken was able to pull off the Lancelot, but again, he lost on that. Albert tried the Hayabusa, lost on that pick as well. So I wonder if some other assassins can actually make their way into the jungle and be super prio too. Because so far it's just two picks that are really prio that you can make work as a first phase pick. That's crazy. Assassin first phase, damage dealer jungle first phase. It's something we haven't heard since what, M3 it has to be, right? That was the last time we saw the assassins really fully prio, and even the marksmen in the jungle with the Roger too. But yeah, now that there are some changes, I really hope that they maybe figure out something, maybe like a Granger to come back in the meta with the burst. The Sky Piercer should be pretty good on the Granger, right? Especially with the Death Sonata. The fact that you can have the Sky Piercer with that kind of range as well. Very interesting
Granger
stuff.
Jungle?
Granger Jungle, yeah. I'm talking about Granger Jungle. We saw Granger Jungle, I think, a couple of times already. Not in this tournament, but, you know, in some other tournaments, the Granger Jungle has been popping up. It's still very, very easy to pick off in the early game, very vulnerable, and I get to see why. But maybe if you can get winning lanes in mid and XP, or mid or gold lane, you know, 2 winning lanes, maybe it sets up for a pretty good Granger pick.
I almost feel like we're going to see a very well-known player from North America maybe bring it out in one of the tournaments in the future here coming up.
But
I hope to see it because, you know, I am all for jungle becoming that kind of role again that is not just retributions, like you said. You know, it's not just that role that, you know, stick them there, deal with the Lord, get the retribution. Because I think it changes the path of the game, of course, like when the jungles can be like this, like we just saw from Albert. But so far from even the tankier jungles that we've seen, like the Fredrins, like the Bakshas, you know, they actually, the pacing of the game isn't so different, you know? I mean, when it is utility, I can't recall when the last time we've seen really like tank for tank jungles though go to head to head. It's usually been one utility versus one assassin so far through ISF. So we'll see if that changes here. Draft though for game number 2. Indonesia going to be on that blue side, so they will get that first pick. Vietnam here on the red this time around. Bans coming out. I'm wondering if Vietnam wants to ban the Ling. Like, you know, they ban the chip. That's kind of what we used to see, I would say, is teams ban the chip.
Barats.
They go for the Barretts. So I wonder what the game plan is for Vietnam. After a game like that, and very, you know, being very one-sided there, you've got to have an idea of, number one, I would think, I don't want to play against Albert's Ling. You know, we can't do that because also, okay, Angela's banned out. So Indonesia is the one to ban it out. And we'll see if this last one is that respect ban towards Ling. Even if it is, what do you think's open here for Indonesia in the first pick?
I think the Roger's going to be up for grabs. They go for the Ling ban, but it does leave the Roger up for grabs. And it should be a pick for Indonesia. Both Albert and CW play the Roger really, really well. It's also just a really, really good flex pick. Unless they want to try the Lo Yi again, right? Maybe it didn't work out against Malaysia, but maybe it'll work out against Vietnam. I don't know. I don't know if they even want to go for the global pressure of that Lo Yi. I think a few times before the patch, at least, we saw that the Moskov was super prio as first pick as well, but I'm not too sure if Indonesia actually want to go for that. I think the safer choice has still got to be the Roger. That's the safest choice you can go for. Or maybe, you know, you were already talking about how the XP is very impactful. Maybe go for something like a Terizla, but they go for the Harith, which is something that's super prio as well. I think has lost a bit of prio since the patch. It's not as crazy as it was before, but it's still a really good pick in the gold lane. You get the snowball really quick in the game, especially when you get level 4. Once you get level 4, it almost seems like, you know, I don't think any gold laner is really able to go 1v1, duel
1v1,
against the Harith. Maybe the Esmeralda, if we do get to see an Esmeralda like we saw yesterday, but it's going to be the Fredrin and the Roger, so removing the potential of the flex instantly, putting the Roger into the gold lane up against a Harith. Roger wants to win the lane, Harith does the same thing, and I think does the same thing a bit better, at least for the early phase, especially after level 4, so Vietnam, an interesting choice to go for.
You know, when you're talking about the Harith here, it makes me think of yesterday where Al was playing that Harith, and he was able to really just kind of keep himself in the side lane, and what ended up helping them win that game and push it was the fact that, yeah, you couldn't 1v1 him. You know, eventually, especially 30 minutes into the game, Harith just gets to a point where it's so tough to 1v1 actually from level 4, but even late game, you kind of have to send at least 2 people to kind of deal with Harith unless, you know, you're able to eat through those shields, which is, like you mentioned, the Esmeralda would be great. But wow, Indonesia. Okay, on the response here, they're gonna go ahead and give their chance at the Lo Yi. So let's see how they utilize this pick this time around, and also the Noland, who has so far done pretty decently, you know, in the way things are kind of shaping up, just like we saw from Takiza yesterday, right? Takiza is the one that played the Nolan, if I remember right. We saw the Nolan come out with some success, and I think it was also with a combination of a Nolan and a Harith, if I remember right from yesterday. So, and then the last pick for the first phase for Vietnam, they're going to pick up the Terizla this time around, placing that in the XP lane. So they might, I don't know, maybe just deal with the Yu Zhong if it slips through, unless they ban it out. That looks like, yeah, that's Tigreal, right? Tigreal being banned out.
All right, Tigreal ban. All right, so we're really respecting Keyboy here with the Tigreal ban, but we haven't really seen Tigreal come out a lot here. I guess anticipating maybe the way that he could use the Tigreal with the Lo Yi to find those creative angles, you know, with the flanks. I guess I could definitely see that as well, but maybe for Indonesia, they might be going for just a standard Grok as well. I think that would still work out. It's a good Terizla pick, by the way, for Vietnam, right? The fact that they picked it up, it's a good deny away from Indonesia because they really need someone tanky in the XP lane now that they have technically 3 damage dealers in their composition. Novaria ban to try to deny that scouting potential of that Astral Echo, especially when you want to use the Lo Yi to get these angles, to get these flanks. You want to take away that Novaria because I think for the Novaria, every single ability, could be used to actually scout out. Put the Astral Meteor down, you get vision of the bush. You can throw out the Astral Recall, second part of it, the Astral Sphere, and you can get vision across and Astral Echo as well. The Grok will be banned out. I was expecting the Grok for Indonesia, and it's a good read by Vietnam to take that pick up because it feels like with the Fredrin even, right? It doesn't really matter if the Fredrin is better at contesting these neutral objectives than any of the assassins that's picked up by Indonesia if there's a Grok in the hands of Indonesia. Because then they'll be able to just utilize that wild charge CC around the walls, get that CC down on the Fredrin, and it basically becomes a full 100-0. No 50-50 at all for the Retribution. Full easy retry for whoever the jungle is, and it's gonna be the Valentina ban. So again, also respecting the fact that maybe they want to be going for these big ults. I think the Minotaur might show up now because the Valentina, as of right now, the 3 picks that we have for Indonesia, there's no real pick that actually warrants, you know, the Valentina ban. Maybe the Diversion, but even then, we don't see a lot of Valentinas go for the Diversion anyway. So maybe they're just going for some big ults in the second phase. Maybe an Arlet and a Minotaur. I think both those could work.
Yeah. I was trying to think here too for Indonesia. Maybe the Kaja or Edith Rome also. I'm not sure, but Kaja, like this is, if it is Kaja, they could be just a complete pickoff esque lineup. I know we already shared our thoughts about Kaja with a Lo Yi though. And so it might be, might not be something they want to do, but if it is locked in, then we get to see Indonesia try that combination this time around. Another thing I could think of is, of course, the Edith Rome that has popped up a couple times. And again, it really, like, they're so overloaded on magic damage right now, and we saw what kind of happens to teams that do this before. So I think, you kind of have to take that into consideration. So it looks like the Arlot is going to be picked up. That's also a good source of physical damage, but it's mostly that final slash that you can use. And, if you're just trying to sweep them into the Zaman Force, that might be a game plan already. Wow. Okay, interesting that a Guinevere is going to get picked up here. And I'm assuming that is going in the XP lane to, unless it's going to be Rome. Like, Arlot could go XP lane as well. Who does better against the Terizla here, do you think?
I think the Arlet definitely needs to go to XP, right? The Guinevere XP, though it can work, I'm more of a fan of the Guinevere as Rome compared to XP. But that's going to be the Phoveus as well. And that's a great pick by Vietnam. So many dashes from Indonesia. Every single one of them can actually dash, except for the Lo Yi. So incredible value here as the last pick comes into the XP lane. And oh wow, I'm really impressed with the Phoveus pick. We don't get to see Phoveus a whole lot, and we finally get to see him here. We usually see him even in the mid lane, and I think that's what they're gonna do. The Phoveus will be in the mid lane for Fugo, not on the XP. It's gonna be Hehe still on that Terizla. All right. What do you think, Naisu? Do you think the Phoveus is better as an XP laner or a mid laner?
I think for this, mid lane, because you want to be rotating wherever the Nolan is. And so you want to be able to, you want to be able to join those fights, those early skirmishes, and possibly once you have the demonic force available, play around that. So I don't know. It's tough to say, but I think this is better. It does fit with this lineup, and mid lane is the way to go here. I think before, actually, no, even with thinking some of the major teams, I think it just depends on what the lineup is going to be. He works great in XP and mid. So with that, let's find out exactly how it's going to be executed in this land of Dawn. Game number 2 here. It's match point for Indonesia, looking out to close out the series against Vietnam. And again, remember, they are tied for points. Hold on. It looks like, I'm not sure if that's going to result in anything, but they were pretty low there as they got to the lanes here. As we take a look at the junglers getting set up, Albert already rotating in, gets that level 2, and you can see it, right? Again, Vietnam needs to even out the series here, get to a game 3, because they're tied in the standings. You guys, real quick, can also check out the standings on iesf.gg to stay updated with everything happening. Now, as we take a look even at the emblems here, nothing crazy that sticks out except for Fugo. He's got the war cry on the Phoveus. So this is going to be the first time that we actually see this. Well, first time in for a pick for Phoveus in general, but then the war cry emblem on top of the Phoveus pick. I'm wondering how this is going to work out. An extra 8% damage for a Phoveus, especially when he has demonic force. I feel like that could be kind of scary. Could be tough to deal with, plus the fact that Yandere has it as well. This is, not so new. We have seen Rogers play with this emblem now at this point, and it works out. So it's a lot of extra damage they could play around here.
For sure. And the fact that they're going to go for the war cry means that they want to go for the prolonged fight. They want to try to out-sustain Indonesia in these skirmishes. Albert jumping in forward, not able to get the fracture down, so he's going to hold off onto that Keyboy, just relieving some of the pressure that Yandere has been able to put down onto CW in this gold lane, and will be able to help CW to shove this. But so far, Vietnam in the early game, they're doing a pretty good job. I think as long as Fugo is able to clear up and get to level 4 before the turtle, this is going to be a very, very good early fight for Vietnam.
You know what I'm wondering too here, Mirko, is what is the build path of this Phoveus in the mid? Because, with things changing, he can do quite a bit of damage with the current item, so they do get a flicker out from Loot Beast all before this first turtle, this first objective take does come, but they do get these level 4s that are crucial for the fight. So even with the flicker down, Loopy might still just try to get a play. It looks like Keyboy's trying to get that level 4 as well, so that he can contribute to this fight. But right now, they're going to control this side of the turtle. Fugo quite low. Looks like he's going to be fine, but now fighting for the turtle.
Yeah, Lippy has the final slash, can go for it, jumps in for the Vengeance as well, and that's gonna be the penalty on lock Albert down, but good final slash comboed in with the Retribution. Now that's gonna be the Spatial Migration and the Violet Requiem locked down together to give Albert some space to go for the Fracture and pick up a double kill on top of the Turtle.
Hey, you said, oh, I was gonna say, I thought Yandere did survive, and I was gonna say, good job surviving against CW using the Zaman Force under the turret. Eventually goes down. Zhao gone too.
Good Fracture too, and now Albert will be able to use the dash, but now is gonna try to bait Fugo into the turret. I'm not sure if Fugo wants to take this, and he does with the Demonic Force. Gets pulled way too far away from his turret. Is forced to use the Purify. Now it might be the re-engage from Albert, catching Fugo, overextending. And Fugo has lost the entire minion wave on top of that, right? He's gonna be so behind in gold.
I'm not sure, like, if he was just like, oops, you know, if that was an oops because he goes too far.
It was like multiple oopses.
Yeah, that would have stopped 2 before he even got there. But, you know, it's unfortunate because even looking at the gold, he's already fallen quite behind Sands. 700 gold already, and this is a 5-0 lead now for Indonesia, very similar to what we saw in the previous game. So Vietnam struggling, and look at this, invading that purple buff.
Razor's Wrath and Retribution combo together. Violet Requiem, though, my goodness, Nart gonna be knocked up straight into the Fracture and a Dispersion. Now it's gonna be Lupiu because it's gonna be combat. A Diversion gets placed down, and Sans will be able to escape. Keyboy next to the chopping blocks. They go for the chase, a Demonic Force as well. But Keyboy will be able to enter again onto the Spatial Migration, getting Joe knocked up. CW rotating back again as Joe goes over the top, but CW has rotated, goes over to Synchro Fission, and it's gonna be Hehe completely isolated, alone. The other members went back. And the Terizla will be taken out 7-1 as Joe is still looking for an aggressive maneuver here into the enemy jungle. Has a Retribution as well, but it seems Albert will still be able to pick it up for himself. That 2-level lead coming in handy for the Retri battle.
I'm so, you know, it's hold on, it's mid lane. I don't think Nart?
Again, the Vengeance resets with a Dispersion, the final slash. Nart gonna be displaced and taken out by the Vengeance, and now Joe can't even go and utilize that Retri advantage that he got from the purple buff invade. Albert's just gonna pick it up for free, no Retri needed, and they're gonna plow through the next engage here onto the enemy jungle. Fugo caught but has the Purify, and it seems for Indonesia they have a 5,000 gold lead already. The Diversion is going to be used down to the bottom lane to go for a flank, and that's going to be the sandwich. Albert picking up the kill together with the rest of the team as Lutpi is even winning up against the Terizla now in the lane.
Yeah, this is very punishing with what Indonesia is doing to Vietnam, not giving them the chance to breathe. Even earlier, it looked good for Vietnam when they were starting to fight back and they caught a couple, but then, oh, hold on, Nart, again, oh my goodness. The burst from Albert is just too much. He's 7-0-1.
Final slash, Synchro Vision right into the stacks. Albert, what triple kill! And now he's gonna go for more. The Maniac waiting for him, and that's gonna be the Spatial Migration to knock him up to give the Maniac over to Albert on a silver platter. The Diversion into the bottom lane, perhaps a hunt for the Savage. They don't know where Yandere is, and he will be able to recall in time, denying that Savage. But man, Indonesia, 6 minutes in, 13-1, complete dominance.
Complete dominance. Look at the damage that Albert is doing on this Nolan. 31,000 damage mid lane.
Nart again not having a good time, not even given the chance to use the Primal Wrath. The CW jumps in forward, does have the Purify now, will be able to get locked down by the penalty zone, but that's going to be the Demonic Force munching onto Keyboy's HP bar, as that will be Keyboy falling down. Lippy with Vengeance, now with the stun as well, trying to bait out some of these Demonic Forces, and he's going to get the Purify, but will not be able to survive in that skirmish. Albert just comes in, takes him down, and wants to go for more. You gotta respect this Fracture again. Albert takes the double, punishes an overstaying.
My God, Gnart all having a hard time here against Albert. 12-0-1. We saw the 31,000 damage earlier. I'm wondering what he's at now. It's got to be 40,000 plus, because my God, we thought the Ling was good. Look at the Nolan. Look at the moves, right? And for Vietnam, this is tough. This is more than a tough. This is dire. We're 7 minutes in. They're 10,000 gold behind, and that's a turtle. You're not going to see any of your buffs. You're not going to see any side of your jungle. And even with this lineup, oh, again.
Oh, I can't even say it was a Spatial Migration. He just disappeared. Nart, 0-6-0. This Edith. It's supposed to be a sustainable pick. You know, it's supposed to be a pick that can allow you to re-engage, but I guess when you get bursted down like that and the diversion gets placed up top, Yandere, oh no, you gotta start running, buddy. Albert is coming down now. He has the passive and the basic attack, and he won't even utilize all. Did he get the fracture? I don't even know if he got the fracture there. Is it on that short of a cooldown?
I think so. Look at the items. He's also got the Sky Piercer. He's got the Hunter Strike. He's got the Malefic Roar, man. It's just, you're seeing even the tankiest members of Vietnam just get deleted in an instance. And now the Sea Halberd to go ahead and take care of some of the sustainability. Not even sure if that Sea Halberd was needed or if it's overkill, but they'll get these tier 2 turrets down. Indonesia is just waiting for the Lord. They're still a whole minute away from it spawning, so they're gonna go and get these shields. I'm not sure if they actually continue to like force a fight possibly against Vietnam, but right now Vietnam doesn't have much that they can do other than just watch their base start to crumble here. And it looks like you have to keep an eye on Keyboy. Oh,
start into the, oh my god, the final slash into the Violet Requiem. Well played, Indonesia. Lutfi and Keyboy is working that synergy together. Penalty zone, locking Keyboy and Sans there, but he has the Purifies. Yandere just gets bursted down, I think, by Albert on the fracture. And now again, it's Hehe isolated all alone with the rest of the members having to flee from the fracture. CW dashing forward, still has his Mon Force as well. It's gonna be Lutfi with the final slash again, connecting on a 2, forcing the Purify out as Nard finally gets the Primal Wrath, but not for long. It's just to survive for one last, bit of damage from CW to take him down. Yandere, Joe, and Fugo on the defense. Albert, level 15, jumping in fracture. Oh my goodness. Fugo disappearing again. The assassin is assassinating anyone. And then Keyboy with a spatial migration. Get the Violet Requiem too. And that's the combo together with the dispersion. Indonesia gonna get things done before the 10th minute of the game.
Holy moly. Is all I can say from seeing that game at 24-2, a massive game for Indonesia. I don't know what happened yesterday. I feel like they felt a certain way and they came here, and Vietnam had to deal with that just built up power from Indonesia, man. I don't know. Every single lane, it looked like they were just on point. Albert, I don't even know what the heck his KDA was for this series alone. Like, this game.
Put those stats up, man. Get those stats up, right?
13-0-1. Earlier, he was what, 12-0-1 or something like that?
13-0, I think, game one, right?
13-0. My goodness. What do you even break down from that point? And now, we're going to have to take a look here at the highlights, of course, because this is just going to be a highlight reel that we're going to see from Indonesia. Just like in the first game that they had, man, Vietnam never really had the opportunity to find a breather here. Like, from the start, I mean, look at this. And it was such a good combination, too, with having Keyboy on that Guinevere. We saw that, time and time again, landing those spatial migrations. But honestly, when you're going against this type of damage on Albert with this Nolan, what do you do? Like, how do you deal with this? And this, I mean, Fugo, like, this makes sense. Phoveus, you have a Nolan across from you. In theory, it should work really well. You're dealing with those dashes. But then this overextension, I mean, it was already 4-0. And there was already 2,000-3,000 gold ahead. So even with that, again, things already fell apart. And you'll see multiple setups once again from Keyboy on this Guinevere. And even for Lutfi, the final slashes were great. And really, as we go through the highlights, there's only maybe 1 or 2 instances where we see Vietnam actually kind of have an upper hand in the fight. This might be one of them, if I recall. They actually fight back here, and it looks like they're going to be okay. I'm not sure if this is, but it's one of those instances where they fight back in the buff territory, and then they overextend again and keep losing the fight. So it was just tough for them to really kind of deal with here. Vietnam at this point, 6 minutes in, you're so far behind, man. And it's one of those things where, like, if it's a big snowball down a hill and you try to just stop it with 2 hands, you're probably going to get crushed. And we saw that time and time again, trying to fight this fight, and there wasn't anything they could do. I mean, even if you think about it, even if Vietnam was able to take out, let's say, who's the easiest one? Maybe Sans? Maybe?
Yeah, that's the easiest one.
That would probably be the easiest. I don't know, but Albert, it didn't matter because just the amount of damage he's pumping out on this Nolan. I haven't seen personally a Nolan this strong or this much of a threat, especially now that we factor in the whole Sky Piercer item. you see just how often they delete these tanky heroes from Vietnam. And maybe part of this, again, is the fact that they just had this kind of lead. I mean, a great final slash. You're going to see Keyboy land a multiple member knock up with the spatial migration towards the end as well. And, you know, look at that. This is automatic death. I mean, Nart had a terrible time on this Edith. He just, oh, there it is. That was beautiful, by the way, for Keyboy. But it was tough because Nart was the person trying to find the setups for them. And on the Edith, he just couldn't, right? I mean, there was no breathing room even for your tanks to move around the map. And talk about, I don't know if this, I think this is probably one of our games with the most lead that we've seen from one team. And again, MVP of the match for game number 2 is Albert at 16-0-3. My God, I don't know what else to say about Albert here, man.
Dude, the only thing incomplete about this, you know, stat sheet is his itemization, right? He could have gone to BOD. So for Albert, man, you could have done better, man. I don't know what he was doing the entire game, right? Like, how could you not build the BOD? I'm joking, obviously. 58,000 damage dealt, 16 kills in a 9-minute game. Usually you see that kind of stat for a team to have 16 kills. Yeah. This is a single player getting 16 kills in 9 minutes. The Nolan wasn't farming creeps in the jungle. Albert was farming heroes everywhere and anywhere, anytime, any place. The man knows what aggression is. At this point, in this game particularly, it feels like he is just aggression, you know? If you read Albert the wrong way, it'll probably just be aggression. I don't know how you'll read it, you know, you gotta be kind of dyslexic to do that, but still, aggression is probably, maybe his middle name, Albert Aggression Nelson, right?
It could be, but, you know, I hope when we get to maybe speak to one of them. Maybe we get a chance to talk to Albert on the interview, because
I really hope so.
I gotta ask him, man, and I'm not. So I don't even know, like, if this is just the Nolan plus the Ling. Are these his best? Like, are the best current picks for him right now, or is it just like they knew that this was the way to go because of the snowball potential with both those heroes? Because I know that, I mean, Albert at least his most signature would be the Ling, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, the way that he played even the Nolan, like, this is that territory where it's just like, man, it's the threat that Albert has on any of these assassins that are currently picked up in the meta that is forming here. It's quite scary, and I'm trying to think about what some of the teams out there can do against this kind of snowball, because, like I was saying in the highlights, man, I don't recall a time that we have seen this kind of dominance. Like, maybe in one of the women's games, if you recall back then, but this is different because it's also just, what is it, 24-2? It was a quick game. The amount of damage that Albert had even before they ended it, remember, was like 31,000 damage. That was like almost all the members from Vietnam combined. And so, like, what do you do against these kind of very fast snowballing heroes that will lock in these kind of items, especially the Sky Piercer? When he locked in the Sky Piercer, it was almost like there was no chance for these tanks. And maybe part of that is some of the build paths that go on. It makes me think about the future, like, metas that are going to be forming. How do the tanks, how do the roams out there deal with these changes? Because when I'm watching this kind of unfold, I don't know the answer to that, man. As someone who plays roam, like, in my own games, like, I actually, I haven't dealt with something like this kind of snowball get out of control, but, like, makes me think, like, how do you stop this? Or, how before, even in different leagues, we see some amazing comebacks, like just crazy defenses. Is that even possible right now with something like this, with this type of snowball potential?
Technically, I feel like the answer to your question was already answered by a different team yesterday, right? Indonesia's aggression can be answered by Malaysian aggression. We saw that yesterday. We can see maybe that in the future, maybe if we get the matchup again, Indonesia versus Malaysia, that both these teams will just be fighting for that snowball. But I get your idea right now, right? It's really tough to actually counter that kind of snowball, but I think based on the data that we have, based on the matches that we've watched, the easiest way to say that, one style that can counter that aggression has got to be, you got to fight fire with fire. You got to fight aggression with aggression. You got to try to get your own snowball before that snowball hits. And it is going to be very risky. Technically going to be a bit of a gamble in the early game. But it worked for Malaysia yesterday. We'll see if Indonesia can continue this run, now with the momentum in their hands.
We're going to find out. Let's go ahead, and I think we are ready for the interview. We're going to invite Albert, actually, to come talk to us for the interview. Ring, ring. Albert, hello. Can you hear us? Hold on. I always have to unmute this. You can hear us. Great. Hello. Albert, congratulations. By the way, very dominant series. 2-0. I'm going to ask you right off the bat, man. How did you feel about both your games? Insane KDA, I think you had a 13-0 and then a 16-0. The Ling and Nolan, how does it feel to be in the current meta where assassins seem to be rising once again?
I think it's just it's because the enemy is not that strong. Yes. And we just explore the new pets, right?
Yep.
Because it's
Let's see.
Awesome.
There you go.
They're scary, man. Mirko, go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So Albert, a quick question, right? I mean, with your dominant performance today, you said the enemy is maybe for Vietnam not that strong, but I would want to ask you personally, what happened yesterday up against Malaysia, right? Do you want to share some insights? Did you guys make some mistakes, or were you just not ready to go up against Malaysia? What was it?
I think Malaysia just he's improved a lot. Malaysian team, all their team improve a lot, and because the representative is SRG, right, from SRG, the champions of MPL Malaysia also. Yeah, that's why they so strong now.
Awesome. Yeah, I think there's a lot of teams, a lot of regions and nations that are getting a lot better. Albert, last question. Is there a team you're looking forward to facing off? Is it like a rematch against Malaysia eventually that you're after?
I think I want to fight against Malaysia again because I hope we can get our revenge to Malaysian team.
Awesome. Great. Albert, thank you so much. Congratulations again on the very dominant sweep, and best of luck to you guys in the rest of the games. Take care.
Thank you.
Good luck, bro.
Bye.
There we go, man.
There you go, man.
So, that's from Albert himself, of course. His thoughts also on Vietnam, and they want the rematch against Malaysia.
As expected, for Indonesia, I think at this point, if they suffer any losses, they want to get that vengeance, right? They want to avenge their loss later on. And so far, I think with how the group is shaping up, they are going to be coming out second in this group, unless later on maybe Malaysia loses to another team. But no, it actually has been confirmed. If you guys want to check it out yourself, iesf.gg. Again, Malaysia now are 3-0. They have won every single game, every single match possible in their groups, and it doesn't seem like they didn't drop a single game. This is another invincible run for that roster. We know, throughout the season, I think for SRG, that team in particular, they've been going on an invincible run. And even here in IESF, they're continuing that invincible run. Very impressive stuff. But, Naisu, I was for a second there thinking, okay, is he going to ask for a translation, right? Because a lot of times when we get Indonesian players and I'm here, they'll always just be like, all right, you know what? Mirko's here anyways. Can you just speak Indo to me and just translate some of these questions and translate my answer? But dude, Albert's saying, Malaysia improved a lot. I'll say you've improved a lot as well. His English got way better, man. Maybe he's just been, practicing with Yeb and Kyrie in the team, right?
Yeah. I was gonna say I was surprised because I was expecting, I've seen it before, but big props to Albert, of course. The English was great, and
shout out to Albert.
Just shout out to Albert, just as good as the gameplay.
Maybe he can join us later on the desk.
Oh, maybe he could, man. Maybe he could be a guest for us. Very, very good game. And like you mentioned, they locked in their slots for the playoffs. So, but Indonesia is going to play against number 1 from Group A, and then Malaysia will play from number 2 from Group A. So it looks like that's going to be the bracketing eventually here. But we'll look at the next matchup that will be on stream, because our next matchup is going to be Cambodia versus Thailand. This one is also, I believe, a pretty important match for both of these teams. I'm going to go ahead and look up here real quick. How are their points looking for both of them? So I know, Thailand is second currently in Group A, and Cambodia is number 3. So very important game for both of them. As long as this is updated, I think either of these will also get them that number 2 slot from Group A that they need. So very crucial match between these two. And, Mirko, I know we've already gotten to watch Cambodia play, but on stream, we have not been able to see Thailand, I believe. And I remember seeing the comments yesterday on some people asking, like, what about Thailand, like the team from Thailand. So I think there's going to be a lot to kind of like uncover as those two kind of battle it out. But are you thinking Cambodia has this? Because we are somewhat familiar with Cambodia.
Me personally, yeah, my prediction has got to be Cambodia should be able to take this, right? They were really, really close to Myanmar. I think those two are really going to be the real contenders coming in from this group. But Thailand, they're looking undefeated as well. At this point, they're 2-0, 4-0 in games. So based on the group up against Brunei and Timor-Leste, let's hope that Thailand can actually, come in with a curveball, maybe get some big wins here, maybe take a game off of Cambodia, because that'll be very, very interesting to see another nation, another region climbing up rapidly as well, because that's what we saw from Cambodia and technically from Myanmar as well. There's that one time where they just boost up in skill and they're able to just tell the world that, we're here to compete. We're here to be contenders.
Yep, I can't wait to see it unfold. I'm going to be watching and spectating that one because you're going to be joined with Eterna for the next one. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break here. It's going to be about 50 minutes before the next match because, hey, the last series was quite fast. So take a break, 50 minutes, get the food that you need, and then we'll be back after this. Again, I'm Naisu, that's Mirko, and we'll be back after the break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to now the playoffs of the Mlbb Women's Asian Regional Qualifiers 2024 here at IESF, as we are going to go to our semi-final matches, all in a best of 3. We are going to be starting with the Philippines going head-to-head against Cambodia, and our last match of the day, it will be Indonesia versus Malaysia. So after everything we've seen from the Philippines, Arashi, you're back here on the caster desk to, give us a little bit of an insight as to your predictions. I think you mentioned earlier on you're going for the Philippines, but what do you think about Cambodia coming into this matchup?
Right, to be completely honest, I'm not fully well-versed on the track record of Cambodia. I think overall, they've had great moments. And as a region, right, Cambodia, I think, is one of those regions where they're very low key with like what they're doing, because sometimes it really feels like they can't be that good, but then they're just glimpses of moments where you're like, hang on, they might be onto something. So I definitely won't count them out, right? They're here for a reason after all. But judging with the again with as an analyst, you usually kind of end up going with the general consensus, and I must say that right now for the Philippines, that roster
Definitely, right? Still with the main 5 here. Amores, Perez, Vivero, Alpuerto, and Diagon. We got a little bit of a, interview with Diagon earlier on, and she says that she's 70% confident that the Philippines will win the semifinals and make it to the grand finals here at ISF and, get that ticket, that slot, the 2 slots that are available into WEC over at Riyadh. So we started with 9 teams and 9 regions. We're now down to 4, and eventually we will have to say congratulations to 2 of these teams that will be stepping forward. And by the way, Arashi, we finally saw a Bane in the jungle, by the way. It was played in by Lucas in ISF as well, the series that is currently going on, I think from Cambodia, if I'm not mistaken. But we did see with, I think it was Quantum Charge, Bane in the jungle.
All right, guys, welcome back from the shorter break. It was actually shorter than 7 minutes. So we're happy to hear it. I think things got situated and everybody is ready to go. Again, I'm Naisu, joined here with Mirko, and
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to now the playoffs of the Mlbb Women's Asian Regional Qualifiers 2024 here at IESF, as we are going to go to our semi-final matches, all in a best of 3. We are going to be starting with the Philippines going head-to-head against Cambodia, and our last match of the day, it will be Indonesia versus Malaysia. So after everything we've seen from the Philippines, Arashi, you're back here on the caster desk to, give us a little bit of an insight as to your predictions. I think you mentioned earlier on you're going for the Philippines, but what do you think about Cambodia coming into this matchup?
Right. To be completely honest, I'm not fully well versed on the track record of Cambodia. I think overall they've had great moments. And as a region, right, Cambodia, I think, is one of those regions where they're very low key with like what they're doing, because sometimes it really feels like they can't be that good. But then they're just glimpses of moments where you're like, hang on, they might be onto something. So I definitely won't count them out, right? They're here for a reason, after all. But judging with the again, with as an analyst, you usually kind of end up going with the general consensus. And I must say that right now, for the Philippines, that roster
Definitely, right? Still with the main five here. Amores, Perez, Vivero, Alpuerto, and Diagon. We got a little bit of a, interview with Diagon earlier on, and she says that she's 70% confident that the Philippines will win the semifinals and make it to the grand finals here at ISF and, get that ticket, that slot, the 2 slots that are available into WEC over at Riyadh. So we started with 9 teams and 9 regions. We're now down to 4, and eventually we will have to say congratulations to 2 of these teams that will be stepping forward. And by the way, Arashi, we finally saw a Bane in the jungle, by the way. It was played in by Lucas in ISF as well, the series that is currently going on, I think from Cambodia, if I'm not mistaken. But we did see with, I think it was Quantum Charge, Bane in the jungle popping up.
Interesting. I mean, I was catching a glimpse of that match myself during the break right there. Can't help but be curious to what our great friends Mirko and Naisu are doing. So took a glance over, and like you said, Eterna, definitely interesting developments. So we'll have to see if that also gets mirrored here in the ladies scene, and see if there's any kind of influence, because I believe Cambodia was actually still playing over there as well.
For our ladies Cambodian team, we have Moshi, Tegami, Nabi, Ue, as well as Yui Fendi.
Okay. Interesting. I'll have to see how they match up right here. I'm curious to see what kind of strategy, right? What kind of approach. Because I always say this, but against a team that's so solid, generally you have 2 options. You can either fight fire with fire or try and go the exact other route. Because that's usually how it plays out, one of 2 ways. So I'm curious for Cambodia. Are they going to try and match that high mobility back and forth style coming in from the Philippines? Or are they going to try and force the Philippines to kind of oblige them into this kind of fist fight technically, where it's just, back and forth again and again?
If I'm not mistaken, like if we saw the male scene, and if that's telling to the kind of the play style is what we're going to be expecting from the female team, Cambodians are very aggressive as well. And I think, again, we've been talking about this time and time again with the fact that a lot of these Southeast Asian regions, they love to go in for the fights, they love to go in for the brawls, they love the dives, and so that's kind of portrayed into the drafts that we usually see them come through with. But with the fact that the Philippines have an additional layer to that, right? Sure, they do have the aggression. If you want to fight fire, they definitely can. But one of the other things that they can play around with is, again, the macro-centric play style that we've seen them being able to succeed on time and time again. You'll see them going in for these fights. You'll see them going in for the brawls, but only so they can capitalize that and collapse that onto an objective that is lined up for them properly. So coming into this, it's going to be very curious as to how both of these teams will actually draft against one another, because first and foremost, we do see a Fanny being banned out straight. And if there's anything that we've learned from the Philippines so far, especially through their interviews, the fact that they are very, very respectful to their opponents. So maybe they understand that Cambodia likes to go with assassins. So the Ling has also been taken away. I think the only assassin left up that has big potential and has a really good win rate so far is the Nolan. We've seen the Hayabusa pop in. We've seen the Lancelot pop in, but not to success just yet. So that's definitely still a pick that can be utilized in from Cambodia.
I think it comes down to farming speed, right? It's not just about how much damage you can output, how much output potential you have on the assassin. Right now, in this transition of a meta, you need to be able to keep up and farm as well. And that's what Nolan is just so good at doing. It's not just the one shots, it's also the fact that you can keep up in clearing speed, even compared to the best of the utility tank junglers. We'll see if the Philippines let that go for now. For Cambodia, Lo Yi and Harith, so a lot more default, a lot less targeted compared to the Philippines. But if that's their signature style, we'll have to see, right? I think the Angela becomes a question here with all the assassins already showing up so early on from the side of the Philippines. Are they still going to try and secure that Angela? Are they going to try and maybe even expect Cambodia to go for that instead? Their final ban, though, is going to be the Fredrin. So not an assassin, but it is 3 bans towards the jungler. So that kind of says something about Cambodia.
Definitely, right? I don't think we expected this coming through, but you're right. 3 respect bans towards the jungler from Cambodia. And meanwhile, this actually does leave a lot up in the air, right? Because technically the chip, we haven't really seen it being played just yet. So I'm wondering whether or not they're going to pick it up. We've seen it let slide as well if it doesn't get banned out. The Angela is going to be the choice of ban. And now, do they go in for the Roger? The Roger has been finding so much success still, even after the patch here, especially in the Mlbb women's scene. So that's definitely a hero that the Philippines can go for. A lot of flexibility in that, and a card, an ace card that they can utilize in the drafting phase to kind of bring up the question.
Whoa.
But with the Edith being opened up, they actually go for the Edith pick first, because technically the Edith is also a flex pick, right? We've seen the Edith in the XP lane, but mostly we've seen it in the roam. So that's going to be the strategy that they've utilized. And by the way, Rashi, Edith has been one of the most priority picks in the roam for the MLBB men's. So we're seeing that flavor, that side of the Edith coming through now for the Philippines.
I think that the fights is devolving. You know, I casted several of the men's games myself, and all these games just ends up being a huge, just big fight where it's all about durability and damage output. In that sense, the Edith kind of brings both to the table. So great to see her show up here today. But for that Cambodia, they immediately show up with the Roger and the Minotaur. So if this is a jungle Roger, it's going to be focusing on the fast clear, but also on the neutral objectives. The Minotaur, as we all know, is best when you don't have to move towards your opponent, when you're playing it in a more defensive style. And it seems like they're going to be defensive indeed against a Hayabusa and a Valentina, man.
Yeah, it gets picked up here. Hayabusa, not the best win rate so far at ISF, but there's definitely a first time for everything. There's definitely a chance for the Philippines to prove that this Hayabusa is a good pick, especially with the changes towards the Hayabusa, as well as how the meta has just kind of shifted over. And as well as the Valentina, so it's a good pick here. A lot of flexibility in her kit. The fact that she can utilize the penalty zone as well as the Minion's Fury is also a good layer towards this pick, as well as a great deny pick for the Feramis that has done so well so far. Because usually when we see the Valentina being banned out, we do see the Feramis being popped in and taken for grabs to utilize. But as we enter the second phase of the drafts here, Claude is a choice of ban from the side of Cambodia.
So with that ban, you can kind of figure they're trying to mitigate the team fight prowess, right? The AoE that Blazing Duet will bring. And to the same tone, the X-Work being banned away as well. They are going all in on trying to just group together and staying united here against what is potentially a more mobile, a more dangerous composition if you're alone, right? By all means, with the Valentina locked in as well, there won't be a stolen Primal Wrath available to the side of Cambodia. So even if they want to go for a full-on brawl, so far it's looking like they have the advantage. They'll ban away the Feramis as well, even though they have the Valentina. They would rather have that IMU for different tools, and along with the Vexana. So they are completely expecting here to just head on for a collision. That's where the penalty zone and the Minion's Fury will be very impactful though. So I feel like there's more to this, right? There's no way that for the Philippines, this is what they're trying to use, these 3 picks, to try and win out in an AoE battle, an AoE 5v5 team fight.
It's also really putting the mid laner to the test right now, right? Because with the Valentina being picked up, the Luo Yi banned out, the Angela taken away, Feramis as well as the Vexana also banned out. Okay! And I guess that answers the question, right? Because as a mid laner. I think one of the other heroes that have found so much success is the Novaria, but going against something like the Hayabusa, an assassin, right? It's not the most wisest of decisions to go for. And so their decision right now is actually to go for Nana. So there's crowd control in her kit. There's also magic defense shred. There's a lot of AoE as well coming through from the Molina Blitz. So another layer of CC that they can utilize. So there's a lot of tools that Cambodia has. They have the penalty zone, they have the Minuan's Fury, and now they also have the Molina's Blitz.
Definitely a lot more AoE and a lot of crowd control tools available. But for the Philippines, they are undeterred. They go with a carry pick. So this is a ton of damage output, but not a lot of tankiness. I must say, the Edith, from the looks of it, will be, for the most part, solo tanking, as the Yuzong, in theory, will be the one going in aggressively instead of protecting the back line. So either they are expecting to be able to sidestep the bulk of this crowd control, or they're going to try and bait it out somehow, and then they're intending on going full-on frontal, right? But now with that Lancelot pick, that might just throw a screw in their plans.
I mentioned it, right? Or actually earlier on, I was like, I guess the options are just the Nolan, right? The Nolan is the only assassin that has been finding success alongside with the Ling. We haven't seen much of the Fanny, but the Hayabusa and the Lancelot have not been finding as many wins here at ISF, and they're like, you know what, Eterna, we're just gonna prove to you that it actually does work. So they pick up the Lancelot for Cambodia, and they also pick up the Hayabusa. Now, how do you think these drafts that they've already locked in here actually fare against one another, with both of them opting to go for an assassin in the jungle?
So when it comes to overall pressure, I feel like the Philippines can match Cambodia and maybe even do better, right? With the faster clearing, the better laning. My concern is when it comes to the neutral objective contest, because of course it's an assassin against an assassin. The Hayabusa has the shadow kill, so you can be immune and you're kind of more reliably able to just go for the retribution. The Lancelot, not so much. But against a Minion Fury and a penalty zone, there are a lot of ways here for Cambodia to really start to meddle with your calculations, try and get you in a crowd control right as the neutral objective gets low. And I think that's the problem that the Philippines have to try and circumvent. If they can do that, if they can make the fight maybe less centered around the neutral objective, I think they have a great chance of just taking over here.
Let's see if they do, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into our first semifinals match of the playoffs here at ISF. We have our Asian regional qualifiers for the Mlbb women's. We're starting off with the Philippines going head-to-head against Cambodia in this first best of 3. And right off the bat here, we can have a little, peek into the choices of emblems here for Cambodia. We have 2 war cries, Arashi. So this tells us they're gonna be extremely aggressive with that additional damage that they will be receiving, right? And an additional damage dealt of 8% for 6 seconds that they can definitely capitalize over. And maybe that's exactly the plan, right? They might be lacking in certain aspects with their drafts, but aggression and damage is definitely something that they surely have.
And looking at both teams and how they've been rotating in the early game, Vivero has been just making a play though with a flicker on the bottom side there. Bit of a dive. Fendi will fall there. Al Puerto strikes first, claiming that first blood. A more active beginning with the roamer babysitting the jungle in order to get that rotational advantage.
That's interesting, right? Because again, this seems like a pattern that we've seen from the Philippines. The fact that they like to really go in for those early kills, and it looks like they're looking for more here in the bottom lane. But you can see that Al Puerto is rotating once again to the top side of the map. I think she should be focusing on her purple buff before she goes in for the neutral objective take. But meanwhile, Cambodia already with the setup, looking for a kill over onto the CC. By the way, that's not a Yuzong, so that was a CC, Arashi.
All right, we've seen that be the case, that one Yuzong asset turns out to be the CC very, very often. But look at this, man. Cambodia taking control, but Vivero walking in unfazed, going in, but then he'll be countered, and that will still be Tengabi able to secure the neutral objective with all the CC. And Diagon running for the hills, but she might not be able to make it out. Unless I've spoken too soon here, the Vengeance allows her to sustain a bit more. She's trying to make it out, but that will be it. That is Tegami picking up 2, picking up the neutral objective, and Cambodia, against everyone's expectations, strike first.
Sky Piercer, first item for Yui Fendi on the Roger. No boots, no nothing. Instantly goes in for the Sky Piercer. So that just shows, right? I think the Roger understands his value, her value, against the lane, against the carry, a carry that needs a little bit more time to scale. And meanwhile, for her items, she's actually opted for a little bit more defense with a leather jerkin. We do see some, wait a second, the Edith.
Oh, that's a massive combo, the onwards into the Earth Shatter, and that is Yui Fendi taken out. The lack of boots might have contributed to her getting taken out right there, but Vivero, as always, very active around the map, man. If you don't expect where she's gonna be there before you know it. Fortunately for Cambodia, no neutral objective is available just yet, but look at that, setting up for traps already. Once again, Vivero going in with the whole combo. The Minions Fury, though, does land onto 3 members, but it won't be enough. It is an equal trade so far, but the passive gets triggered for Nabi on the Nana, and it will be Vivero taking very low. Alpuerto, though, with the jukes there. Tegami, blindsided.
Oh, are they gonna go in for the kill, though? It's not enough to save Alpuerto's life, so that's gonna be a 2-for-3 trade, or 1-for-2 trade in favor of Cambodia once again. The fact that they've been able to really prolong these brawls and actually get the advantage in these brawls has been immense to their success, and now they are holding more onto the space as Alpuerto, after recalling, needs to go in for her purple buff before she goes in for the neutral objective taken. It looks like Tegami is actually looking for a similar route. There are rotations from the side of the Philippines to go in towards the bottom side, perhaps looking a kill onto Yui Fendi. Valentina is in position here. Amores already in that bush. Are they going to go for the dive? Are they going to go for the counter play? As it looks like Cambodia are starting the next neutral objective.
Ooh, they move onto Yui Fendi though, but she is able to survive still. The Philippines will get a lot of damage and maybe even take out the turret in the bottom side. But on the other side, Alpuerto comes in to try and go for a steal play, but she gets absolutely zoned out. Cambodia getting the neutral objective, but the Philippines with a very intelligent decision right here, knowing that they can't really match up to all the AoE, they just make the play on the other side of the map while it's still somewhat guaranteed.
Definitely. That's also a gold crab being picked up, and right, that's interesting because they go in for the counterplay. We saw that the Philippines, they weren't looking for the setup whatsoever. They wanted to get a kill over to Yui Fendi, but the fact that the Yui Fendi was just zoned away, they opted to go for the turret instead, realizing, like you mentioned, their lack of prowess in these 5v5 team fights up until this 5th minute of the game. Technically, right now, they are still waiting for the power spikes from Perez, but seeing as she's at 101, it's going to be curious to see her items. But Yui Fendi, meanwhile, Alpuerto has been doing great, right? We don't necessarily see as much kill pressure, but the fact that she's always active on the map is also putting Cambodia in a position where they always have to predict what will be happening next.
I think it's a great situation to be in when you can kind of farm out but still be active. But look at Moshi going in for the penalty zone onto 3. They'll be countered though, but she will still be standing there strong as Cambodia and the rest of the team shows up to back up their EXP laner. Moshi winning out in the lane so far, and even there just defiantly going up against 3 members unfazed.
We'll see what they're going to be able to do about that as well, because both these teams are actually still hovering here in the top lane. Does Cambodia want to go in for a dive, or will zoning be enough as their main target is the turret? But it looks like they're not going to overcommit onto that just yet. With Amores now picking up the glowing wand as the Valentina. That's actually her first item. She doesn't go for Enchanted Talisman. She doesn't go for a different item. She just goes straight for the glowing wand. So much value in one item because of the changes towards the glowing wand. There is the, NOD being factored into the glowing wand now. So that's additional passive that can be capitalized over Amores going head-to-head against the Minotaur. But that's going to be a turtle. Stolen, actually, by Alpuerto. Arashi, what happened?
Just dashed in there and stole it, man. The smooth criminal Alpuerto. And on the other side, Diagon is still going for the turrets as well. An all-out loss for Cambodia. They weren't expecting that at all, man. The sneaky, literal ninja play from Al Puerto kind of turns the tides, and now they go for Moshi in the middle. 1v2 as the shadow kill gets popped in. But Moshi is just way too tanky though, surviving. But that's a swing in momentum for sure. Primal Wrath being popped on the top side as Perez goes in with a sliver of HP. Too low though, too aggressive. Yui Fendi will pick up that kill. And even there now in the purple buff of Cambodia, Al Puerto, man, non-stop denying the purple buff from Tegami as well.
It's insane. It's insane what both of these teams have actually been able to throw at each other here in the 8th minute of the game. Al Puerto, again, so clean with that. Because, you know, like, technically Lancelot, right? Tegami is also on the same level. So if we're talking about retribution battles, the fact that Al Puerto was able to get that was insane. But look at this.
Big chunk of damage, but look at the Phantom Execution to the back line though. Now Amores is the next target as Refendi comes in, flickers out, but there comes Al Puerto for the retribution, coming in with the shadow kill, but it won't be enough. Cambodia picking up 2 for 2, but it's not over yet. For the side of the Philippines, they're still trying to find extra value, but they won't be able to do so, as Al Puerto and Tegami just lock eyes there, potentially going for a duel though. Al Puerto going for a bit of a dive, but that's the maneuverability from the quad shadow. She will get out. And the Philippines, they got to trade evenly, but they get more presence around the map with that play.
But Tegami was forced to use that retribution, so I thought that maybe Daigon wanted to go in for the contest for the orange buff, but it looks like she saw that it was too much of a risky play, so they go and decide against it. But for the most part, again, both these teams have been trading back and forth. Philippines is leading with a 2k gold lead, and Perez picked up that DHS. And look at Vivero looking for a play.
Vivero gonna onward to try and deny motion coming in, but that's a penalty zone coming in a bit too late. The Minions Fury stolen by Amores will be zoning away the members of Cambodia for just a bit longer. But look at this. They're going in afterwards with the Lord taken. The Philippines are trying to back off away, but they lose 2 in the process. They'll be trying to just do damage control, making sure they don't lose the turrets. And look at this dive coming in from Cambodia. Vivero makes it out alive, and Philippines will not be able to find
whoa!
Look at that, Tegami! Almost going for it, but the flicker from Perez seals her fate. What a play from Vivero to stay alive. But Dagon gets taken out under the turret as well. Both teams just going toe-to-toe. But with the Lord pushing in favor of the Philippines, the fact that they were able to trade somewhat evenly means that they can now take control and go for these turrets.
That was a 3-for-1 trade. If we take a look at that replay, Perez actually flickered in to get that kill over. But meanwhile, with the distraction happening, Perez was unable to save that turret in the mid lane, as well as save her fellow teammate in the mid lane as well. But Daigon gonna be able to get back into the Land of Dawn, respawn ASAP. But I don't think it will be in time for this first Lord push that is happening. We do see a little bit of pressure from the top side from Al Puerto. But other than that, I don't think they can touch the inhibitor turrets with how fast Cambodia are clearing out these waves.
In fact, they gather on the mid turret right here, not wanting to let anything go for free. You can see the Philippines waiting around. But look at the damage, the shred coming in from Perez, dashing out, but still getting hit by the Minions Fury and the Phantom Execution. That is hurt, deleted almost immediately. Look at the Shadow Killer in the back though. Al Puerto still being active, going for the execute, getting 2 in the midst of this engagement. But Yui Fendi will still be able to make it out. Overall, 2 for 3 for the Philippines. They were able to come out on top there, despite Perez getting deleted in the beginning of the fight.
I think Perez is wondering, like, man, why didn't I go for Purify? If I knew that this would be happening over and over, I mean, 2 times is not over and over, but a few times to really stave off how much pressure I should be having in these team fights, maybe a Purify would have been more valuable against so many tools coming from Cambodia. But look at Al Puerto with her fast hands, gonna be able to zone these members away and gonna be able to get in to that turret in the top lane. And luckily for the Philippines, that turret falls, that base turret falls on the far lane of the next Lord that is going to push. And if we know the Philippines, we know that they love these Lord dances. We know they love the macro style. We know they love to go head-to-head, toe-to-toe with that brain kind of strategy against Cambodia, who has been doing much better in these team fights, by the way.
Kigami now with the Sky Piercer as well. There's so many execute tools available for the side of Cambodia. And now with the photo, the team fighting is going to get even more difficult. But with the wave pushing on the top side, with the base tower taken from the Philippines, this means that, whoa, hang on, onward play with the conceal. Onto Moshi though, she will get shredded down immediately. No response from Cambodia. They're forced to back away, losing one member. And look at the response. An immediate jump towards the Lord as Diagon is able to just zone everyone away, be a complete nuisance. What a play from the Philippines. A clean Lord take, without even a Lord dance that we're talking about.
Not wasting a single second, not wasting a single moment. They saw the opportunity and they were able to capitalize over that. And again, this just reflects the chemistry and the synergy that all these players have. They've been playing together for so long, even actually representing the Philippines in the SEA Games as well. So that chemistry is definitely there, because that split-second moment where one of them goes in for that play, the rest follows so well. By the way, they're just so familiar with one another. They're so familiar, and their calls are so great that they've been actually able to push Cambodia in a very tough position in this 13-minute game that initially Cambodia were actually leading.
It's a big team fight potential that the Philippines are completely negating. Again, with the macro play, with the fact that the Lord was there, that the wave was pushing as well. Now, it's going to be cleared by Cambodia though, but the Philippines, they're trying to make sure that they try and get something in exchange. It's a slow clearing process from the side of Cambodia, but it seems like it's inevitable as an Earth Shadow lands onto Uwe, along with the onward. That's a Primal Wrath popped in by Vivero to try and do some damage, but Moshi comes in with the penalty zone. The Minion's Fury on top for good measure. Seems like they're going for the back line, but oh man, Kigami immediately deleted in the back. And now with the Philippines having a full roster still, they're going to go for the base tower 5v3. Cambodia trying their best to clear. They do have carries available. In goes Yui Fendi without any response, but Nabi becomes the next target. Getting popped with the passive, and Moshi pushing still to try and do something, but the Philippines are going straight for the crystal. It's going to be the end in the hands of Al Puerto, going in for an amazing comeback performance here against Cambodia for Game 1.
A decisive game at number 1 here from the Philippines, leading this best-of-3 series in our first semifinals in the playoffs, and that was an exquisite example of Mlbb gameplay, right? I mean, like you mentioned in the game, Arashi, it was a really good point. The fact that they understood that they lost in terms of composition, if we're talking about team fight, with how many tools that Cambodia had, right? They were like, fine, so we don't go for team fights. We go for the split pushes. We go for the macro-centric style. We go for the pickoffs instead, right? They don't even allow Cambodia to think of a proper setup before they go in and pull the trigger. And we're going to see that in the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, from that game number 1. Again, I want to see all the way from the beginning, because earlier on, we were talking about this, right? Sure, the Philippines, they were trading quite okay, but Cambodia, for the first few moments of the game, they were the ones showing what the tempo is all about. In these team fights, in these particular, turtle dances, they've been able to get the advantage. They were able to pick up the first turtle, but something went wrong after that, Arashi. What do you think that is?
I think it's the pick-off gameplay here, the traps that were set up by the Philippines. Like even here, in this moment, this is Cambodia walking into it. And even though you have a better composition, a better synergy technically, it doesn't matter when you are the ones walking unprepared for a fight, right? It's almost like the Philippines have a sucker punch advantage. And when they tested the waters and they felt like the fights were still not really going their way as much as they would like it, they just immediately go for this split route, right? To just send someone to try and quote-unquote split push. And this was the steal, man. Al Puerto, out of nowhere, just coming in. The range on that shadow kill is just so deceptive technically. And even when Cambodia are trying to go and trade it in for a dive for some more damage, the Philippines are doing a great job of playing it defensively. And of course, when they get caught in a combo, when everyone gets hit together, it's a whole different story. But Perez knows exactly what kind of calculations she's having, right? When someone else gets nuked down and she has some window of time to go for the damage, she would just go in immediately and just tank all the crowd control and damage coming her way.
And finally, we get to see something different, right? In the EXP lane, Diagon on the CC We usually see the Yuzongs and the Terizlas happening, the expert being banned out naturally to go and eliminate the counter towards the Terizla, but with the CC coming through, cast a curse, right? We mentioned her and then she gets immediately taken out in the highlights, but for the most part, Diagon has been a game changer, right? Being able to win the lane was important for the neutral objective setups, but also in the later stage of the game, as soon as she was able to get her items, she was able to zone so many times and buy so much time for her team and go in for the split pushes that were also very detrimental to how quickly the Philippines were able to turn the game around after that point. And here you go, see Diagon just completely zoning even Tegami on the Lancelot away from that team fight.
And afterwards, just the difference in damage output, like that really is what it was. Perez can just shred everyone down so much faster than Yui Fendi can, and with the Wind of Nature already available, she can have even bolder time just standing right there doing damage. And Vivero, man, landing the Earth Shatter on Tegami as she comes in with the Phantom Execution. That's just great timing that she's displayed all the way in several games today. But Al Puerto as well, knowing the limits of that Hayabusa. You're seeing here, for the most part, they understand, they notice the window of opportunity to try and end the game, and they immediately, without hesitation, just walk up straight to the crystal and just start focusing it down.
I don't think you noticed that, but it was a 14-minute match, right? I thought it was a lot... Wait, how do I feel about it? Did it feel longer or did it feel shorter? But I didn't think it was the 14th minute. Right, the Philippines, they were so decisive with how they played that 14-minute match. I don't know, maybe I expected it to be a little quicker.
Oh, quicker, huh? I was thinking that with so many setups being made by the Philippines and Cambodia both, right? The movements around the map, I thought that for sure this has to be a late game. You know, with everyone just setting up, waiting for the right opportunities, already waiting in the bushes to try and spring up a trap for their opponent. I thought for sure this was a later game. The fact that it was 14 minutes and 30 seconds, more or less, actually is quite surprising to me. But there has been a lot of action so far in the game for sure. So that certainly skews your perception of time a bit.
Yeah, it also is a trap, right? With the Yuzong CC. You know, even we got trapped into thinking it was the Yuzong when it was actually the CC. My God, Philippines, do your strategies know no bounds. But anyway, we are gonna crown our MVP, our player of the game, up soon. I think Vivero was a monster as well on the Edith. The fact that she was able to, you know, utilize her kit so well. But Al Puerto was really good on the Hayabusa. That steal on the Lord was immaculate. Amores, so dependable. Diagon, we talked about her already on Perez, just also a very reliable source of damage for her team. Who would you crown the MVP for this?
For me, it's Vivero, like hands down.
Again.
Yeah, she was the one making the moments happen for her team here, despite the fact that they were supposedly on the back foot. So she has my vote.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go for El Puerto again. So production team, let's see it. Our MVP for game number 1. I mean, it's a Arashi 0, Eterna 1.
Boom!
And it's Eterna 2, Arashi 0. It's okay. Better luck next time, buddy. But here are the items that Al Puerto went for.
I mean, surely it is what it is, but man, the Hayabusa, the fact that your damage comes out in small chunks, just make the Sky Piercer that much more fearsome, right? Because even if you're on a low amount of HP, you're just concerned about like a shuriken or one cut from the shadow kill just nicking you, and then you're just deleted. So I think that's a great item to have in the inventory. But that aside, despite the fact that she has the Heptasis and she's supposedly going for big chunks of burst, she was actually playing it a lot scarier, man. She just stays in the bush, goes for basic attacks with skills, and then she just gets out of there, right? She wasn't doing a lot of fancy entrances into the big team fights. It's almost like the contrast compared to Tegami, because Tegami was coming in with the dashes and then the Phantom Execution right into the center of the fight. Whereas for El Puerto, it seems like she's just skirting around the outsides, you know, being a distraction. And then when she goes in with a shadow kill, it's just to do damage, and then she'll get back out into safety. That in and out is definitely something that Hayabusa has over that Lancelot.
It's a really good tool to trigger resources, right? Because if you have a stun, if you have damage abilities that you want to utilize against a Hayabusa, you would definitely pop that up, but a little bit too late. I think that's one of the reasons why I personally hate the Hayabusa, especially as a mid laner, right? The fact that they're able to weave in and weave out like that just causes so many miscalculations that Al Puerto was able to capitalize over. And that steal, again, was brilliant. And she shows us, just because the Hayabusa hasn't been doing well in some of these matches that we've seen at ISF, we see the potential of the Hayabusa and why it was, marked up to be one of the stronger assassins in the meta after the patch hit.
I think that's definitely the case. The immunity in particular, just
the speed.
Even though, exactly, it's even when you're fighting, right? And you know that, okay, it's not me that's getting hit with the shadow kill. You know that in the back of your head, you're seeing, the cuts showing up, and you're fighting, but it's almost like you're looking backwards. Like, is everything good behind? Because if the backline is gone, what am I doing here, right? I'm in the midst of all the chaos. I'm gonna get taken out. That kind of extra risk factor definitely plays into that mental mind game.
And a lot of the members from the side of Cambodia, I think they went in for Warcry, and we didn't really see... Well, I guess we did, right? Because we were talking about that match, and there were moments where the Roger was completely dominating in these skirmishes, right? Being able to get the kills left and right, here and there. I think if I had to choose like an MVP from the losing team for game number 1, it would have been the Roger for me. What do you think?
I think that's fair. For sure, Yui Fendi was still doing a lot of damage. She was still outputting the pressure. Unfortunately, it's almost like the Philippines used that against her, right? She was the victim of several ganks coming in from Vivero. But she was still doing a great deal of damage. There were some outplays there where she comes in with the pounce, the Lycan pounce, gets the execute, but then just jumps out into safety, kind of baiting some resources as well. I think it's fair to give them the edge. I just found it very unfortunate that they were having all the control, but it's all limited to when a neutral objective is on the table, right? They had to wait for the Philippines to be forced to come into the minion fury, the penalty zone, when it's just a waiting game, when everyone's on standby. That's where the Philippines immediately sprang into action. You saw that conceal into onward Earth Shadow combo, and you're also seeing the fact that the Philippines had a carry. It's kind of interesting to see now, because a big issue now with the lore dances with the macro game is the fact that you can't really clear that lore as fast anymore, right? It's more difficult now. It does more damage, but with a carry, you kind of can, right? And you saw that in one of those engagements. Of course, Cambodia eventually checked for the Lord, but at that point, it's a bit too late. So having that extra bit of max HP damage coming in from the carry seems to be another tool that's kind of rising in importance just because of the changes to the Lord.
Definitely overlooked. Because coming after the patch, I think a lot of people have said that if we're talking about gold laners, sure, it's still very experimental, but the gold laners that we've seen in ISF in particular are the Clint, Brody, Roger for sure, number 1 priority, Harith, and that's about it, right? The rest are kind of, well, I guess Moskov. We can put Moskov there, right? But Claude, Carry, these are the heroes that are a little bit more conditional. What do you think? Because I was expecting, coming to ISF, especially for the female scene, that we would be seeing a lot more Brodies, a lot more Clints. But those are the two heroes that we've actually haven't seen at all so far.
I kind of recall seeing a Clint game, maybe. I don't quite remember which one it was. But yeah, that's true. We haven't seen too many Brodies either. And the one time I remember seeing it was from CW from Indonesia, and he got completely demolished in that game. So, I'm not sure if that counts. All right, but with the Skypiercer, I really thought these more aggressive, burst-heavy heroes would really have an importance. But I guess this is the unforeseen consequences of the patch. Right now, some of these heroes haven't been buffed or nerfed, but just gains a lot more potential. And in this game in particular, up against the Terizla, I guess there's additional value to picking up the carry. And you saw that there was a moment where the Terizla walked up and Perez was like, sure, I might get taken out for this, but I'm going to melt down this main front line so that my team can really threaten and engage towards Cambodia. So there's layers and layers of strategy being displayed here in the Land of Dawn.
So let's jump into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2, match point in for the Philippines. And it looks like both of these teams have actually swapped sides, with the Luoyi now being picked up as a ban for Cambodia. And I'm wondering if there are going to be any changes towards the drafts, right? Because if we take a look last time around, the Edith was a huge takeaway. The fact that they were able to pick it up for the Philippines, that was a game changer, I do believe. Do they want to let that go, or do they want to go for the bans instead for game number 2?
The Edith, I feel like it's not just the Edith. Of course, we saw great engagements, but we didn't see a lot of, for instance, big moments with the Primal Wrath swinging the balance in the favor of the Philippines. I guess some of the fights were that close, with HP bars being really, really low. But all things considered, I think the engage part was what's more important. So I don't think it's something that can be solved purely by going for a ban to the Edith. But if they want to go for it, banning away the Grok right here, one of the heroes that can walk up in relative safely with the power of nature, that is definitely something that Cambodia can put to good use.
Other than that, right, I think one of the beauties of the Grok is the fact that there's just so much control that you possess when you want to go in for like team fights around the neutral objectives, right? With the pit being placed the way that it is, and with the utility and the kit that the Grok has to offer, there's a lot of control that has been taken away with the ban coming in from Cambodia. But again, they go for the respect. The Ling gets eliminated, as well as the Angela. Last time, I think we saw the Fanny being banned out. That's definitely an option that we saw. Fredrin has been left open, Harith as well. So now it begins the chess match, the chess game. Honestly, so far the chip completely ignored, so that's not something that we're looking at right now, right? But the Harith versus the Roger, what do you think has more value?
The Harith versus the Roger, I feel like if you want to have this chess match going on, the Roger has a bit more value due to the flex potential. I don't think we've seen a Harith flexed anywhere else aside from the gold lane, but having the Harith itself as a pick, technically it's not a guaranteed win anymore. So I would personally say now it's going to be a Roger. The Harith still has power, definitely, but now it's been a while, and some teams have it seems like a lot of teams already felt like, hey, this Harith can you can kind of mitigate the Harith's impact depending on how you want to play this. Especially for the Philippines, if they want to play this mobile style, just kite away from the Zaman Force, and this Harith becomes almost half as mobile as he usually is. So that could be a solution if they want to go for it.
Also very weak to CC, right? Not the Yuzong CC, but like C. It's like crowd control. Okay,
Control.
That was an easier way to put it. But again, okay, so first pick still the Edith, but this time it's Cambodia that picks it up first. Philippines now, they have the chance to pick up. Do they go for carry again? I guess Harith, definitely. Okay. But what's the second pick, right? Do they go for Turizla? Do they look for that strong lane that they have? Or do they wait for that? What's the strategy?
Usually we see the Fredrin show up. Considering the Youth Song has been so important for a lot of teams, they can try and go for that as well if they want to make sure that Diagon once again can just have so much impact in the lane. This is the flexibility we're talking about as well, by the way. A lot of them has performed not only on one or two heroes, right? They have multiple heroes available in their arsenal, and they go for the Valentina to deter most likely any kind of big ultimates from the side of Cambodia. And this is a great pick because, again, we talked about it in the previous drafting phase, but that Primal Wrath, if it gets stolen by the IMU, that's a lot of damage, man. It might even make the Edith pick more detrimental to the side of Cambodia.
They love this Valentina pick. They love it, right? Time and time again, Philippines have picked up the Valentina, and we're gonna see the response now from Cambodia. Do they go for an assassin once again? Do they pick up the Hayabusa themselves this time? Look to have more say in the early stage of the game. By the way, the Matilda has also been ignored. So no pickup on the Matilda just yet, but they go for the Fredrin and the Claude. So I'm pretty sure that this Fredrin is not a flex Fredrin, especially with the Edith here. Edith is still flex. Technically can be placed in the EXP lane or in the roam. But the Fredrin definitely in the jungle. So that does give us a little bit of information as to the strategy and the idea of what Cambodia wants to do. In the second phase of the drafts, now that the Philippines have also picked up the Turisla, they can definitely just eliminate. Make sure that Turisla gets a good lane, right? You can go in for the Xborg ban, you can go in for the CC ban or the Yuzong CC ban, right? That's definitely an option. But they go for the Faramis.
Well, the Faramis is a
still
pretty good choice if you're considering just the overall team fight. But I gotta agree, man. The Xborg ban is something I would go for myself. It's just a very annoying situation when there's a Xborg just spouting out all the flames again and again. And especially with your gold laner being a Harith, right? It's very low range. You're gonna be forced to tank up a bunch of the flames. So I think that is something that would be good for them to deny from the side of Cambodia. But for Cambodia themselves, it seems like it's a proper drawn out fight. They have crowd control tools available right here. So I'm trying to figure out what's the idea for them, because they've banned the Minotaur as well. It's almost like they are the ones that don't want to be punished now for clumping up together. But it's going to be a Cho.
It is going to be a Cho. The Cho is... I think the last time I saw the Cho was yesterday. In the roam, still using Concussive Blast. So despite the changes towards his kit, I think it was his passive that changed, right? That a lot of people are speculating that maybe we're gonna see more of Cho junglers. But in the roam even, it still had a lot of value, right? Great pickoff, really great moments for this Cho. And so they're eliminating a lot of these roamers from the side of Cambodia, right? Really respecting your favorite hero, by the way, Fifero. The Cho and the Ruby has been banned out, and we mentioned the Xborg earlier on, and the Xborg does get banned. We saw that the Turisla was kind of suffering in the lane against the CC. Do you think that they will go for the flex Edith into Roam, CC into EXP? Not that they do have the chance.
The CC is definitely an option, but we'll have to see, right? At least in Cambodia, they're thinking that the engage potential is something they don't want to deal with. So if that's the case, right, then an Edith also, aside from being a great engager, is also a great counter engager, right? You see someone jumping straight at you, you onward, you earth shatter, and they are forced to kind of react, trying to dodge away from it. So as a result, for the Philippines, it's gonna be a Martis with the Mortal Coil available. Now Cambodia have to start thinking, right? How do we protect the backline? Fast crowd control won't be enough. They need multiple amounts of crowd control. And if they can get crowd control that kind of gets channeled for a long period of time, that can be good against the Martis, right? To try and make sure that he has the force to use the full-on duration of the Mortal Coil for crowd control immunity instead of gap closing or damage.
So what's the choice here? Yuzong? This is the real Yuzong, I think, by the way, right?
Yeah.
The real Yuzong in the lane against the Turisla, and now they have yet to pick up their roamer. Unless, Edith roam mid laner, Lilia. So fast clear still with the Lilia still has value, and it's a lot more safer as compared to some of the other mid laners, like the Farsa perhaps, right? Or Xavier that's been popping up a lot recently in the mid lane, or even the Vexanas of the world. So they're trying to contest that mid lane pressure and the mid lane prio, especially going against a hero as dominant in the early game as something like the Martis. But what will accompany this Martis, right? We're lacking a roamer now. Minotaur's been banned out. Matilda is still open, and technically additional movement speed as well. A lot more wave clear for the Valentina. So yeah, that does get locked in. Matilda, last pick for the Philippines.
I was thinking that maybe they want something a bit more beefy, because generally the rule of thumb is if you have one guy in utility, you have one guy for frontline. That's a requirement, because otherwise your CC guy, your crowd control guy, will get deleted before he can output that crowd control, right? So they need some other person. But I guess with the Turisla, the Philippines are confident enough that Diagon will be able to actually tank up all that damage, survive long enough. And maybe the idea is to get her out of there with the guiding wind afterwards. Alpuerto, though, on the Martis, we've seen that she can be very, very aggressive. But now, with the lack of mobility on from the Martis, right? I guess Vivero can kind of supplement that with the guiding wind as well. But I'm curious to see how the early game plays out. Because I think that when it comes to push power and crowd control setup, I think Cambodia actually has a better chance here.
Yeah, I'm a big bias. I'm a big bias towards this Lilia. Because again, right, the Lilia has such good wave clear. She's so maneuverable. She has high mobility. She's also very independent in her lane as well. If you're talking about DPS, she does have that, especially in the later stage of the game when she gets her items going. And now she can actually go in for the glowing wand and get ultimate value from that item. So ladies and gentlemen, we are at match point. One more game away for Cambodia to have to say goodbye to the hopes of going to WEC, of going to Riyadh, of representing their region in the international stage. And Philippines are only a game away. So let's get down into the land of dawn for game number 2.
All right, game number 2, and really seeing a bit of a difference when it comes to emblem preferences. Diagon going with the Impure Rage here, not going for the Warcry like we saw earlier. That might allow for better laning, but look at this, Moshi getting jumped on. The dive is orchestrated by the side of the Philippines. Vivero, very, very low there was Moshi, but Vivero will be able to pick it up with that Mathilda pick, orchestrating the dive so early on. That's part of what makes this Mathilda so annoying to deal with.
In true Filipino women fashion, right? Always first blood under minute number 1, under minute number 2. And we're seeing that yet again here in their second game against Cambodia. And that does put Cambodia under a little bit of pressure, right? Because to lose control like that, despite it only being a kill, is very telling to how the tempo will move forward. And hopefully Cambodia can turn this around and push this to a third game of the series. But with heroes like the Mardis, with heroes like the Harith, you definitely don't want them to snowball out of control from that early portion of the game.
Looking at the top side already, El Puerto waiting for a chance to make a move, but won't be starting off just yet. There's a numbers advantage on the side of Cambodia on this top side, but the Philippines are undeterred. They just stand by here, waiting for the neutral objective to spawn out, and they'll just be dancing around here, waiting around. And the longer this goes, the more chance there is for Vivero to actually do some harassment, do some poke damage. No Circling Eagle is available just yet though, so there won't be any chance for a scouting maneuver there coming in from this Mathilda. But Amores waiting for the right time, going in, dodging away from the Earth Shatter. But now here comes in the big engage, the Black Dragon form coming in from Moshi towards the back line as a DPS from the Angry Glooms of Nabi comes through. They jump now to El Puerto with the Mortal Coil, trying to get out of the situation, but it might be too much to handle. Vivero will be able to get Amores out of the situation, but Cambodia once again showing a very strong early game.
1 for 2 trade, and you can even say it's a 1 for 3 trade if Cambodia is going to be able to pick up this turtle, and they do that without any contest whatsoever after the Philippines had to lose 2 members of the main 5. And that's just it, right? Again, a very similar pattern, like you mentioned earlier on, Arashi, to game number 1. Cambodia holding on to the early game, holding on to these neutral objective fights. They're so good with these team fights in the early stage of the game, but let's hope that they don't lose control again, right? Because that's what is so great about the Philippines. They understand their heroes. They understand when their power spikes hit. So they are able to be that type of team to withstand the chaos and the aggression of the early game, to wait for that power spike and then go in for something more. But it looks like Edith in the bottom lane.
As Perez bringing a Purify there to try and counter the gank. But now Amores and El Puerto are trying to maybe counter back with a bit. But like you said, Eterna, they're very good at just taking it slow, knowing their strengths. But look at that penalty zone, though. It lands straight onto Yui Fendi, who bursts the Purify, but she's taken very, very low. Not low enough, though, unfortunately, as Ue looks for a chance to try and get something more. Both teams will be backing out. And Perez, the initial target here, actually gets a lot of value by pushing out this bottom side, escorted by Vivero as well.
Oh, looks like Ue is looking for a moment here. Earth Shatter perhaps with a combination. But the damage, the burst coming through from Perez does deny that away. It actually forced a recall from her and buying them a little bit more time in this bottom lane to get over a kill perhaps onto Yui Fendi later on. Meanwhile, El Puerto and Amores are gonna go on to Moshi. Will it succeed?
They're walking straight under the turret, but Moshi dashes away with the Furious Dive, kind of denying the pursuit as well. That will be her taking a lot of some kind of damage significantly enough. And look at this trap set up by Uwe and Nabi. They go for the play, but the onward does not connect. Earth Shatter lands on the Vivero, but won't be enough to trigger any kind of big fight. As the Philippines wait around, they have utility tools available. Watch for a big penalty zone as Vivero makes a very aggressive move. But look at Amores getting hit by the Earth Shatter. But Black Shoes out of the situation. Now with that penalty zone coming on in the middle, Moshi tries to deter the rest of the team, but it won't be available. He dives into the back as Diagon finally gets taken out by the collective effort of Cambodia, and they're still maintaining control here.
1-for-1 trade. The Philippines, Al Puerto is still and was still able to get that retribution, that clean retribution over the neutral objective. So it's a 1-for-1 now for both of these regions. There's control in these team fights. Again, like, I don't understand why, because technically the Philippines, they have a lot of tools that they can utilize as well, right? In this 5v5 team fight, they have Amores, they have Vivero with the Matilda and the Circling Eagle. They also have Diagon with, as well, the penalty zone. And yet, somehow, some way, Cambodia always comes out on top in these early game neutral objective fights. And it looks like they're looking for more here in the bottom side. That's a lot of damage onto Perez. By the way, what?
Exactly. They just way too much damage for Perez to just shrug off. But fortunately, she'll still be able to survive as the backup comes in. And you can see Cambodia really respecting any kind of moment where the Philippines are rotating. Now Vivero gets taunted up. Seems to be a 4-man play towards the turret, but Vivero comes with the Circling Eagle, going defensively backwards, and now looking for a chance to maybe take Uwe out. Alberta comes in, going in with the Mortal Coil, trying to get a Decimate, but in the back line, Yui Fendi with the Blazing Duet shuts down Vivero, and the Black Dragon form comes in. Moshi takes out Perez, and just like that, the Philippines are once again on the back foot, fighting under the turret as Uwe lands an Earth Shatter, but they might have been a bit too aggressive right here. Diagon is coming in, swinging that hammer. That will be a relatively equal trade for the Philippines, but considering the situation, it's a bit of a win.
2-for-2 trade, but Perez was the one that was taken out, right? So yeah, I would understand that notion, but losing something like the Harith, who generally needs to acquire a snowball to get to that item power spike as quick as possible, is definitely not something that is perfect in the ideals of Philippines. But it looks like Vivero are going to be able to zone out Tagami, and they're going to be able to get in that turtle, the last turtle, really quickly and fairly uncontested from Cambodia. So if we're talking about power, it looks like the Philippines have it under control. But if we're talking about a gold lead, it looks like Cambodia is still holding on to that.
Cambodia definitely is holding on to a gold lead, but they gotta be careful not to trade evenly against the Philippines right here. The longer the game goes, even though the Philippines technically on paper aren't really having the best late game, doesn't mean that they can't really do anything, especially if the goal difference does get equalized. Now for the Philippines, trying to secure the purple buff, but Uwe goes with the onward, doesn't connect. It's gonna still be El Puerto able to secure her purple. So Cambodia, they're looking for chances here to push their advantage even more, but the response from the Philippines, the threat of a counter-engage, is kind of keeping them at bay.
It's definitely there. And for the most part, Cambodia now have already picked up 2 turrets, right? They have a turret in the top side. They also have a turret in the bottom lane. And they're looking to capitalize over this mid lane as well. So it's been very interesting as to how this game has progressed. We saw a little bit of a similar story from game number 1, right? The fact that you can't really say it was a landslide. You can't really say that it was one-sided for the Philippines. There are so many moments that the Cambodians were able to trade back really well, especially in the early stage of the game. And hopefully from game number 1, they've actually adjusted with the mind games and the brain play that the Philippines were able to utilize in game number 1 into game number 2, because technically Cambodia is holding more control over the map, right? They have the objectives, they have the gold lead, and they also have the towers to boot. So more in their kit and more under their belt against the Philippines as we jump back into the game. And oh, wait a second, Earth Shatter.
Diagon getting jumped on, but on the other side, Vivero going in to try and take out Moshi along with the help from Perez, but now she gets caught in, but that penalty zone from Diagon might have shifted the attention just far enough as Amores is trying her best to try and output that damage, but it's not going to be enough. A Priest's Wrath doesn't land onto multiple members, but both teams walk out without a casualty. But for the Philippines, they're making a statement here that they are still able to hold their own in a fight given the right circumstances. Like you said, Eterna, that brain play is something that they can use. The longer the game goes, the more important the waves and lords are, they can try and do something. But with Yui Fendi so far away from safety, the Philippines seems to be eyeing her out as a target, but it won't be available just yet.
Nope. Oh.
Ooh, look at the play though on the bottom side. There's gonna be Diagon getting taken out off camera. Unfortunately, I think Uwe was able to find her in the middle of the fight. And now without the main front line, the Philippines are gonna be forced to contest here for a Lord. They have no idea where everyone is. That's a great dodge though to avoid the onward, but now Tegami comes in with the taunt. Won't be enough. The Black Dragon form will be popped up and it's zoning everyone away. The Philippines are deciding to stay right here, but Al Puerto is going to be taking a lot of damage, a lot of attention, but that's going to be a kill picked up by Amores in the midst of the chaos. Vivero will be falling, but Al Puerto still running for the hills. What is going on right here? The Lord gets taken off by Uwe, but at the same time, Yui Fendi picks up a shutdown. Fighting on multiple fronts as Perez tries to survive, but the onward gets purified out. She survives here as Diagon zones Moshi away. The Philippines came out on top right there.
How does that happen? Right? Cambodia did everything right with that setup. The fact that they were able to pick off Diagon right before that 50-50 Lord take. They were a member down and they were still able to get that many advantages. Okay, sure, they lost the Lord, but it is still the first Lord of the series. The clapback from the Philippines has been insane. And look now, El Puerto already utilizing that retribution to get a little more time for her to weave out of that teamfight to go up and clear out that Lord. But this isn't gonna be a perfect Lord push for Cambodia after the results of that fight.
They were actually unable to capitalize as much onto that Lord just because the Philippines have that wave pushing on the bottom side. Like you said, Eterna, that brain play, but the Black Dragon form comes in for a massive flank. All chaos breaks loose, but that's going to be a penalty zone in the midst of the chaos. The Philippines fighting under their turrets, doing a lot more damage. Uwe now trying to survive, but with the chase coming in from Vivero with the guiding wind, that's going to be the Philippines taking out a clean sweep, 3-0, and they are still coming through. Amores with the guiding wind, catching up to Yui Fendi, but not having the abilities to try and catch him off. Going for something of a flank right there, but with that play, with the 2 minions in the middle, they're gonna go for turrets.
No way. No way are they gonna get an inhibitor turret, right? Not like this. Earth Shatter gonna be utilized there, but they will be able to successfully go for the defense. Remember, there are 2 lanes still crashing in favor of Cambodia in the top and the bottom lane, but it looks like another skirmish has happened. Yui Fendi goes down, Arashi!
Uwe comes in with the Primal Wrath to try and win this fight out, but the Black Dragon arrives, taking 1, most likely taking 2 as Perez runs for her life. Al Puerto running away in the mid lane as well. Literally a back and forth endeavor from both these teams. But look at the gold at Eterna. It's shrinking ever so slightly here. That was an even trade yet again for the Philippines. And if Cambodia keeps this up, they're going to lose control over the map.
It's insane how equal this gold has been, right? So equal in terms of the trades of the turrets, the trades of the neutral objectives, the trades in the kills as well, 10 to 12. Not that much of a big gap. But if Cambodia prize themselves over these team fights, prize themselves over their micro capabilities that we've seen them being able to do time and time again against the Philippines. But if the Philippines can match that and play around the macro in addition, then I agree with you. This is going to be a problem for Cambodia. They need to push out these side lanes. They need to utilize these side lanes. They need to do their housekeeping and they need to push in the lanes. And it looks like that's what they're doing there in the bottom side. Could that tower go down, that inhibitor tower, if Philippines continue to go for the ignore on the housekeeping?
Unfortunately for them, I don't think so. What's more important is that the lane on the top side here, it was pushed up towards the turret of Cambodia, but now it has bounced back. So now if Cambodia just plays the waiting game, waits for the right situation, that wave will eventually build up, and it's going to be threatening directly a base turret. For the Philippines, they don't want to show their cards, hiding their engage tools in the bushes. They might have noticed a chance that there's someone in the bushes. Vivero spots them out, and Perez goes for a bit of poke damage. It's back to the waiting game, and I think Diagon is just eyeing an opportunity, eyeing for a chance to land that massive penalty zone. But with the wave pushing back on the top side, like I mentioned, it's going to be a race against the clock, and it seems like Vivero will assist Perez in maneuvering to try and clear that wave out.
Oh, that's a big signal. It's a big signal for Cambodia to go in for the push, and it looks like they see it. With two members on the top side, they have the man advantage, and the Black Dragon form gets opened up.
Gonna be going in with the crown though. That's a blazing duet from Yui Fendi doing a lot of damage, but here comes the rest of the roster from the Philippines. They're making a play for the Lord still as Perez picks up a kill, but Hegami will be the one to secure that Lord, and that will be 4 members down, 1 more left for the side of the Philippines, most likely going down right here, and that will be it. Double kill to seal the deal, and with the Lord and with the minion wave on the bottom, Cambodia, they can go for the end.
This is it. We're going to game number 3. No way they go for the defense. Ladies and gentlemen, Cambodia have fought back. They understand the risks. They understand the importance of this match, and they are not going to go down without a fight. Pushing this to a 3rd game of the series as they are looking for that slot to go to WEC in the world stage, on the international stage, over to Riyadh. What a game by Cambodia. That comeback, I don't think anyone expected that from happening. It was just the setup for the Lord from the side of the Philippines. It was so messy, right? It's not something that we've seen too much from this team, but it was messy. You were talking about the far lane, you were talking about the waves that were building up in favor of Cambodia, and the Philippines, they went in for the decision to go in and clear with 2 members, and Cambodia completely capitalized over that. They saw that as a signal. They saw that as just the perfect moment to go in. We have to take a look at the highlights of what happened in that game, because for the most part, everything was so equal. Everything was so back and forth. It could have swayed either way. But you know, thinking about the history of the strategy of the playstyle that we're so used to the Philippines having, we expected that the Philippines would outsmart Cambodia in game number 2, but it seems like it was the exact opposite. Cambodia came back, outsmarted the Philippines, and went in for a wiped out. That was crazy, Arashi.
I mean, we were saying that the Philippines, they're all about that big brain play to try and find other ways to win the game without really just banking it all on a big fight. But Cambodia, they've been out for blood since the beginning of the game, man. And with the tools available to them, the DPS available in their composition, it's definitely nothing that the Philippines can kind of ignore. Yui Fendi on the Claude, bringing it into the late game. The Lilia as well with a lot of DPS. We can see that once they go in and the backline doesn't really have the tools to really stop the channeling of some of these abilities, they just get shredded down immediately. So the only time we see that the Philippines were able to get a dominant fight is when they were fighting on their terms, when Cambodia were jumping into their safe zone under the turrets, for instance, and that's where they were able to actually get so much more value. Aside from that, they were setting up for that big brain play, but Cambodia just found an opportunity and they put the Philippines in a tough situation between a rock and a hard place, and that just allows them to, for once, dictate what is going to happen and when it's going to happen.
This is great. This is perfect. And you know, afterwards they timed everything so well. That spacing was so great as well. I think this was where one of the moments where the Philippines were able to go for a successful defense. So not the best of examples, but it again shows you an example of how the trades were so back and forth. Here they sent actually 2 members running. This was also a big moment with that double kill from Amores that turned the game around. But Moshi, man, 1 kill, 2 kills, a shutdown to boot, just pushing in the gold lead, right? Because that was only 13 minutes of the game. Moshi was still holding on to the items, the fact that she needed to go in for a little bit more as well to complete her kit, and ultimately this was the big moment play, right? Perez was the only one left standing, the only one left to defend. Eventually she got taken out, and Cambodia saw that as a huge opportunity to go in for the end there and then in the 15th, almost 16-minute mark. And can you imagine the storyline that they have behind them if they win this match against the Philippines? Cambodia, they granted they were number 2 in group number 2 behind Indonesia with 6 points, but they weren't nearly as oppressive as a force as the Philippines in group A. So the fact that if they actually move forward in replacement of the Philippines, one of the tournament favorites here at IESF, that would make for a huge storyline for this region.
Definitely, man. It's a true underdog story, technically. And looking at the post-game stats, you can see the amount of damage that was available to Cambodia. I mean, Nabi on the Lilia, we thought would be one of the biggest damage dealers, but Moshi even out-damaged her. And even Ue on the Edith with the Primal Wrath, still getting out-damaged by Moshi there. Moshi and Yui Fendi, definitely the duo that just dove in the backline. And in contrast to the previous games we've seen the Philippines play, they just did not have the tools available to save both the backliners and to still have enough to stop some of these big spells. We talked about how they were so good at layering the crowd control, and now with only the penalty zone and maybe the circling eagle as a crowd control tool, it just really wasn't enough to secure a favorable situation in the fights, and they can't really force Cambodia into fights as well, which is why they were stuck just waiting, playing responsive, even though they have aggressive picks like the Harith, like the Martis. So you do wonder what the idea was, but the MVP turned out. What's your pick?
MVP for Cambodia. I mean, that's kind of tough. Moshi definitely had a lot of moments for her on the Yuzong. We saw the outplays that she was able to make, the impact that she had in the team fights, being able to zone out the backline members, the zoning of the core members, right? Technically, Philippines doesn't really have a backline, right? With everybody so keen on going in for the dive, but the core members from the Philippines, that first kill, second kill, shutdown, double kill play was also a big factor as to Philippines losing control. So the MVP, however, the player of the match is Yui Fendi Arashi, our gold laner, right? With the Golden Staff, Mythic Road, DHS, Windtalker, as well as Corrosion Scythe.
I believe the Windtalker might be swapped out. That's a very common strategy, especially if they're trying to rush for an end. But that aside, even if that was part of the arsenal, there was just so many things to pay attention from the side of the Philippines that Yui Fendi, by all means, has been left relatively alone, right? They're busy dealing with the Black Dragon form. They're busy dealing with the Primal Wrath. So when the Blazing Duet comes in, again and again, Yui Fendi was able to actually get a full-on channel and just shred the whole team, the whole roster from the side of the Philippines. And like we said, when the games are that chaotic, when it's a back and forth, it kind of favors the late game team, the team with the late game composition. And for this particular game, it is definitely Cambodia with the Claude, with the Lilia, with the Edith. And for the Philippines, it might just be a bit of an oversight. And they're definitely back to the drawing board right here, thinking about, whether or not that synergy was good enough for them to go with to try and get that early game snowball. And if they don't want to, they can just default back to their mid to late game strat, right? Where that clean, calculated gameplay has led them to great results.
Dude, Edith. Hear me out, man. The Edith was a big problem. Edith in game number 1 fell into the hands of the Philippines and they were able to win it, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Edith at the moment just has so much going for her, right? Because you mentioned about the counter engage that is also possible to be utilized. There's just so much flex into how you want to utilize her, right? You want to be aggressive on the Edith, that's definitely possible. Flicker, Earth Shatter in, and then you go in for your combo, right? Or if you want to go in for the defense, you want to go for a counter engage, that's definitely still possible. Still, you can utilize that Earth Shatter really, really well. And that's not even mentioning the damage output that the Edith has, especially when they're going in for the defense, right? Counter engage play with the Earth Shatter, and then she goes into her Primal Wrath. and then she does the kiting. And there are just so many moments where I saw in these team fights where a lot of the members from the side of the Philippines, they were forced to go back. They were forced to not commit onto these team fights because of how much poke they were receiving, how much magic damage they were receiving from this Edith. So with the next match, I don't really know who's going to be first pick and who's going to be second pick. But if they go in for the swap again, I do believe once again this Edith is going to be a hot priority pick for both of these regions.
Or one of them will decide like, we're done team fighting, right, and go for the exact opposite approach. But if they still want to go, if they're still willing to go for these big team fights, I do think that this Edith is definitely a big player in the roaming business, because it's like a good mix of everything, right? You got damage, you got tankiness, and like you mentioned, Eterna, there's counter engage, but also aggressive engage potential. The fact that the Earth Shatter, right, it's not compared to the Minotaur. Let's compare, right? The Minotaur has like AOE around him, but for Edith, it's a bit more one-directional. But what that allows her to do is kind of use it as a very obvious threat, and technically, that's where you see these massive Earth Shatter Flicker combos being used when you least expect it. So that is something that can still be used in the same way, even though you're not fully committing to something like a Minotaur that just has to go for team fights. You can also transition into a damage dealer, and you can transition into an actual like pick-off hero, the way the Philippines were using her in the first game. So that flexibility, once again, is definitely something that will be prioritized.
For sure. Oh man, I didn't expect this to go a full best of 3.
Whoa.
Did you expect this? No, because in my head, it was either one team picks up the momentum from game number 1 and goes straight for 2-0, right? Because honestly, I haven't casted a third game, Arashi. Fun fact. Since the African qualifiers, up until this point now, as we're shifting to a different region, as we're shifting over to Southeast Asia, I have not casted a third game. So I've been expecting always a 2-0, 2-0. Not to say that it's been like a one-sided game that's been happening, but more so that it looks like tempo and momentum is so important for these teams and so important in these regions that once you are able to get that first game, usually game number 2 is also given towards you. But I'm finally casting a third game in this series, and this is not something that I'm used to. So huge props once again to Cambodia and their mentality, right, coming into this, not losing it, not like, oh no, we lost game number 1. Because honestly, those kinds of situations and those kind of predicaments do have a playing field as to the mentality of some of these players, that they're not able to come back in a best of 3. But the fact that we're going all the way now to a best of 3 is super great. I'm loving it, and I'm having so much fun.
It's like a new milestone here for Eterna, for sure. So we'll have to see. It's gonna get even more intense for sure. I think the adjustments, though, is what we have to really keep an eye out on. Because for the Philippines, I think there's definitely some synergies that can be thought through a bit more. The fact that the Mardis here was picked was supposed to be such a big menace, but considering all the crowd control, all the team fighting tools available for the side of the Cambodians, you saw that even in the first turtle fight, they didn't really get that advantage, right? That lead that we were expecting them to really have going into the game. So if they really want to try and, like you said, Eterna, use that momentum, try and snowball technically into a victory, then it's not enough to just get aggressive picks, but maybe source of damage like the Lilia needs to be thought out a bit more, because that definitely was a big factor in those big fights, right? The angry glooms just landing all over the place, especially for that first fight. The pre-level 4 advantage for the Lilia is, almost comparable to the Lo Yi. So something along those lines need to be kind of amended a bit more. I personally would like to see Vivero on something a bit more aggressive, because she did great on the Mathilda, but Mathilda is a lot more reactive. Whereas we saw that for the Philippines, they did their best work when they were the ones being active, right? And your roamer kind of ties in directly to that mentality. So I fully expect something of that nature to come out of the Philippines.
So what heroes would you like recommend here? Like if you're talking about more active heroes, what are you referring to? Are you referring to more of like the Grox? Oh, you know what? I've been wondering, why hasn't the Atlas come back?
The Atlas? Oh man, I feel like the Atlas is a bit too all in right? And we've seen several times before that the Atlas does show up on occasion when people were still experimenting with the meta. But with the Purify being so important right now, with all, like, even we saw in some of these games, two or even three Purifies on one team, it's just a very easy way to counter that big, obvious slow engage. And the issue is, it's a ultimate based engage, right? We're talking about how beneficial that is, especially for like an Edith, because your engages are just your default skills. You don't need your ultimate to be available to try and get a pick off. So automatically, it's more spammable, it's more dangerous, and whenever you're moving forward, your opponents doesn't have that security, knowing that you wouldn't use the ultimate on one person. But if it's just two spells, right, then there's no issue with the Edithist committing onto that play. So the fact that that is the main problem, and also the fact that teams have been just adapting to this mobile style, right, going back and forth. Even in this game, you saw one of those fights kind of spread out from the top lane all the way to the mid lane, I believe, and that got really confusing for a bit. The fact that you want to do that on an Atlas is just a lot more difficult, right? Because now you're just all in, and if you don't really get value, you're done, and you can get punished very easily. So I think that's like the main reasons.
But like with that logic, then heroes like the Tigreal wouldn't also find popularity, right? But the Tigreal is still used from time and time again. But why Atlas, right? Because technically the Tigreal is also very reliant on his implosion. So,
but he's got the push, which is like an extra bit of value.
Displacement.
It's almost like it's a great point, Eterna, but it's almost as if, why pick the Atlas when you can just pick a Tigreal, right? The Tigreal now has a more spammable displacement tool, and technically, if you just combine all the skills and see what they do, they group everyone together and then they push them in one direction for a combo. Atlas and Tigreal kind of does the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And that really became true and apparent once the Tigreal got kind of buffed, right? Once that animation for the implosion was kind of improved, so it just comes out even faster than the Fatal Links. So I think that kind of took over the role of the Atlas, unfortunately. So we'll have to see how teams, maybe if they want to bring out the Atlas, how they want to try and find value out of it, right? They have to try and find value from the other aspects, the other parts of the Atlas's kit, because the engage is no longer as value or as unique.
So with that being said, and you were talking about the mid laner. No, you're talking about the roamer, right? You were talking about her real name's Marai, but in this, what's her IGN for the Philippines? Vivero, right? A more active roamer, and she does still have Arlet as one of her, secret picks, comfort picks that she has hidden, and she has performed crazy stuff on the Arlet. So maybe that's the direction that we might be seeing her go, hopefully, for game number 3, if we're looking to get a little bit more aggressive with the Filipino style.
Well, the Arlet flex into the EXP or roam was a very meta a while back. Now with how strong that hero is with the all new improved War Axe, there's definitely a route that they can try and go for if they really want to try and at least put some doubt in the minds of the Cambodians. Because for Cambodia, I really feel like whatever the Philippines brings out, they're in it for a brawl, right? We've seen that happen so far. It doesn't matter what picks they have. They are in it to really be the last man standing, or last woman standing, technically. So I am interested in seeing the adjustments from Cambodia, considering that we're expecting them to maintain this very aggressive, very chaotic style.
I love it though, right? Every time we go into these team fights, they've been doing so well, and I think it's gonna start with the drafts, ladies and gentlemen. We are moments away of heading to draft 3, game number 3, our final game in this best of 3 series between both of these regions. And here it is, right? Cambodia still with first pick. All right. So Philippines on the second pick. Last time they had to lose the Edith because of this. I want to see if there are any changes towards the bans, because so far it's the same, right? Luo Yi, Angela still banned out. We're looking at another potential Ling ban maybe to respect Cambodia from the side of the Philippines last time, and I think it was the first game we saw Fanny being banned out. Grok again from Cambodia, Arashi.
Yeah, I think part of the reason why it was so easy for Cambodia to get some of those fights is because there isn't something like a Grok that can just stand there and be immune. In fact, that might be something that drove the decision to go for the Martis, because with the Mortal Coil, right, you have more ways to really escape from those sticky situations. So now banning it away again does hint at their aggressive style once more. But the Philippines, knowing that, do they want to go for the Edith, right? That comes into mind. And if that's the case, if they're really expecting to walk into danger again and again, I feel like this time they might really prioritize the X-Borg. That's always been the go-to, right? When you need someone to technically take several deaths and still not get taken down.
A Minotaur, again, gonna be the choice here. So absolutely no changes whatsoever here, Arashi. The Philippines don't adjust. This should be a Roger being banned out in that final space. And again, it is still going to be the Roger. So are we gonna see a similar story? What's the adjustment here? Cambodia can go ahead and, play to that strength, right? Pick up the Edith, first pick like they did in game number 2. Find the momentum, find the flexibility of the Edith that can still be flexed as well into several different lanes. We can have Edith in the roam, we can have Edith in the EXP lane. And again, same story, Arashi. Philippines last time went in for the Harith and the Valentina.
Yeah, if they want to go for the same thing here, I think it's a bit too, too repetitive, I would say, right? They want to have some kind of variety here. And if they're trying to go for brawls, the Phrygian has always been a solid pick, right? Very multifunctional, crowd control, tankiness, damage, and sustain technically. So they're still going with the Harith, and that's what I'm concerned about. We saw that they had the Harith for game number 2, but Perez was unable to really go for some very aggressive plays and shut down that gold lane. So they need help there for sure. But now for the side of Cambodia, Baksha and the Moscow. So they are the ones trying to go fast around the map.
Honestly, I like it, right? There's a lot of mobility towards it. There's a lot of snowballing potential from the Moskov in the lane as well. I guess earlier on, what do you think about the Moskov versus the Harith in the gold lane? Who do you think wins that lane?
The Moskov and the Harith?
Yeah.
I think the Harith still wins when it comes to just laning. Just because of how fast the Synchrophiscian shows up and, swings traits in their favor. And technically the Harith can also disengage if the Moskov kind of makes an aggressive play. So I feel like it's going to be a bit of a skill matchup. Depending on how and when the skills are used, it can swing the balance. But I think what's more important is the intervention coming in from the rest of the team, right? We've seen that roaming around the map has been a very key win condition. And you can see that Cambodia, they're still hiding their mid pick. And for the Philippines, they ban away Terizla for now. And I think that they're just trying to make sure that, I'm guessing this is the CC. It's like a Yuzong, but with more red in the drip. That usually means it's a CC. So they're trying to make sure that they don't allow Cambodia to really have that tank frontline member to just take a lot of that damage.
Yeah, but even then, right, they still respect the playmaking potential of the Terizla and actually ban that out. So there are still options for, of course, them to go. But very interesting, a chip ban here. So maybe they don't want to be matched in the global presence. Maybe that's what they're saying here with the chip being banned out, because they do have the Moskov. The Moskov should want to go in for the far lanes in these skirmishes, in these team fights, in these neutral objective takes. But with the presence of the chip, the Moskov can't do that. They can't capitalize over the global presence. So that's why the chip gets banned here. But what's the option here? Yuzong can still be picked up for Cambodia if they want to go head to head. But a Yuzong against the CC doesn't naturally do well as well. But still, the Philippines are shutting down the EXP laner here, Arashi. I guess Arlit is one of the other viable choices that he can go for.
Well, consider that Moshi on the Yuzong has a case to be made to claim the MVP from the previous game.
Agreed.
With the chase potential, with the chaos in the backline. I feel like it's a wise decision to respect that. But for the side of Cambodia, they banned with the Matilda this time. So they were really expecting that the Matilda is going to be a tool that the Philippines can use to maybe make that CC even more elusive than she already is. Now with the first pick, now I do wonder what it's going to be, because the EXP lane is already filled in. They might want to hide their mid lane for the final moment though, because that could be a way for them to deal with that mid roam pressure.
So who's a roamer, right? With the Matilda being banned out, Chip, Minotaur, Grok. We also don't have the Angela.
Ruby?
Harlot Ruby is an option. Edith has been picked up already. I think we saw Kufra last time, but I don't really see the value of the Kufra here.
Okay.
Tigreal, okay. I mean, you wanted something a lot more aggressive with the kit and utility. We were talking about the Atlas, and the Tigreal shows up. A lot more worth it, right? With the spam ability of the Tigreal and the kit. So the last two picks, Rashi, predictions.
They can go for a fair miss here if they really want to really augment their fighting prowess, because they do have a lot of solid DPS already, ready from the Edith, from the Moskov as well. But if they want to go straight,
though.
Exactly, they might want to just go for something like a Lilia. It can work as well. I think it's definitely something that has a bit more utility, because if they're only relying on the Edith right now, it's going to be different. It's going to be difficult. They go for the Vexana here, and oh man, that X-Borg, that's just so annoying, falls into their hands.
Yeah, it's going to be a Vexana pickup. You're talking about the fact that they need a little bit more utility to work with, because technically their setup at the moment relies solely on Edith, right, with the Earth Shatter. But sometimes the Edith is great as a second layer, I would say. Right, so with the fact that they have a little bit more tools in their kit with the Vexana now, I think it does make sense, right? I think it's a good way to wrap up that lineup. But for the Philippines, prediction. Oh man, it's too quick.
I wasn't
Rashi.
allowed.
No.
It's gonna be the Lilia, and I kind of like that. If they want to try and play this kiting style, if you notice, not a single one of these heroes are gonna be required to just go in all in at the first sign of danger. So if they kite back, the Harith can kite back with the Synchro Vision, kind of deter, force your opponents to walk into that sweet spot. The Angry Glooms can be used for resets, and the CC can just kite back and forth as well. All things considered, they are kind of geared up well to deal with an X-Borg, but I worry for Vivero, because personally, when I play a Vexana against a Tigreal, I love going Purify, baiting out the Implosion, then I just Purify and Terrify the Tigreal. And just like that, everything just, gets cancelled. And if they go for someone else, I just cancel it with like an Eternal Guard. So there are ways for Cambodia to counter-engage in a more decisive manner compared to the Philippines. Unless they just reserve all the implosions and the sacred hammers just for like a counter-engage potential.
Because not only does the Vexana do really great with counter-engage, but the Edith does too. So if you're talking about tools, they have extra tools here. But the question is, with a team as aggressive as Cambodia, with a team that loves those brawls so much, do you think they're going to be using it for counter-engage, or are they going to be more on the offense? But that question will be answered right now, ladies and gentlemen, as we get to the final game in this best of 3 series. One of the final slots for WEC Riyadh, between both of these regions, as they are vying for that first spot in the playoffs. So let's head over to the Land of Dawn, and let's head over to game number 3.
Well, that's a crafty move from Vivero, by the way. They already burned out Uifendi's Purify by just setting up an ambush in that bush. But now look at Uwe taking a lot of damage as the Lilia power. On the other side though, Daigon and Moshi, the Xbox CC matchup is just so skill-based and so almost luck-based, I guess, depending on how the CC plays. But the mid-pressure now will definitely be in favor of the Philippines. That will be one of their main tools, main weapons. But look at that steal, though. Tegami taking away the purple buff from El Puerto.
Very sneaky, very cheeky as well. And Nabi on the Vexana has actually opted to go for Lethal Ignition. So sometimes we've seen different sorts of emblems for the Vexana. We've seen Lethal Ignition, we've seen Impure Rage for a little bit more utilization into the Impure Rage, but very aggressive stuff with the Lethal Ignition choice for this Vexana. So expect that from happening. And of course, what else are we expecting from Cambodia, right? Definitely one of their main highlights has got to be how they play these brawls.
Now Alpuerto is going to be so under-leveled here going into the next possible neutral objective contest. But she's trying to even out some way, but Tegami wants to go aggressive here, pops the ultimate as well. The Turtle's presence taking down, forcing Alpuerto to back away. And that'll be Cambodia using that ultimate before the Turtle is even in the picture though. So now for the Philippines, they have a chance to use this Lilia and poke out the members of Cambodia. But look at the first blood on top though. Vivero won't be able to save Alpuerto. 2v2 actually, along with Perez. Uwe tries to get out on the other side though. The Turtle does get taken, and Cambodia, they're the ones dictating the pace for sure.
Are the Philippines struggling right now? Because they're losing absolute control here in game number 3. With the fact that perhaps Cambodia picking up game number 2, maybe it was a shift in gear of momentum for this team, because Tegami is steamrolling over Alpuerto, who has been doing so well from that first game that we've seen in this best of 3 series. Tegami now level 7 as compared to Alpuerto still at level 4, so that's a 3-level gap between both of these junglers, as it looks like they're gonna go for another play on to Vivero.
Vivero 1v2, Alpuerto is in the area, but she's also extremely under-leveled. Cambodia making aggressive plays, and even on the top side, Yui Fendi making sure that she is the one that means business in the lane. Even though the Harith is somewhat prioritized for the side of the Philippines, it really hasn't been as impactful as they really require for them to have that kind of pressure. And to make things worse, it seems like the only real lane where the Philippines have some kind of pressure is going to be that mid lane, right? Everywhere else, the X-War can push and harass so much more reliably. So can the Moskov, and the ganks just haven't been working out for Vivero here on the Tigreal. Oh, see that Moshi though? Just burning down Alpuerto. Uwe though flickers, but does not land the Earth Shatter. Alpuerto will be able to survive with her life for now. But Cambodia, with this maneuvers, with the steals, they are just increasing the gold gap ever so slightly.
It looks like it, but the Philippines are trying to find in something that they can take over the board, looking for a contest somewhere on the map. But even in a 3v1 situation against the Moskov, against Yui Fendi in the gold lane, they don't even find a little bit of that gold shield turret for the Harith. And this is looking like it's going super south now for the Philippines, as Tegami has all the XP levels in the world to go in. But look at that implosion!
Hits the back line, but it gets stopped though with the Eternal Guard dropped down as well. That's going to be the Turtle secured by Tegami to nobody's surprise. But Yui Fendi is in the area, joins in, gets a kill for her troubles. That's the global presence from the Moskov. That's still a win for Cambodia though. They were able to get that Turtle quite handily.
For sure, and she gets a kill over onto Vivero. So now, it looks like Cambodia are trying to, propel that lead a lot further, going in for this turret in the EXP lane, as Diagon gonna be forced to retreat after that zoning and that potential coming in from Cambodia. They are picking up the gas, and Moshi still has the flicker to get out of that situation, as Vivero wanted to go in for a pick onto her.
Well, we can see that the Harith damage is still very much there, but actually, hang on, it's Alcaraz. So it's not Perez any longer here. All right, so a bit of a different approach. We'll see how it goes so far. Alcaraz on this on the Harith though has been able to show a lot more damage potential on the Harith. If they can take down Moshi, especially the Firaga armor before the big fights, that could be something that the Philippines can take advantage of later on. But for now, it's the Cambodia with the pressure on every single lane, and also still the Moskov threat with the Spear of Destruction.
You're right, so they went in for a roster swap, a player swap? Wasn't even aware of that. Oh, wait a second.
The Chain CC coming in with the vengeance still. Diagon won't be able to survive as Tegami comes in and steals away the purple yet again. Just a straight up drive-by from Tegami, and El Puerto is just not allowed to get anything. And while that is all happening, the Moskov push, as always, is just such a big problem. One more turret for free for Cambodia.
Yeah, the global presence of this Moskov has been insane. The map pressure has been insane, and it looks like that export, it looks like Moshi is going to be able to pick up another turret in that top side. And with this lead that Cambodia has, almost a 6k gold lead up until this point against the Philippines in 6 minutes, by the way. It's only been 6 minutes. Has actually denied them away from a lot of their own jungle, so they're falling far behind, and Cambodia are picking up the pace where they left off. That's going to be a perfect turtle now for Cambodia as they get that last turtle in the 7th minute of the game. The Philippines, 0 kills, 0 towers, 0 neutral objective takes. Just everything on the board for Cambodia right now.
They're just completely dominating right here, and they're playing a lot more careful. We saw that earlier, it's all about brawls, but now, knowing that they don't necessarily have a one-sided late game composition, they're playing it safer, and they want to make sure that they do get the better trades, the more value trades every single time. And look at the trap they're setting up for Diagon here. It's going to be a shield unity towards her, but everyone else not really following up on it just about yet. The fact that Amores is on the Lilia, though, is definitely a beacon of hope for the Philippines if they want to bring this to the late game.
Let's hope that it's enough, right? Because so far, her alone has not been able to change the course of the game. We do see a Thunderbelt being built up for El Puerto that will help her later on as much as this game progresses because of the change of the passives and the attributes of the Thunderbelt, more physical defense and as the game progresses, right? But look at the damage from iesfederation actually onto the CC. What is going on?
So now dive that tries to be responded to, but Alberto gets hit by the Eternal Guard. And look at Navi getting out of the sticky situation. And look at the Spear of Destruction from iesfederation coming in. It's a pincer maneuver as the Philippines are taken out right below their own turret. The Cambodians are ruthless.
The second wiped out we've seen from this region, from Cambodia, and they are sparing no expense. Earlier on in the interview, when we asked Philippines who and how confident they are of winning this game, they said 70%. But it looks like Cambodia now have 70% of the control in this third game as they look to pick up another objective. That turret is falling down in mid lane.
Even with only a single cannon minion, just walking up with it and zoning away the response, the clearing attempt from the Philippines. With the Lord up already, look at iesfederation so far ahead, 3 levels ahead from Alcaraz right here. 1v2, 1v3 even might not go in the favor of the Philippines.
So take a look at this instant replay of what happened earlier on, right? iesfederation, man. She jumped into the back line, was able to go for a pincer move, a sandwich play, but iesfederation gets taken out. Arashi! This is a big moment for the Philippines if they hope to go in, because that was a huge shutdown given over now for Philippines to perhaps look for that comeback in this 10th minute of the game.
The fact that it was picked up by Alcaraz as well, that's a very value shutdown in the hands of the right person. At 10 minutes, though, that will be the Philippines finally being on the board. They have a chance if they want to drag it out to the late game, the same way Cambodia did in the previous game. But Cambodia for sure needs to start respecting the damage potential. Now with the curtain call, Diagon tries to try and do as much damage as possible. But for the Philippines, they have to try and play it calm here. They need to prepare for the Lord sieging potential that Cambodia will definitely try and use to its max potential.
They also don't want to overextend, right? Because iesfederation getting caught out like that, that's definitely not something that you want to give over to the Philippines, because time and time again, all these minor mistakes, minor missteps can definitely be taken over by the Philippines for them to look for an advantage themselves. We do see penetrations coming through and coming built for the gold laners. Alcaraz picking up the Divine Glaive. Meanwhile, iesfederation picking up the Malefic Roar. Look at that damage coming through. Definitely dealing that damage to the front lines. Arashi, but this Lord is going to go down. As that should be a successful defense from the side of the Philippines.
Great defense utilizing the Lilia. Ue might try and go for a pickup here, but no, it's actually Tegami rolling in under the base. We've seen this before, but the Cambodians, they don't care. They're going with the last insanity, even though the Tegami is taken out. Now without minions though, Ue still in the front, taken out finally by Alcaraz. That was a very bold play by the Cambodians, but the Philippines, I think, come out on top there.
Yeah, 2 traded in. They do lose an inhibitor turret, but lucky for them, it's going to be on the same side that this next Lord spawns. So technically, it's not much for the Cambodians to actually play with. They should be able to kind of dish out that damage and of course cover in those lanes a lot easier. But remember, it's not as easy, especially with a Moskov in the vicinity. But here is the instant replay, ladies and gentlemen, of what happened earlier. We do see the last insanity being popped in, but luckily there still was a Black Shoes to kind of outplay that damage. I think Ue went in a little bit too aggressive in the final moments, and actually her life was traded in for the price of none. So the Philippines do pick up a little bit of the scraps that were left in by Cambodia, and this is one of the things that we were talking about before that Lord push, right? We were talking about the Philippines need to play this calm, but so do the Cambodians. Like, they already have the lead on so many different avenues. They don't want to overcommit, and they don't want to make too many glaring mistakes for the Philippines to eventually capitalize over and take over the game in this third game of the series. But this Lord is going to be spawning real soon. And it looks like Cambodia have actually opted to go for a full commit onto the Lord. They don't go for the, play with Uefendi in the bottom lane to try and outmaneuver and outplay Philippines in this Lord dance.
Definitely a dangerous option as Tegami gets chunked down. That's that new all-improved Lord damage. But look at Uefendi. Aggressive moves with the Abyss Walker forward. Lord gets low though, but that's going to be the engage from Ue. And look at Amores. Forced back, pulled back into the fight. The last insanity demolishes the backline. Alcaraz trying to kite away from the bulk of it. Having the shield available here to try and outplay, but it won't be enough. The Philippines lost 3 members in that engagement, and Cambodia can still go for the Lord. Uefendi going in, pinning Dragon to the wall, and she'll be taken out as well. The Lord might not even be necessary. Alcaraz against the world. Can she defend this? As the Cambodians, they go for a mid lane. Look at Alcaraz trying to go for the kills, trying to clear the waves at the same time, but eventually she will fall. Cambodia coming out on top against all odds against the Philippines.
The underdog story reigns true, ladies and gentlemen, at IESF in our first match in the playoffs, in our semi-finals, as the Philippines have been eliminated out of their IESF run. And this means that it's official. Cambodia have successfully secured that first ticket over to Riyadh at WEC, where they will be able to represent their nation against the worldwide's best. What an outcome, what a result. We have to take a look at that again, because definitely a lot of people weren't expecting that. So let's get into the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, for that final game in this best of 3 series. The way that they played that was so clean. What was it from the Philippines? Did they lose gas? Did they lose momentum? Did they lose that strength and mentality after Cambodia won game number 2? Because all the way from the early stage, Cambodia completely gained control over everything that was given, right? Team fights, kills, neutral objectives, rotations, you name it.
I feel like for the Philippines, they're trying to be a bit more flexible, right? They want to have the CC as a way to distract, the same way they've been able to do when they're able to just split apart a strong team fighting composition. But unfortunately for them, they're losing out in mobility, they're losing out in engage potential as well. So even though on paper at least, they should be able to really kite back in and out of fights, they just weren't allowed to, because Cambodia, they can just shield Unity for the chase. They can go for, they can let Uefendi just go in aggressively. And of course, sometimes she gets punished when she overextends. But everything else considered, for the most part, Cambodia, they want to go for a fight. They know that they're good at team fighting, and they have ways to force the Philippines to stay there in the middle of a big fight. Like we saw there, the combo with the shield Unity into an Eternal Guard to just make sure that they can't get away.
It was insane. It was insane. It goes to pose the question, right? Was it worth it, right, to leave Ue once again back onto the Edith? How many things that she was able to do up until the very end, going for the Earth Shatter. She used it very aggressively, by the way. Rarely do we see that she goes in for the counter engage, because again, that's how Cambodia plays. And apparently that aggression was a little bit too much for the Philippines to handle. Arashi, can you imagine? One of the tournament favorites, one of the teams that everyone around the world are anticipating making it to WEC, gets eliminated here in the playoffs, our first semifinal match of the day. And again, right, in the interviews from the African region, a lot of people are saying we're anticipating going against the Philippines in WEC, but they're not even going to be there in that 13-minute clean game by Cambodia. It's a huge upset, but we live to see it.
Like we said, we like going with the data, but when things just don't go as planned, that's what life is about. That's where the excitement really lies. Man, for Cambodia, they were successful in just forcing the Philippines to play their style. And the fact that Tegami kind of really caught El Puerto off guard completely, just completely shutting her down in the early game. I think that was also a big factor here in ensuring that from the jungle, that advantage bleeds over to the other lanes as well. Cambodia, man, they have everything you would really want to need. They have the global presence with the Spear of Destruction. They have utility. They have AoE as well. It's almost like they just have better experience team fighting, and so they want to use that against the Philippines.
And they did it to success. Again, 2-1, a big reverse sweep from Cambodia as we're going to crown our MVP for that match. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, pick your price, pick your poison, name your price as well, right? Is it Yui Fendi? Is it Tegami? Is it Ue? Is it Nabi? Is it Moshi? Because at this point, everyone was playing so well. But I think one of the main highlights for me personally is Yui Fendi. What about you, Rashi?
I would go with Tegami, actually, considering the early game and even that final engage near the base. I feel like she just was a lot more active. But of course, Yui Fendi, insane plays coming out of her as well. And being the damage dealer, of course, she is going to be one of the key members in winning out this game.
So let's see, ladies and gentlemen, our MVP, our player of the match. It's gonna be Yui Fendi, 618 KDA, a 50k amount of total damage. And in terms of itemization, it's nothing too crazy, right, Arashi? On the Moskov, we have the Malefic Roar, the Golden Staff, the Corrosion Scythe, we have the DHS, definitely as one of the first 3 items being popped in, and the Rose Gold Meteor to really respect that damage output given towards her, because it's a lot difficult, right? If you want to go for Wind of Nature, there's a lot of magic damage being built in as well in the composition that the Philippines have brought. So the Rose Gold Meteor does make a lot of sense, but she still even has the shoes. If she wanted to go for Wind of Nature later on, it was still a big possibility.
That is definitely still another option, but I guess against the Harith, right? Against the Harith and a Lilia, she was just really concerned about that magical damage, especially because she'll be forced to walk forwards, right, into some of that damage. And that's something that Yui Fendi was doing really well. Sometimes it seems like it's a danger zone that as a marksman, you don't want to walk into, but she'll just jump in knowing that all things considered, it is going to be a lot more beneficial for her team. So that kind of selfless mindset in the right moments, I think, shows again the skill and the understanding of Yui Fendi on the gold lane.
Again, congratulations once again to Cambodia. I guess all of the supporters, all of the fans around the world are going to be, you know, just cheering wherever they're watching from. Amazing stuff. It's the best storyline. I think we were talking about that as soon as we saw the end to game number 2. I was like, imagine the storyline that we'd be getting for Cambodia. Especially, it's a region, especially in the Mlbb women's scene, that we don't really hear too often. And it's finally great to see a new contender really filing up into the ranks. And we'll see what happens. Because, you know, again, right, the Philippines, they were so dominant in the standings, not dropping a single match in Group 1. Meanwhile, if we, you know, skip forward to Group 2, that you guys can actually see for yourselves at iesf.gg on their official website, Cambodia was number 2. So it was a number 2 coming in, definitely not as the favorites. I mean, data statistically, it should have favored Philippines and Cambodia. Wow, I'm still so impressed. I'm a huge fan of Cambodia now, Arashi.
So you can say that it's a bit of luck that, okay, now we're finally getting like a bit more exciting of a storyline. But you can also say that it's a bit of a caster curse, man. Oh, we were just hyping up the Philippines so much. And out of nowhere now, we just are completely caught off guard. To our pleasure. But man, that is definitely a surprising thing for everyone involved. So I do feel for the Filipino team, though. I mean, they were doing really, really well. And even that first game, you were thinking that, oh, that's business as usual, right? Great performance from the Philippines. But that adjustment from Cambodia, and you are saying it again and again, Eterna, that Edith, was that just like the main key here for victory? Whoever gets it just wins out?
Yeah, I think that was one of the glaring reasons that we saw, but obviously the way that the Cambodians really came through, it was so much more of a clean gameplay, and we're actually gonna get a chance to talk to them as we head over to the interview. So Ring, I do believe it's Tegami and Nabi on the other side of the phone, so let's jump in to the interview. Hi guys, how are you? How are you guys feeling? That was an intense game and match as a whole. Did you guys expect that you would win it against the Philippines?
We didn't expect it to win. Like, we try our best. Like, I don't know how to say this. Like, I'm so happy to win this match. Like, it's so hard to play against them,
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of these teams around the world, a lot of these regions have said that Philippines is one of the titans here at ISF, and a lot of teams have actually been anticipating meeting them. But you're like, nah, I'd win. And you guys actually do move forward over. Congratulations. Like, how are you guys feeling? You guys are going to be the first team to win that slot to go to Riyadh at WEC.
So happy. Happy and excited.
That's great to hear. Arashi, do you have any questions?
All right, so we were talking again about the Edith, right? It looks like it's so important to the game plan. So do you think that Edith was one of the main things that really, was so important for you guys to actually get an advantage against the Philippines?
គេសួរថា edit ហ្នឹងជា hero សំខាន់មែន
Yes. Like edit it's strong hero. We easy play with them. Like we can catch them and like fight them easy.
All right.
Okay, so they do agree.
And also it's like our room comfort hero.
Like it's our comfort hero and we play it a lot.
Yeah.
We have a lot of play style with it.
All right.
You hear me?
Yes, we do hear you.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, we can really see the difference once you do get your hands on the Edith. So I think, congratulations on the victory for sure. Do you have any statement right here to all the supporters, right? To all the people who believed in you to create this moment?
First of all, I want to say thank you to my to our supporter that always support me and my team. Like
we're so excited to win this match.
We're excited to see you guys win as well. It looks like Arashi has a little bit of fans coming here, but again, congratulations, Cambodia. It was a great match that you had against Philippines. We're so excited to see you at Riyadh later on, so rest well. You guys deserved that, and we'll see you over at WEC. Congratulations once again. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah,
Thank you. Bye-bye.
They were giggling over you, Arashi. Wow.
Yeah.
So much
They're
riz.
over you, Eterna. What do
No
you
way.
mean?
They were like, oh my god, it's Arashi. It's cute boy Arashi. Is this real life?
I don't know about all of that, Eterna. But yes,
come on.
Cambodia.
Like as soon as
Man.
you did the heart thing, they were like giggling and stuff. Yeah, no way.
See, Eterna has a reputation for, seeing through the lines when there is no gap between the lines at all. She's just seeing through solid objects. So forgive me for being a bit more pessimistic